Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
That was exciting, wasn't it? Okay. We don't know what happened. We had to set up a new stream. It appears to have been a StreamYard issue. It wasn't any of us. It wasn't on any of our ends. So we simply don't know what happened. And thank you, Judge Everett, for having issues with discovery. So now hopefully, all of you that had started here with us will come back. But now I can see that we're not buffering, right? We're live again, all right? But have to get the word out for everybody that we're back on, all right? Hello, everyone. Woo! I'm really glad that Judge Everett gave us that. And if it happens again, then it definitely will be a StreamYard problem that we'd have to check out to see if anyone else is having any of the issues. Okay, thank you, Jason Grant. Welcome back, Kimberlina. A15, good morning, everyone. Trakisha, yes, we're back. I get the word out that the community is back. We don't know what happened. We can't tell you what happened. All we know is that we got out of the studio, re-entered the studio, and it was still buffering. And I know we have to bring a feed in now. We wanted to make sure that we were in before we brought a feed in, but we have to bring a feed in. And maybe I'm wondering whether it has something to do with the feed itself from the court. I don't know, that somehow interfered with StreamYard. I see the court seal, by the way. As I said, there it is. That's our OnlyFans, as Karen Reed. But boy, that was exciting not, okay? That was exciting not. Yeah. Aaron Pennant, thank you, Aaron. I know you recently joined us. Donna Adelson, my favorite Adelson channel. Isn't that funny? Did she really wash the money? I mean, it was wet and moldy, or had it been in a place that they were hiding money somewhere? They were hiding cash, and it got wet and moldy. I mean, to me, that's what a hysterical fact. I don't know what it proves, except that the reason why the money was wet and moldy is Charlie had said that his mother said that he washed the money. Winnie asked a good question. Linda, do you think the jury feels like we do? Yeah, I do, except you never know if there's that one person who says, I don't have enough. And remember, we haven't heard the end of the prosecution's case yet. To me, they have gotten the nexus between Donna as a conspirator. Michael Bryant, who started, remember, when he started on Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, he didn't think the nexus at all had been made for any of them. He said that he was still waiting. And I said, well, maybe because I know about the bump. But then when I heard that there were 5 bumps that generated these flurry of phone calls over, and remember, it's a 2-week period. It's a very, very short period. It's not like 5 months or 6 months. It was a 2-week period that these phone calls were generated in. And so it really, really did appear to be that the bump worked, that Patrick Sanford worked. And it was interesting, the reason why they got made at the very end, the FBI, is because the undercover operative, the undercover agent, was too nice. But recall when we had, and even Sanford said on the stand, you don't want to scare. You had an older woman. You didn't want to scare her. The FBI has to be careful they don't commit a crime when they're doing the bump, intimidating somebody. So that's why he had to be nice. He was Spanish, but they thought he was white. Sigfredo Garcia thought the answering machine was a New York, Puerto Rican, therefore he couldn't have been part of a gang that knew anything. And that gave them a hint that maybe, I guess the Adelson hint that maybe then he was a plant, right? That he was a pot-bellied pig. I mean, you just can't make this stuff up, what happened. But the reason I made, he was too nice. He wasn't intimidating enough. He wasn't somebody that they thought that would be a killer. He used the word thank you, have a good day, thank you, and things like that. So they thought, so that's funny that they thought he was too nice. So that I guess if they do, another bump, they have to think about that maybe somebody has to appear a little tougher. Although I thought, that one bump, which was the letter, they actually did a mail letter to Donna Adelson, and it says, "My phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato." That's Luis Rivera. I got it straight today. And what he did for you, he knows he is effed, and soon so will you. All right. That was mailed, and that was one of the bumps after the original bump. I thought that was pretty tough. And quite frankly, if you didn't go to the police then, something was up with the Adelsons, because why wouldn't they go to the police if somebody told them they're going to be effed up, right? And that was pretty tough. That was pretty tough. But I guess Oscar Jimenez's demeanor was not tough enough. But then again, remember, the good morning, Doug Weinstein. I'm just going to interrupt here because both the Glare is here. Good morning, Will, and Doug Weinstein are here. My two buds of our channel. Oh, you're all buds, but fabulous. Doug Weinstein, by the way, is starting another murder trial next Wednesday, and I asked to have him ask, so I'm going to ask him in front of all of you. Is it being televised, Doug? And tell us what it is about. Will, how are you, Will? You've been following this case. I know you've been following the Proctor hearing, and everyone wants to know about the Proctor hearing. Wow. Speaking of buds, hello, good morning, everybody. So what were your views on the Proctor hearing for our people that were watching this yesterday, sitting through all of these? But to me, the case got made yesterday with Donna with the 5 bumps, and when she finally called, I was like, somebody call the number. I remember there was lies. There was lies apparently because Donna would call Charlie would call Catherine would call Sigfredo, then tell Charlie that they called the number, and then no one had called the number. Finally, maybe there had been a call that was a hang up that heard the message, and that would have been Sigfredo, but it was hard to tell because it wasn't, according to the FBI, nothing was coming on their wire that indicated that calls were being made in. Charlie called first finally, asking what they want, and then finally Donna called when they got the 5th bump, really, and all. So finally Donna called, and she had a script. Clearly she had a script. It was an 8-minute call. She had a script. Oh my goodness. This is interesting. Let me just go off Adelson for a second. Proctor will probably get his job back because the Massachusetts State Police investigated one of their own. That's what Michael Bryant thinks, Will. Michael Bryant thinks that they're so corrupt that they're going to give him his job back on the basis that other officers have done other stuff like this and they didn't get fired, and that he was only fired because he was in a high-profile case. So that's Michael Bryant's with you. I think they have to keep the firing and let him appeal to the courts, which that becomes his next appeal. So that's really, really interesting if he does. Wow. How could they'd have to give him a desk job or something. They couldn't give him an investigative job to go investigate homicide, that's for sure. Just like they can't give Kelly Devers, I'll call her whatever I want, because she was such a terrible witness. They can't let her give her job back. So anyhow, thank you all for, yes, Max Vissi says, hanging in with us while we had that StreamYard glitch. We don't know. So Doug Weinstein says his murder is a pretty standard run-of-the-mill during a drug deal, so nothing interesting. Well, you know what, Doug? The problem is that our viewers find you so fascinating. They love you, as you know. Doug actually subbed in as a substitute co-host the other day when Michael Bryant had a problem. And on Monday, by the way, let me announce on Monday, when I won't be there until later in the day on Monday, the wrap-up show. but Michael Bryant will be doing the show, but Jodine Weber will be coming in at lunchtime. She's a former retired FBI, and then we'll be joined afterwards. And Will, you'll love this. We're joined by Janet Misdemeanor. Misdemeanor is coming on the show because remember everyone was accusing her of looking like thinking that was Auntie Deb in drag. Well, she's really a star in her own right. So she'll be coming on. She's been following the Adelson show. So Adelson. So Will, what are your thoughts about Adelson as we have you in the chat? We've been talking to everybody in the chat here, and as I'm telling you, there's Joey Kane gifting another Justice Serve TV membership. Remember, you have to be subscribed to get one of those. So please go and hit that subscribe button. We'd like to get up to 27,000 at least before our 1 year anniversary, which we understand from YouTube is pretty good. There's only about 8% of the channels get there within 1 year at that. But we're hungry. We're hungry, and so we will be finishing covering the Adelson trial fully in its, from start to finish, and then we'll see what's up. But we have a lot of things planned for you. Justice Serve TV, The Hunt, where you'll finally get to see who, the whole issue of, and let you work on who killed Stephanie. We'll be taking a look at the old cold case of Karina Hallcourt. We have a case from New Jersey that we want to showcase. That's Colleen Pulver, whose 21-year-old daughter and puppy were murdered at her house in front of her on June 27, 2024. And she initially didn't want any media coverage, but then now she has written to us and asked us to maybe take over her daughter's story. She will trust us because she's not happy with the prosecutors, really. And she has learned that her daughter was stalked and spied on for months, and the worker was a co-worker from Walgreens. And you can read about her on social media. That's I did on Google it, Colleen Pulver. So we told Ms. Pulver we are going to showcase her daughter's case and showcase her daughter's life. And so we will be doing that after Adelson finishes. But I did want to tell you about misdemeanor. Okay. And there we have had notices that people do want us to follow up women and partners who are murdered. There's a case in Florida that we're interested in and that we're going to be taking a look at. And Ms. Pulver, we did write to and asked to send more information because we need pictures. We really want to tell her daughter's story. Okay, so there's a lot of things going on at Justice Serve TV. I also thought maybe I'd do a short on Sacco and Vanzetti because the difference between Judge Everett, right? The difference between a Judge Everett and you know who I'm talking about, the judge in the, shall we say her name? Should we say her name? Come on. Do we want to say her name or do we want to just call her that judge in the Karen Reed trial? Okay. So, what do you think? Okay. At least let me put this. Listen, yesterday I saw someone said you can't use Apple to do or get memberships. I received a gift first and then signed up for an ongoing membership. Somebody, I got confused about that too. There was something about Apple's not compatible with on the phones or the iPads. But I think if you subscribe, you can get you can get the memberships, but somebody was talking about how you do that. But you have to be subscribed to get a gifted membership because it just goes automatically. We don't gift them out ourselves. Pulver's Pulver, Colleen Colleen. Okay. You hope yesterday wasn't. About it, so we found the link. So, see what Judge Everett has to say.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
We are getting started a little bit behind today. We are going to continue with the examination of Special Agent Sanford at this time. Student Ms. Kappelman, is he on his way to the stand?
Did you hear that, jury? Good morning. Wow, just like that. Well, they were into it. Woo.
Special Agent, you remain under your oath to tell the truth. I'm not going to swear you in again, but please answer all matters truthfully during the remainder of your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ms. Cappleman, you may continue with the state's direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so we concluded the wire calls yesterday. When, in relation to that wire, or just when were the arrests made in this case? Let's start with Sigfredo Garcia. When was he arrested?
It was May 24th or 26th, somewhere around there, of 2016.
Okay, and Luis Rivera?
A few days after that, I served him in the prison.
Okay, he was already in prison for an unrelated offense?
That's correct. He was already in prison.
So also May of 16?
That's correct.
Okay, and what about Catherine Magbanua? When was she arrested?
I don't remember the exact date. Could I refresh my memory with notes?
Yes. Do you have the notes with you?
I did.
Okay.
It was on 10/1 of 16.
And then do you have the exact dates on the other two in there as well?
I do. Mr. Adelson was arrested on 4/21 of 22. And
Garcia and Rivera was.
Garcia and Rivera, yes. Mr. Garcia was 5/25 of 16.
Okay.
And Rivera, I don't have Mr. Rivera's exact date of when. Actually, it was the 6/3 of 16, I believe, is when we went back to interview him with the warrant.
Okay. So Garcia, 5/25 of 16. Rivera, 6/3 of 16. Magbanua, 10/1 of 16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Catherine Magbanua ultimately went to trial and was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And post-conviction, did she offer a proffer?
She did.
What is a proffer?
A proffer is an agreement with the defense and the prosecution to where she can come in and talk to us and tell us what happened without it being used against her.
All right, so that occurred on, I have October 11th of 22.
That's
right?
correct. That's the first proffer. Yes, ma'am.
And were you present for her proffer on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And also a follow-up interview with her on November 28th of that year, 22?
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, the investigation had been ongoing for over 8 years at that point, right?
It had.
Okay, was there anything that Ms. Magbanua revealed in her proffers that was new to us or that confirmed something that we had not known of before?
Yes, she told us about the first time that Mr. Charlie Adelson approached her and asked her if she knew someone that could take care of someone. She told us about that and when it was.
And she was able to give us the actual date that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
What was the date?
She said it was October 31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder, on Halloween.
All right. And did she say where she was when that when the topic was first broached with her?
She did. She said she was on Lincoln Road at a party with Mr. Adelson.
All right. And were you able to discover any evidence to confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed?
Yes, I was familiar with Lincoln Road because it's a popular road in South Beach. So we looked back and found a text message where Mr. Adelson said that he was on Lincoln Road on Halloween.
I'm going to show you where I marked this 86B. Do you you recognize 86B?
I do.
Is that the text message in question?
It is.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that text message?
It is.
Judge, I move into evidence 86B, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
86B is admitted at this time.
Who is the text to and who's it from?
It's from Charlie Adelson. And it just has a number,
Unknown number.
an unknown number.
And what's the content of the text message?
The text message says, "On Lincoln with my friends, come meet us."
And on what date and time was that message sent?
It says 11/1/13 at 1:04 a.m. UTC.
So just after midnight on Halloween night.
That's correct.
And was there something else that you learned from this night panel that you hadn't known before?
Yes.
What was that?
She told us about the time that the night of the homicide, that she was going to Mr. Adelson's residence, and she believed that the Adelsons had been there.
So she admitted that she went to Charlie's house to pick up the money,
That's correct.
but then didn't end up leaving with it until the next morning. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the bit about Donna Adelson or Donna and Harvey Adelson having brought the money, that was new to us.
That was new. Correct.
And then we've seen Sergeant Corbett's presentation, and I'll publish a slide from State's Exhibit 73 at this time. That's the slide where we were able to find the text indicating that Donna Adelson said she was outside Charlie's house that night.
That's correct.
All right. When was the defendant arrested?
The defendant was arrested on November the 13th of 2023.
Okay. And I think you told us when Charlie Adelson was arrested. Will you repeat that, please?
I believe it was 10/1 of 22. Oh, sorry. It was 4/1 of 20, 4/21 of 22.
4/21/22 for Charlie Adelson's arrest.
That was Charlie Adelson's arrest. Yes, ma'am.
And shortly after Charlie Adelson's trial and conviction, was there a recorded call that was intercepted between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, there was.
And in that call, did something happen that caused the defendant to be recorded longer than the conversation between her and Charlie? Can you just sort of explain? She thought she hung up, but she didn't hang up, right?
Correct. There was a jail call with Mr. Adelson, and at some point he dropped off the call. She thought the call had hung up, so she just apparently set her phone down and didn't hit end on her end of the line.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 118, the recording of that call?
I have.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 118.
Any objection to 118? States 118 is admitted at this time.
Permission to publish.
You may. Hearing parties need headphones for this.
That would be helpful, Judge.
Look, I have, I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Roman, taking care of some things through Sanford. It was just been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I called her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, I don't know, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us, because we got a couple of hours of things to take care of for Roman. So we're working on that, and
Pause it. Sorry to do that to y'all with the headphones, but a couple questions just to follow up on what she said so far. She says she's taking care of a couple things for Roman. Who's Roman?
Roman is the child of Charlie Adelson, young child.
And she mentioned Susan and Rick on there. Do you know who those people are?
They're close friends of theirs.
Okay. Sorry. Continue publishing.
just a lot, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay?
Sorry, one more time. She mentions Dan here. Obviously not Dan Markel. Do you know who she's referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
What Dan is she referencing?
Dan Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney.
All right, thank you. Continue, please.
So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry, the fourth time that they cut the line each time. They pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen, it's that he's in this room that so the psychologist want to make sure he can kill himself. So the psychologist finally came. And he said to her, if you can leave me here and kill myself with no light, no nothing, I'm in a cement block. Let me go back to the see where I am. Please don't leave me here. And spoke to him a little bit, and she said, no, you're going to be fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got to do these reports I have to write. Once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he was just going back like in an hour. But she said, I think that's I'll lose my mind with you. It's all spirit on the inside. The all you see is yourself. The lights never shut off, day or night. The fluorescent lights, he says, all night. He said, I just want to go back where I was. But this I know people, and to see people who could hear in the box. And he's just, one, two, three. I'm sure the whole back is just beginning to there. lies. And that's why it doesn't painful. It's so good. Like, we bought our cemetery property a couple of months ago. We're good. I'm good. But when you do this weekend, because I had something that made me feel like I had enough and I'm not going to watch. It's all going to go well. I know what I need to do. Now, something was wrong because we went here last year. She's never once just come over. I keep pointing. And I'm sure probably that will make sure this all on day one. She sat down on the couch right there. I was sitting here, and she didn't say, this is a horrible night for all of us. Charlie's not talking for his life. It was more aggravated, but it isn't worth thinking or just sat there, and I just went, suicidal in any direction. So I figured, I'm not suicidal, I'm fine. The voice tomorrow night, yes, something I should do. What is that? Now, and I was like, do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And what we do, we'll do it together. Leave a note of the Wednesday coming together. And we'll do it together. That's the boy. Look, then make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and doing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and that could happen. It could happen, I don't know, but it's worth a try. I just thought I was trying to, I don't know what to do, but I don't know what to do, and we have to look at stuff, we're going into the, what we would have, what we can, how is it more we done? With stipulations, which are something charged, and it's got to, Baden, that was in a trust. And everything was going in partner and under president and the trustee. And so the trustee and the guardian is the other. Then the trustee by 30 years, this is the worship. And I was not going to take care of that. So, I would make some effort to respond and to this call, which was now I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? But I can't because there we go. So, you tell me that I can talk to George? No, I don't know how to get in touch with him. So I said, let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch with him. She told me my lawyer is her lawyer is a doctor. And it was not about the case. I have said, he said, sure. When I said, I just got over Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know what, yes. We know you never asked anything about your brother, and she doesn't, and she told me it's a lawyer that she should know. So we found out it's not true, but we just got off the phone with him. And he had, her attorney said, I never told her that, I never confronted that. No. So, I wrote this last night, we know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that he never called up or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone wants to protect you. I think you've got lots to think about. But then she answered. But then I got another call from Charlie. And I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He is worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell them the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she said this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger there is. Really don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement to Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. Now, about the case, which is true, he's never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this document. Please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I said. About her brother. Then one. How are you, Wendy? How's my sister holding up? You didn't check. If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there to you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a space here. I want you to propose. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. But no, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys, like you told them. So when I got George before, he said to him, because I was over there that night, I said, well, we asked Wendy, but it hasn't got any words from her, so did you tell the boys? And he said, he did. Now I know Ben was very close. He was writing to Charles over. So I said, how are they? He's very quiet. He didn't really talk much. It was living kind of faithful and good, so he was coming home. He was never coming back. And so we did it for 10 minutes and he was in the bathroom. It was fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see him invisible enough death. That's not my goal. I just want to know how it is. So that's what I did earlier. To do it, because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer and just we were out of it. So I used the computer person, so I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business calls, and so that he texted me just before I could read it, maybe 5:30, but that'd be good. I said, yes, but if I can get stuff done, then it's enough. We have the photos. We have to get them downloaded, and the other thing I don't understand, I'm not sure to help me with it, we've been looking it up over and over, because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places, I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition. So, really? Good. Maybe she knows about, maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we go take their time. She was telling me that my parents were taking me to the high school. My lawyer told me. I said, if you mention it to Wendy, when you gonna tell somebody?
Hey, somebody beforehand, I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk. It has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I and some decisions that we have to make. And yeah, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. Because if it's a plane crash, no one's gonna know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she can see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this, can you come here, can you do this? Everything, how many times do we have plans to cancel Wendy needs us for this, Wendy needs us to babysit? So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up. Because now we're going to older things. Go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need them, but friends on. Okay, pre-hurtful. That's one son that I speak with. I have one son that's supposed to be engaged. And my daughter, who I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to mother, and please God, our family was cursed. So we cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So. So I have to decide to shut up the shout because of that. I'm sure you did. I was told you need an address to put on the visa. Nobody knows where we are, but nobody took some extra time. Look up. She must be in a child.
Well, Donna Adelson there looking a little bit emotional as she listens to a call that she didn't know was being recorded, except at the beginning she says, I have the one son who's in jail for something he didn't do. But what's important here, obviously, very interesting, let's just talk about Wendy distancing herself from the family because her attorneys told her. We have the Catherine McManaman. By the way, Doug Weinstein told us you need a visa for Vietnam, so it's very interesting. McManaman giving a proffer, and remember they had offered her a deal twice. She actually she gave a proffer and then a follow-up interview, and she rejected the deal. So, but they had information that they couldn't use against her, but they can certainly use to continue an investigation. But here on this call, right, it's interesting because you have lawyers. You talk about Dan Rashbaum, who represented Charlie, there was an issue of conflict. But we are going to be gone. I need to give the information to Wendy about, hi, Michael Bryant, about Wendy. I need the codes and all. So if something happens, he has to know where everything is. Somebody has to know where everything is. And I just want her to confirm with the extradition. We've looked into it, but she's the lawyer. She can confirm there's no extradition from Vietnam, Korea, or China. And Harvey just says, well, look, I just want a place to stay, and they need an address to stay on the visa. That has to be on the visa. So they're figuring out. She wants to show Wendy what she did with regard to the hotel.
Compliment, you may continue with your examination.
Bryant joining us. Good evening. Down with you, Michael, until we get through this area.
All right, so are you aware of the date that Charlie Adelson was convicted?
Yes.
What was that date?
It was November the 6th of 2023.
And was this recording that we just heard that same day after the conviction?
It was the day after the conviction on 11/7, November 7th.
All right. And we hear on this call that there appear to be some plans to potentially go to Vietnam. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And based on this recording, did you do some investigative work to try to look into whether that was in fact really going to happen?
I did.
Okay. And what did you learn?
We didn't hear the call for a couple of days, so it was a few days later. But I did check with another government agency to try to find out if there was an international travel plan. And ultimately on the 13th, I believe it was, I was told that, yes, there was travel plans made.
Okay. And were the travel plans to Vietnam?
They were to go through Dubai, then to Vietnam.
And is Vietnam, in fact, a non-extradition country?
It is.
And is Dubai also non-extradition?
That's correct, it is.
Okay. And when was that travel plan supposed to occur?
On the evening of November the 13th, 23.
And were you able to intercept the defendant prior to taking off on that airplane?
I was.
And where did you do that?
At the Miami International Airport, right through the gate check as they were boarding the plane on the jet bridge is what they call it.
And that was on November 13th, 23?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As part of your apprehension of the defendant, did you seize her cell phone that she was in possession of at the time of her arrest?
I did.
All right. And did she willingly allow you to do that?
No, she did not.
How did that go?
Well, this is playing out as we expected. Good morning, Linda Kenney Baden. Mute. Are you muted? Or am I muted?
Morning, Michael
There
Bryant.
you go. Hey, good morning.
I mean, everyone knows that, like about 5 o'clock in the morning, I think you got home. So the
Hey,
fact that you're joining
it's
with
been
us-
hours.
It's been hours. At least you had a few hours sleep.
Yeah.
And the plan is I'm going to stay with you for a little bit, and then you're going to take over the show, and I'm going to come back at lunch because
Yep.
people have not heard everything that I've had to talk a lot. By the way, I think Doug Weinstein is still in our chat. Will DeGlower has been in our chat. Everywhere. And we had a rough morning because our StreamYard went down.
Oh, that's what happened. Okay.
People came back and but it was so great because the judge had said it was a half an hour delay because apparently they had to go over some discovery issues, right?
Yes, we knew that. And what was the upshot of that? Did they?
I don't know, but they didn't
Okay.
tell us. But I assumed that it's all cleared up. That maybe there were some things that they could agree on with the call, that 14-minute call, and all. That's what usually when there's that delay, it's usually because maybe they wanted the prosecution to take out some things that were not there that they thought were there that were not there. later, when they cleaned it up and all. That's usually what happens, but they
Yeah, and they wanted to, compare them side by side. I don't fault them for that. I don't know why they got it so late, and that's what led to the court's concern. Not grave concern.
Yes, grave concern. We talked about, we don't mention her name here because Judge Everett is so good. So
I don't know who you're talking about.
The objection being withdrawn. Agent Sanford, you can answer the question if you recall what it was.
When you seized the defendant's cell phone, did she physically resist you?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell us about the physical resistance that she offered?
Yes, I reached out to the phone, and when I grabbed a hold of it, she pulled it away and said no, and then kept holding it away from me, trying to turn away from me. Another officer who was there arresting her actually grabbed her arm and held it, and then we were able to finally take the phone out of her hand, but she was still trying to keep it from us.
Right. And pursuant to her arrest, was there a search warrant executed at her residence at the Icon?
There was.
Okay. And did you handle that, or did another agent handle that?
Another police department handled it locally.
And are you familiar with the items that were seized during that search warrant?
I am.
Okay. And was there a planner, 2023 day planner seized pursuant to that search warrant?
There was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that planner?
I have.
Okay. Was there a planner available for 2014 that was seized at the search warrant?
Not seized at the search warrant, no ma'am.
That planner was provided to the state attorney's office by the defendant's prior counsel, though. Do you recall that?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And did you review the copy of the 2014 planner, at least whatever was provided to our office by Ms. Adelson's attorney?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what I've marked as state's exhibit.
Wow. Oh, they're still here.
142.
Suitability, Wendy has.
Some redactions have been made based on the parties' agreement, but other than that, I would ask if those excerpts are fair and accurate.
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence 142.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 142 is admitted.
In the 2014 planner, did Mrs. Adelson keep a lot of personal information and identifying information for members of her family and even, I think, some friends in there too?
She did.
Okay. And as part of that information in the 2014 planner, did you locate any information specific to Dan Markel's vehicle?
We did.
What information was that?
Is the 08 Accord on the left middle of the page, right there. It's the 08 Accord, and the tag number is 584YBM.
That's Dan Markel's tag number at the time of his murder?
It is.
Same vehicle that the killers pursued?
That's correct.
The flight that the defendant was attempting to board at the time of her arrest, was that a one-way flight or a round-trip flight?
It was a one-way flight.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No information about the planner, Michael.
Yeah, that is. Just reinforces what she said on that phone call. When we get a chance to talk about it, I'm going to tell you how that phone call reminds me of the Jinx and Mr. Pierce. If you think about what happened, the inadvertence, right, that ended up taking somebody down.
Dan's license plate in her planner. Ooh. Oof. Otherwise, the reason why the objection is because you couldn't, it wouldn't be a warrant, so she wouldn't give the phone over. She had a right not to give the phone over. The prosecution then rephrased it. The objection was actually overruled. The prosecution still rephrased it to say it was a physical resistance because that's what the story was. They could argue that it hit them with the phone and all, but that's why there was an objection, and it was a proper objection.
And then the objection was withdrawn and the information came in. So
Yeah, I don't know why they withdrew the objection, because then she rephrased the question. So, I mean, just get her to rephrase the question initially. It doesn't make any sense. They make the objections, they win, and then they withdraw them. Okay?
yeah, it does add a little element to the flight, argument. She's physically resisting in the midst of flight.
Right, in the midst of flight. So now we're going to go to cross-examination. This should be interesting. I can't leave you, Michael. I'm glued to this, because this wasn't what we thought how they were going to end it, but it was even more because of the information about the planner being new. I think Agent Sanford has done a remarkably wonderful job. Matter of fact, he had to confirm. It took him days to confirm. Remember the travel plans?
Members of the jury, before we move into the cross-examination, does anyone need to use the restroom?
Anyone?
That's what
The secretary? Anyone?
A brief recess, please.
Yeah,
We'll
because
take you to the jury room.
we haven't had time to
Even though
prepare.
not
This came on us.
requested, please use the restroom at this time.
I love this judge. He is the school restroom, and then yesterday was coffee. And I hope you all had your coffee because of all the things. I just love Judge Everett. Can you be our judge on every case?
No.
And when we start, I'll say a little across, and then I'll leave you. And I know you're going to take over until noon, and then I'll be back. Charles Argo, thank you for the donation.
That's interesting.
Vietnam a few times, and you need to submit a return ticket for.
We'll take a break for a few minutes until 10:20. If anyone does need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity at this point. Bailiffs, if Mrs. Adelson does need to use the restroom as well, please take her at this time.
And maybe they were going to buy a return ticket when they got to Dubai, because you didn't need the return ticket.
Yeah, I guess it would depend on if it was 2 one-way tickets. You could
Right.
have a one-way ticket from Miami to Dubai, and then a one-way ticket from Dubai to Vietnam, and maybe that part needed the return ticket. We know that she reached out to Wendy on the visa issue too. Remember in that phone call, the business issues that she wanted to talk about.
Talk about this phone call, Michael.
Yeah, so as I'm listening to it for the bazillionth time, and we've had that on our playlist for a while, we've gone through it a couple of times. I just started to realize just the circumstances, the luck. I mean, really, the luck. Just like with the Jinx, when Durst goes into the bathroom, he's in the midst of recording an interview for that HBO special. He goes into the bathroom, he's talking to himself because he can't help it. And he basically had, killed them all, And so that ends up convicting him.
Right.
And so here we have the same thing. We have this phone call that is dropped, and not unusual for these jailhouse calls to drop. But she knows it's gone, but doesn't physically, hang up her phone. Boop! So as the one receiving the call, it just stays on just to basically record locally. She has no clue that's happening. Harvey's in the background. There's also a female voice, and I never could confirm who that was, but there's a female voice that chimes in here and there, but way off mic, so it's hard to tell what they're doing. And then she just goes into such detail about what she needs to have done. She talks about the Wendy email exchange back and forth, and Wendy at this point has basically disowned the whole family to protect herself.
If indeed she wasn't involved with this, which I find hard to believe, but if she wasn't involved, she's like, I'm out of here. I'm not talking to you because I really giving Wendy the benefit of the doubt, because as she sits here, she's also not guilty. She hasn't been in charge, right, and tried. This actually helps her. This tape. I'm not talking to you all.
Yeah. It makes her look a little icy to her family, but it does distance herself if truly she's not involved.
Okay, so. Aaron Penner says thank you very much. That's your state attorney on the.
Okay.
Thank you very much. This. So she gets this call. She tells him about extradition. She's leaving, but Harvey's going with her. All right, Harvey's going with her.
Oh, yeah. And there's always been discussion about how could he be going with her on this trip if he wasn't somehow involved. Well, we know they'd been to Vietnam before. They'd been to all of these other countries.
And they were 40 some years. Yeah. 40
but it wasn't like they hadn't traveled the world together. Mm-hmm. So that in and of itself doesn't mean much to me. But when you combine that with some of the things we've learned over the last week and a half, including the Godfather meeting at the pool, that suggests to me maybe more involvement than just, honey, it's time for a trip. We need to clear our heads because our son was just, convicted 2 weeks ago.
Or and after the fact, you at the pool meeting with Harvey, or after the fact, or when Charlie comes and tells him, look, this is what's been going on. But remember, Harvey also wrote up, if you believe it, wrote up with his wife to hand over the moldy money,
yes,
hit money, and put it in the car, right? Put it in the trunk of the car. So.
Yeah.
But that's another case. And we'll see where they go with that. First, they have to convict here. Now, I've been telling people that we thought the nexus was made yesterday to the hit, especially with this extradition is definitely consciousness of guilt. That's no doubt about that. But that when Donna Adelson makes that call to the undercover man, and then she calls Charlie and says that I talked to the patient. It was 8 minutes on a script, but 8 minutes, and she says he's not going to report us from anything. And then they call him a pot-bellied Vietnamese pot-bellied pig. Okay, or something.
They're clever with their code language. Yes.
Yeah. Really.
And then just the change of heart from what does this mean? I don't know who it is. All of that ridiculousness that.
Right.
Should never have happened. If they were truly innocent, they would have just said, police, this guy is trying to extort us. We don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, somebody sent a letter through the mail. We want you to do DNA on it, whatever.
Yeah.
It says that we're gonna be effed up. Oh my God, I'd be running to the police.
I mean, you have the flyer that was in the envelope handed to Donna Adelson. So that guy, the undercover guy we know, but his fingerprints and DNA are all over that because he just handed it to her.
Right.
Just take that right to the cops. And if this guy is in the system, you got him. Yeah. But you don't do that if you've got other issues and other plans. And so we obviously know it didn't unfold the way it would normally have if there were clean hands all around here.
And apparently that ended up in the desk drawer, Charlie's desk drawer. A copy of it that she had to come over and get. She had to meet with him. It ended up in his desk drawer with the number on. That's why he couldn't retrieve the number. He was in his desk drawer because he hadn't written it down anywhere, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, sure, absolutely. Instead, then you get the discussion with Catherine Magbanwa, which says, I have a gun. I'm going to be carrying a gun, and all the police will find if they come after me as a dead gang member in my driveway. So that he knows that he thinks at that point that somebody from a gang member is extorting them or threatening them. So in order to do that is because he was the intermediary between Catherine to Sigfredo and Luis and the gang members. So I thought it was interesting too. We had another piece of information about the 2 times that Catherine Magbanwa was interviewed here by Patrick Sanford in the FBI. There was one time that there was a proffer, that would be the queen for the day, and we'll give you this. And then there was a follow-up interview, and she did give them more information. But apparently, so that they were willing to give her that proffer and give her immunity, but she wouldn't take it.
Yeah.
After getting the proffer and going in for a second interview.
Yeah, well, nobody's going to give her any sort of awards for IQ. So, one thing too that we talked about.
She's tough, Michael. I mean, she's tough.
She's tough, all right. That's why Charlie caved when they were having the argument about you call, no, you call, you bleep and bleep and bleep, 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 call. And then who called? Charlie called because he probably didn't want to be rubbed out by one of Catherine Magbanwa's friends.
We talked to for you.
What's that?
A question for you.
Oh yeah. I put that up there. CLC. They should have shown the arrest at the airport. Don't think that's not happening. They're laying the foundation for it.
She said she's finished and it's going to be crossed.
Yeah, it's so. Don't you think that's odd? I wonder if there was. Well, there's no reason to keep it out. There was a discussion about it in pre-trial.
Right.
There was an argument, but I don't believe that it was excluded. So I don't know. Maybe it'll come back on some sort of rebuttal case or a redirect. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. I don't know
but the other thing we learned yesterday during the conversation when Donna did call the undercover dude, where she said, I love my former son-in-law.
Out of the blue. I
love my former son-in-law. I had nothing to do with this. Well,
right.
Who said anything happened to your former son-in-law? Who what are you talking about?
Right.
That detail was never brought up in the exchange between the undercover Latin King and these people who knew nothing, Charlie and Donna and Catherine. They knew nothing. Sigfrido, nothing. They knew nothing. But all of a sudden, she drops this little nugget.
Right.
That I'm assuming the jury picked up on that because that was huge.
I don't know, but I definitely, the script, and then calling him a patient, the code word, and then the Godfather meeting that the FBI couldn't get to because they put it in their apartment complex all the way at the pool where the three of them at the pool. I mean, as I said, and as I posted yesterday after we talked, and you went on your long drive, that it was a tough day for Don. I mean, if you didn't think she was guilty before, it was really a tough day. Okay.
Yeah. And you could see it on her face. Not that she's been joyful. The only time she's had even a glint of appreciation of where she is and what's happening is when Wendy took the stand. And then it was really kind of a sad, there's my daughter who I haven't even talked to in 2 years and who we know has basically cut her off and the rest of the family. But otherwise, it's been pretty grim. And she looks, like the worst is coming. Yeah, that newspaper clipping is what was. It wasn't a newspaper clipping per se. It was an article about Dan Markel's death with a handwritten note on it.
Okay.
So it was a copy of it.
Have we seen that? I don't know if we've ever seen it. Have we seen
Yeah,
it?
it was brought up and showed because you could see if this were the document, it had up in the corner was where the handwritten note was, and it said call/text, and then that 303 number, I think it is, and then 5K. So otherwise, it was just a copy of the Dan Markel murder article.
And yesterday, for everyone who didn't watch, we did learn there were 5 bumps in that 2-week period. You started with that, then you had a text, then you had a letter, right? Then you had a phone call, right? You had a phone call to the Adelson Institute, and I forget what the 5th bump was, but there were 5 bumps within a 2-week period with a lot of Charlie running his mouth.
Charlie, he what?
Running his mouth.
Oh yeah, well this guy he loves to hear himself talk, and he's the smartest dude ever. He's got a plan, and they were so happy when they outed the cop because why? He was too nice. As I told Michael Easter, he was too nice. He looked up roll, but he was just a nice guy. But he said, and this is Oscar Jimenez. He said they told me to be polite. That's what he said in his role. Be polite. So he was so polite that he got busted. But after that, they're all excited. The phone calls are happy. We got, hey, that's the Pot-Bellied pig conversation. We figured it out. Too bad. They'll never get us.
Right.
I mean, so oblivious to what had happened before. All of these calls we heard yesterday, and I didn't keep track, and these are only the ones that were important, but the jury probably heard, 15 or 20
I
of
don't know.
these calls?
CC between the calls and the texts and the bump. So,
And this was all in about a 2-week period.
right. So between all of that, we had 52 and then about 55 things that they listened to between calls and texts and all that. And they're so careful, and they're talking in code. So they want to talk in code because they don't want to say anything just in case someone's listening. But they're talking, so they don't really think somebody's listening.
I'm boggled by early on, not by the time they outed Mr. Jimenez as the cop. Lots of things back and forth were taking place with just reckless abandon on the phone, right? And yet they were so proud to think, Charlie was saying it's either FBI or it's maybe the Markel family's hired private investigators. Okay, well, if you've connected that in your brain, why are you on the phone yapping and not thinking, oh, this could be recorded?
Well, that's why I think he wanted to meet with him in person. And
Well, yeah, but they still continue to talk and talk and talk.
I know. It started to get serious when they, he wanted to meet with Harvey at the restaurant. And we had the little sponge thing, the bag.
Yes.
I was comparing it to this, except that you can see through this.
No, bag. Yeah, it would be. I can picture. Not that I have a lot of purses, but I have contact with a lot of purses.
Yeah, we carry groceries in grocery stores.
Yeah, but I think it's more like a bag that it's not a mesh per se. It's just a bag with a pattern that has holes in it, if I can describe it. It could be even like a leather purse, but a guy bag, with a camera in it.
Yeah, you're carrying something.
It was
And
frustrating because you're trying to see through, what can I see in there? Not much.
I thought Agent Sanford stayed within the law and did a wonderful job. I mean, the patience that you have that he had to have,
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! But here we are. Here we are now. What do you think is going to happen? They're going to cross-examine. Do you think that the prosecution is going to start any more witnesses? We don't know.
Well, here, that's funny. You ask. So I was looking over the list from Charlie's trial, and there are plenty they did not call. And so I'm looking at them trying to think, well, is there a reason they need them this time? And as folks, I'm sure, remember, the defense only called 2 witnesses. One was Charlie and one was Kristen Adamson, who was an attorney. I think it might have been one of the family law attorneys. I'm not sure. I'm sure people will correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the only 2 witnesses they called. So there were a lot of Tallahassee PD folks that they did not call this time. Obviously, Corbett was huge. I see there's Jimenez.
Corbett was on, right? Yeah.
What's that?
Corbett was on. Somebody did a comparison of the witness list. But, when you file a witness list, has a lot of witnesses. You never call them.
Of course. So I wanted to go through the list and just see if any clicked, like they got to have this person. But this is playing out as we expected. This is, I think they're going to rest after this.
I think they're going to rest, and then if they do have a jail snitch, they're not going to use it in the main case. They would use it in a rebuttal case. Up the back, judges that are fishing.
Everyone can be seated.
It really
We're in
is.
the jurors.
Okay.
Oh,
Alrighty.
okay. Yeah, ever. My favorite judge ever. By the way, with the snacks, I would tell people that when I was in federal court a couple weeks ago, the federal magistrate judge who with all day, she had also bought snacks. They buy their own personal accounts.
That's what he said. He said he was going to have to.
Tough, right?
He was going to have to make a run to Costco. He said on the weekend.
I love him. I love him. He's just it's terrific. If you're the defense, where do you open up with?
Oh my gosh.
Dan Markel was killed in 2014, and you waited 9 years to arrest him. Right? Means you didn't have any evidence, right? I don't know. I mean, what evidence?
It's tricky because you risk them reinforcing the prosecution through this witness, reinforcing what they did have, what they did do, and what they needed before they took the step to arrest her. It can be dicey. So I can't wait. I knew they'd have to have a break beforehand. Not it's like they didn't know this was coming. Oh, we get to cross-examine the witness. Oh, I never thought of that.
No, we're not. Michael and I have been trying to come last year. My husband and I have been the last 2 years. We're not going this year. Our schedule is just too much. We just can't do it instead.
Doug representing Signal. He's a sponsor for Signal. And WhatsApp is the same. It's also encrypted. It doesn't have that, ominous feel. Signal's gained this, kind of corrupt kind of.
Here we go.
To the jury, before the cross-examination begins, the state is going to ask one additional matter or a few additional matters to Agent Sanford. You may inquire.
Agent Sanford, apparently I managed to confuse and or misspeak regarding the planners. So the planners are a physical book that contain handwritten notes, correct?
Correct. It's like a yearly calendar that has individual days on it that you can write notes under each day.
And the planner that was seized, or at least one of the planners that was seized at the search warrant in 2023 was the 2023 planner, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's an item that was seized by another agent, not you.
That's correct.
Okay. But you also came into possession of the 2014 planner, which is the planner from the year of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some or all of that planner was provided by Mrs. Adelson's prior attorney.
Correct.
Not pursuant to the search warrant.
That's correct.
Okay. And it is in that planner from 2014 where Dan Markel's tag number was recorded.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. And on that exhibit, State's Exhibit 142.
Thanks, Danny Rashbaum.
Very small, but I am able to see the year here on the front page, 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
July 14, that's showing you like the next upcoming months.
Correct.
This is for June.
That's
Yes?
correct.
Okay. But in the very back of that planner, there's a place for names and addresses and notes. Is that where you located the information regarding Dan Markel's tag number?
That's correct. It's after all the calendar months. Just the note section in the back.
Thank you, Judge. That's all.
Cross-examination.
I read something either, Doug, on this cross-examination. By the way, interesting questions. We can answer it whether you can leave the country. I don't think they can stop her, but I don't think she will. Although we'll see what happens. Okay, so Dr. Fulford is handling the cross that award. Turn. Now, Rose will answer you later.
I'm trying to get in front of it. Morning.
Good morning.
Been testifying for quite some time.
Yes, ma'am.
Listened to a lot of phone calls.
We have.
Now it's cross-examination, so on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We may replay all of them. I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
I wouldn't do that to anybody in this room. But I do have some questions. I can't remember if you testified to it on direct or not, but you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
For the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I am.
Thank you. And I don't think you said exactly. I remember you said you got involved early on. What does early on mean with respect to the date that Dan Markel was killed?
I believe the homicide occurred on a Friday. I was called on Monday, that following Monday, so the 18th, 19th, 20th,
Okay.
around the 21st.
Thank you. And when you became involved, who kind of updated you with, here's what we got, and to discuss with you your input of where it should go?
I got the initial call from investigator Scott Cherry. He initially called me and asked me to assist with some leads, basically outside the state of Florida, basically, and outside of Tallahassee.
Okay. You're obviously here testifying for the state,
Yes, ma'am.
so I'm not sure we're going to agree on everything. Is that fair? But I think you could agree with me that my client, Donna Adelson, when she has something on her mind, I mean, you've reviewed the materials, right? The emails, and you listen to the phone calls and text messages, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
If she's got something to say, something on her mind, she writes about it, and she writes a lot about it. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes. Yes. On
Okay.
certain matters, yes.
Okay. And kind of the opposite of that, her son, Charlie Adelson, when he's got something on his mind, he can't shut up, can he?
That's correct.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever, and in these phone calls, you can actually hear his mother, Donna, just going, yeah, and then finally, when she can, she changes the subject, right?
That's correct.
And from all of the phone records that you have reviewed, not just for this time period, they talk on the phone a lot, don't they?
They do.
Okay. And when they talk, sometimes they talk for a long time, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that sometimes if you don't hear an entire conversation and you just hear a little part of it, you might not be able to put that into context with what the discussion is? Is that fair?
That's sometimes fair, yes.
You said that there were leads that you were going to follow up with respect to folks who are outside of the state of Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am, among other leads.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but were those witnesses or those suspects?
Some of both.
Okay.
We were also trying to track down the green Prius, so there were quite literally thousands of green Priuses throughout the state and the country that were potential suspect vehicles.
Okay, so you followed up on leads of where green Priuses were outside the state of Florida. Is that fair to say?
Outside and inside.
Okay.
Outside of Tallahassee is fair to say.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Just some notes about some of the calls. Would you agree that there were several times in those calls where people were talking about traffic, how heavy the traffic was in one location or another? I think Katie does it some and Charlie does it some. Do you recall that?
Talking about traffic in South Florida?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the calls that we listened to, these are wiretap calls that have been recorded. That was your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those calls, at the point that Charlie Adelson starts to be pretty concerned about what the heck's going on, why is my family continuing to be contacted about that, you can see a change in his demeanor, right?
Certain calls you could, yes.
I mean, there are a couple calls between him and Katie where he's pretty angry, and he's letting her know that something needs to be done. Somebody needs to call this number and figure out what's going on, right?
His characterization of being angry, I don't know about, but yes, he was trying to encourage her to find out who was doing this. Correct.
And I mean, yeah, I don't want you to gauge somebody's character, but I mean, he was getting aggressive with her. Is that fair to say?
I don't think he was, in my opinion, if that's what you're asking me, my opinion is I don't think he was angry at her. I think he was upset with the situation.
Right. He was showing that.
Yes, he was being, he was showing that he was not happy.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So maybe his anger isn't at her, but he's wanting her to do something that's not been done. So he keeps on about it, right?
Yes, he's very anxious. Yes, I would agree with that.
And in some of the calls with her, he shows concern about whether this is somebody related to the people who have committed the killing. Maybe it's the police, but he's letting her know that he's concerned that this might be somebody who's involved some way, right?
I agree.
When they're talking about the brother in Broward County, Katie, you can tell in those calls, she knows Luis Rivera has been incarcerated in Broward County, and now she's getting concerned, right?
Right. She's concerned. I wasn't so sure he was catching on to that part of it.
Yeah, not that it was Luis Rivera, but
Right.
but he was concerned about it, and then she became concerned about it.
That's correct.
And his discussions about being worried about it, those were with Katie, correct?
That's correct.
When he talks to his mother, he's always reassuring her everything's fine. Sometimes it's 99% sure, 100% sure, 1,000% sure. He's got all these percentages, but he's telling his mother there's nothing to worry about. Nobody's coming after you. You're okay.
That's correct.
All right. So this investigation was pretty lengthy, fair to say.
That's fair to say.
All right. And you were involved in the investigation, I guess would be the Monday after the homicide through Mrs. Adelson's arrest, correct?
Going through today, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We want to talk about the period from when Danny Markel was killed. I should say we want to talk about, my questions are going to relate to from the date that Danny Markel was killed through the date of her arrest.
Okay.
And I know you got records of some people's records, phone records, et cetera, that were from prior to Danny being killed, correct?
Correct.
Emails, et cetera.
Correct.
And my questioning will address those as well, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. You have testified about getting a wiretap, right?
I didn't personally get the wiretap, but I've testified about the wiretap. Correct.
One was obtained in this case.
That's correct.
And when I say in this case, I'm not referring to Donna Adelson. I'm referring to there's a lot of co-conspirators that are alleged, right?
Correct.
And wiretaps were approved by the court for 2 people in the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the only wiretaps you got from the date of Danny Markel's homicide through Mrs. Adelson being arrested were on Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And Catherine Magbanowa, right?
The only ones we got on this case were. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And in this case, I mean, who I just included. I mean, you testified Luis Rivera was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And he entered a plea deal,
Correct.
okay? And Sigfredo Garcia, the one who did the killing, he was arrested.
That's correct.
And convicted. And we'll go back to that in a minute. Then you got who? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanowa, right?
That's correct.
And then you have Mrs. Adelson who's been charged, correct?
Correct.
So of those 5 people, the only wiretaps you ever got were on Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanowa, correct?
That's correct. There was a previous wiretap on Luis Rivera.
Okay, all right. When you say previous, what is that time period?
That was in 2014 and I think went into 2015.
So it was one wiretap that you got that was extended.
It was not our wiretap. It was a different agency's wiretap that were investigating him for the crime that he was incarcerated for.
Okay, not for this case.
Not for this case.
Okay.
Correct. But there were available recordings that we reviewed
Okay,
of his wiretap
okay, all right.
that assisted us with this investigation.
Okay, thank you. And to get a wiretap, there's a process you have to go through, right?
Correct.
An affidavit or basically showing probable cause has to be submitted to the court, correct?
That's correct.
A petition for a wiretap has to be submitted to the court,
Yes.
and the court reviews it, and if the court approves it based on the probable cause and the petition, here in this case, it was granted twice, right?
That's correct.
And in what has to be shown in this affidavit is probable cause, right?
Correct.
And what is your working knowledge of what probable cause means?
My working knowledge.
Yes, sir.
It's evidence that is built upon that is shows a pattern of what can be beyond a reasonable doubt. Not beyond a reasonable doubt, but brings upon reasonable suspicion upon something.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you clarified that. A probable cause affidavit is basically you have evidence that a crime has been committed, correct?
Correct.
And the particular person who's the suspect in that affidavit is probably the person who committed the crime. Is that kind of a fair way to say it?
That's one way to say it, yes.
Okay, all right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, not beyond reasonable doubt.
Okay, and when you get an arrest warrant, it's the same thing. It's just probable cause, correct?
Correct.
Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I don't think you were asked about it specifically, but as the lead investigator on the case, you're familiar with the circumstances of Mr. Markel being killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he was followed by Sigfredo and Garcia and Luis Rivera the day of his murder.
Yes, ma'am.
They followed him from his house to the preschool that the children went to, right?
Correct.
They watched him walk the children into the school, correct?
That's correct.
And then when he left the school and went to the gym, they followed him there, right?
Correct.
And after he was done with the gym, they followed him to his home.
That's correct.
Okay. And during the course of this morning, besides those actions, what's happening is there's communication between Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson, right?
That's correct.
And they're exes at this time. The divorce is final, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the communication that was spoken of here was Danny Markel. He leaves a voicemail for Wendy that morning, right?
I believe so. That's correct.
I can't recall if you were the witness where that was played or not. Were you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to it?
It's been a long time ago.
Would you agree with me that it was a pretty pleasant message?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Markel was being friendly about, he and Wendy potentially getting together to discuss one of the children's school that they might be going to, right?
Yes.
He even
Yes.
suggests, I think, that they could meet at the school and take a walk and talk about it, right?
I don't recall that part, but it was pleasant.
Okay. You are familiar with the text messages that took place between them after that phone call, right?
It's been years since I've looked at them.
Okay. You're not going to be able to answer any of my questions about those then.
I might not be able to. You can try.
We got other witnesses. We'll go on if you don't know them, okay?
Okay.
Based on all of the evidence in the case, Mr. Markel didn't know what was happening, did he?
He didn't know what was going to happen to him?
Right.
No, ma'am, I don't believe he did.
He didn't know he was being followed. You don't have any evidence that he was aware of that.
No, ma'am, we do not believe that.
Okay. And you have surveillance footage at the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare, at the gym and some cross traffic cameras. I don't remember the daycare.
Okay. I might have misspoken on that. I apologize.
Okay.
But Mr. Markel, being unaware of what was going to happen to him that morning, he was just kind of going about life as usual. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When he took his children to the preschool and hugged and kissed them and sent them on in the room, he didn't know that was the last time he was going to see him.
He did not.
And those children certainly didn't know that was the last time they were ever in their lives going to see their father.
No, they didn't.
And we've gone through, they go to the gym, they follow Sigfredo Garcia, and sometimes I mess up their names, Luis Rivera,
Yes, ma'am.
follow him in their car back to his home, right?
Correct.
And the evidence is that Sigfredo Garcia, they pull up behind Mr. Markel in his driveway, right?
Correct.
And the car's still running. Mr. Markel is still inside of it. And from the evidence you're aware of, he was talking on the phone to someone.
That's correct.
And he at least is alerted from the evidence that you obtained that somebody is in his driveway and he doesn't know who it is, right?
That's correct.
And from the evidence that you have reviewed, what happens is Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and he goes up and through the glass shoots Danny Markel twice, right?
Correct.
Once in the cheek area and one time almost right between the eyes.
That's correct.
So the investigation really begins in the case when the neighbor, I think his name was Mr. Geiger, he calls 911, correct?
Correct.
And he's already testified to what transpired that made him make that call to 911. But as soon as 911 is called, the investigation starts. Is that fair to say?
I'd agree with that.
Okay. Law enforcement was on the scene. There were a bunch of cars, right?
Correct.
And crime scene tape was put up so that the crime scene would be secure and evidence wouldn't be tampered with or trampled over, whatever. Is that right?
That's correct.
Cars were not allowed to go up towards the house, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. But people who drove up to the crime scene tape and could turn around in your investigation, they would be able to see these cars sitting out there in front of Mr. Markel's house, right?
It depends on which side of the street you're on, I believe, but I was not at the scene, so I can't really testify to that.
Okay. Have you reviewed the pictures?
I have seen pictures.
Okay. Now, I don't recall what time it is, but sometime in the afternoon, I think it was TPD, located Wendy Adelson having lunch with some friends, right?
That was TPD, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they took her back to TPD and they spoke to her, right?
They did.
Okay, you're aware of that interview?
I am.
Have you observed it?
I have.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, which is several hours long, right?
I believe so. It's been a while.
Okay. There are times when she's sitting in the room with a victim advocate alone, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes, I don't remember, was he Detective Investigator Isom?
Investigator Isom.
Investigator
Yes,
Isom comes in and speaks to her some, right?
correct.
Sherry Bennett comes in and talks to her about some things from TPD, correct?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. We'll have another witness.
Okay.
But you agree people are coming and going out of the room.
Yes, ma'am.
And Wendy Adelson, there are many Adelsons, so I'll stop saying Mrs. I'll give their first names, okay? Wendy Adelson is recorded from the time she gets into that room until they are done speaking to her and she's going to be permitted to leave, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And during the course of her being interviewed, she says many things, but she certainly says that Mr. Markel's parents are going to think that she did it, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then she starts answering questions about who it is that possibly could have done this to Mr. Markel. And she gives lots of choices. Maybe it's an angry student, right?
Right.
Maybe it's someone that got upset with him, right?
Right.
And when she talks about her family, she said that her brother had previously joked that he was going to get a hitman, but instead it was cheaper to get her a TV, correct?
Correct.
And when asked about who was angry, she said that her parents disliked him more than anyone. Those were her statements, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And from that date that she's interviewed there and she gives statements, fair to say that her family become suspects.
It depends on whose definition of suspects you have, but they are persons of interest.
Persons of interest, okay, from that time period.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many suspects did you have from the time Mr. Markel was killed through Donna Adelson being arrested?
Suspects?
Yes, sir.
I would call them persons of interest.
I'm sorry. We'll use your word.
Yeah, we had a lot of persons of interest throughout the case.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you a number, but there was numerous.
You followed up on numerous persons of interest.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were there numerous persons of interest before you were focused in on the Adelson family?
About a year.
A year?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't consider in the first year the Adelson family as persons of interest?
I considered them. You asked me if I was focused, and I was focused about a year in.
Okay. On them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was an investigation going on regarding the Adelsons from the time that Wendy started saying these comments, right?
They were part of the investigation.
Okay. I mean, bank records were obtained very early on the Adelson family, correct?
That's correct.
And those were updated throughout the entire investigation, right?
There was different times during the investigation they were updated. After they became main suspects and we identified Louis Rivera, we definitely did then.
Okay. And starting on July the 21st of 2014, up through the day that Donna Adelson was arrested, you stayed actively involved in the investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were even there when she was arrested, correct?
I was there on every single arrest. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
You're invested in the case because you were the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever made a mistake in your work?
Sure.
Have you ever initially assumed that one person might be a suspect or a person of interest, and later it turned out that they were not the one that committed the crime?
Not a suspect. No, ma'am.
No, not a person of interest.
Maybe a person of interest. Yes. Not a suspect.
You've been right from the time you thought that they were a person of interest through them being arrested. Not made a mistake.
As a suspect I deem as somebody we have probable cause on.
Okay. All right. So not just TPD and not just you with the FBI. There were several agencies who were involved in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Not for the investigation. I would disagree with that.
You would. So the state attorney's office investigator was not involved in the investigation?
Later on he was, but there's not several agencies. There was just a few that assisted. Yes.
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department got involved, did they not?
They assisted, correct.
And they assisted with the search warrant in Mrs. Adelson, Donna Adelson's home, right?
That's correct.
They were there when she was arrested. Is that right?
I believe that was the Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade. There's different agencies down there, so
Yes.
different agencies would assist when we needed help. Yes.
So some agency down there was there for her arrest.
Right. What I'm saying is there's not a bunch of agencies who were invested in the case throughout the entire investigation.
Oh, sure.
There's
I
several
mean,
that assisted.
there
Yes.
are main investigative agencies, yourself and TPD.
Yes, correct.
But there were others who were involved as well.
That were involved that assisted us, yes.
Right. Even the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in assisting, right?
That's correct.
And so fair to say you had resources that were beyond just TPD, correct?
Correct.
And the evidence that's been collected in this case has been for years, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're like, at this point, unfortunately, Mr. Markel has been gone for, is my math right? 11 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And the different kinds of evidence that was obtained in this case include a lot of emails.
I'd agree with that.
One witness testified that there were hundreds of thousands of emails that were obtained in this case.
I don't know what another witness testified to this.
No, I'm asking your knowledge. You're aware that there were hundreds of thousands.
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And in addition to having these emails, you also recovered a lot of text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, hundreds of thousands of emails, I can tell you from my experience in this case, that's not easy to go through, is it?
No, ma'am.
So were a lot of people involved in reviewing the emails for the investigation?
TPD had people that reviewed the emails.
Okay. And I'm sure you're not familiar with all hundreds of thousands of them. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
The ones that have been presented here with the state and you going over with them, preparing for court, some of them have been introduced into evidence, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And also, in addition to that, there are, even though you don't have recorded calls until the bump, I guess?
That's fair to say. I could be mistaken, but I think that's probably the first recorded calls.
And when I say recorded calls, I mean the wire calls. That's what you have that you've testified to here in court.
We had some wire calls prior to the bump, like the
What-
first, like about a week before the bump.
Mr. Rivera, are you referring to?
No, ma'am. We started the wire before the bump.
Okay, give me those dates.
I can refresh my note, look
Please
at my
do.
notes, refresh my memory.
Yeah, please do.
You see, you can't tickle the wire unless there is a wire. So obviously they had the wiretaps in place prior to the bump. Right? I got to get that right. Right? Correct? Right?
It looks like 4/8 of 16 is when we started the wire on Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Catherine McManus.
And that went all the way through, is it June the 7th?
I should refer to my notes again.
Please do.
I don't have that on my timeline, but that sounds about right. June 7th is when, well, actually, I do have. So we did actually get another couple of wires after Sigfredo was arrested. I'm sorry, after I interviewed Mr. Garcia, he went and bought 2 burner phones, and we went up on those phones also.
Okay.
As he was arrested, I interviewed him, released him. He went and bought 2 burner phones. We went up on those phones also, and then we ended up arresting him. And then shortly after that, we went down on all the wires, on the 2 wires and his 2 burner phones.
Okay. With respect to Charlie Adelson and Catherine McManus, those ended around June the 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's correct.
Okay. In addition to those recorded calls that you have, you also, in this investigation, have what's called call detail records from even before Mr. Markel was killed, right?
Yes, call detail records showing the calls back and forth, date and times. Just, yes, ma'am.
Not just back and forth between people here, but other people too.
Right. All their phone, it's their phone records. There's no content. Is what it is. It's the
Correct.
call detail records. Yes, ma'am.
So you got those for an extended period of time, right?
We did.
Many years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about TPD reviewing the emails, the hundreds of thousands of emails. How about the recorded calls? Was someone listening in on those
Which recorded calls?
for the bump?
So you're talking about the wire calls?
Yes. Mhm.
Yes, we had people who had to live monitor those calls. We can't just record them without somebody sitting there and listening to them. They have to minimize them as they go.
let's talk about minimizing. Minimizing is when there's a point in a call where something's being discussed that's not relevant to your investigation. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And so the minimization takes place in that click. We're not recording that part. We're not listening to the part. How does that work?
Yeah, they hit a button and it stops recording and stops listening.
Okay.
And then they give a certain amount of time. They go back in and start listening again to see if there's anything relevant
Okay.
to the conversation.
All right. And in some of these calls that have been admitted, they could be extended calls, many minutes, but there's only a very short period of time that's relevant to this case. Is that fair to say?
That's that officer who's actually monitoring at that time. That's their determination. So they've been instructed on how to do the minimization, and they listen to the best of their knowledge, and they make those determinations of whether they think it's relevant or not.
Okay. But you would agree that some of these calls, well, let's just give an example. There's a call on April the 15th of 2016. If you look at your summary, 8:32 p.m. And it says it's 50 minutes and 9 seconds. Do you see that?
You said April 15th. You have the call number?
2016. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 989.
Oh, perfect. Yes, ma'am. I see it. 50 minutes long. Yes, ma'am.
For 50 minutes, they're talking, but they're not talking about this case for 50 minutes. Fair to say?
Fair to say they're not talking about this case in regards to the actual, I would say it's relevant to the case.
It's relevant to the case.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they're talking about Charlie wanting to buy a go-kart and become a professional go-kart driver, that's relevant to the case?
I believe some of that was minimized.
Right. So my point is, if it's a 50-minute call, that doesn't mean the 50 minutes are about this case, right?
No, all 50 minutes of it? No, ma'am.
Okay. So we may have heard 2 minutes in some of these calls that say they're lengthy.
Correct.
I mean, some of the calls we listen to completely, 10-minute calls, 15-minute calls, we listen to those entirely, right?
Some of them we did, yes.
Okay. But most of them we're looking at segments, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So where it says the duration of the call, you're not saying that the duration is they've spoken on the phone about this case for that period of time.
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. I know I'm going to get this wrong because I get things wrong. So I'm not going to pronounce this right. I can't remember. Is it Jeffrey Lacoste, something?
I say Lacoste, but
Okay,
I don't know
Lacoste.
either.
All right. Was he a person of interest?
I didn't deal with Mr. Lacoste. I never interviewed him. I had no real dealings with him. So
As far as your knowledge in the investigation, was he a person of interest?
at some point, I'm sure he was.
Wendy Adelson, in her interview, didn't actually offer up Jeff Lacoste as a suspect, did she?
I don't know what you mean, offer him up as a suspect.
Well, when law enforcement's asking her who could have done this, she doesn't say, oh, I've got this ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, and he probably did it. She doesn't say that, does she?
I don't believe so.
In fact, she has a friend come into the interview room with her. You recall that?
Not really.
You don't?
No.
Okay, that's okay. We'll get him to play it. You recall that it's that friend who says Jeff Lacoste.
I don't.
That's okay.
Sorry.
We'll play it. How many witnesses do you think you interviewed?
Witnesses?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even.
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds. No,
Less than 50?
less than 50.
25?
Witnesses? Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay. And what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally,
Yes, sir.
just a handful.
Handful. was a call RR, and there's so many calls, that's not going to ring a bell to you, I'm sure. I'm not even sure if looking at your summary, it's going to ring a bell. But you were here when the calls were played, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
And call RR is on April the 29th of 2016 between Catherine Magbanawa and Charlie Adelson. It says the duration is 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that there was a call played, a recording played yesterday, where they're talking and there are some pretty inappropriate comments about her breasts? That's not how he or she referred to them, but remember that call?
I do.
And at that time, Catherine Magbanawa is going into Charlie Adelson's garage. You recall that?
I do.
Do you remember him telling her to take off her shirt so that she would know how to get into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from your investigation, the reference for that is she has a tattoo on her ribs that is 1214, and that happens to be his garage code, correct?
That's what I've been told. I haven't seen it.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the information that was obtained in these recorded calls was used in your investigation to determine if you're moving forward on a person or not? Is that fair to say?
That was a piece of it.
Okay.
Yes.
It was. Okay. Charlie Adelson, in the Dolce Vita recording, that was played with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where Katie and Charlie are meeting at a restaurant, right?
Correct.
April 20th of 2016.
Yes, ma'am. Sounds right.
And in addition to a recording inside the restaurant where they're talking, I guess there's some pictures also, right?
Inside the restaurant?
Outside the restaurant, they take pictures.
Outside the restaurant when they were on the sidewalk. Yes, ma'am.
That's before or after they go inside?
After.
Okay, so they go inside and they're there for an extended period of time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And there's one or more agent or officer of some sort in there with concealed recording devices trying to capture their conversation, right?
Correct.
And you recall that in Dolce Vita, Charlie tells Katie, "Trust me, I'll keep you full time, so you're going to get your checks." He says that, doesn't he?
I believe he did, yes.
And you considered that as part of your investigation?
Considered that statement?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, so we've had the agencies that have helped in some way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And TPD was responsible for reviewing the emails. Who was responsible for listening to the calls?
It was TPD was monitoring the calls. They had officers assigned to shifts
Okay.
monitoring the calls
And they did-
live.
Live, they did it around the clock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Well,
the-
I don't recall doing a night shift, a late night shift, but we could have. I don't remember.
Okay, many hours a day.
9 years
They're
ago.
listening in on all the phone calls of Magbanawa and Charlie Adelson. Is that
Yes,
fair to
ma'am.
say? Okay.
Correct.
And these people who are listening in, how are they getting the information to the investigators on the case when they hear something that they think is relevant? How does that process work?
There's different ways. Sometimes they would call us directly. Sometimes myself or investigator Ison would be in there, or other people on the squad would be in there, or they would relay the information through different means.
Okay, and you say in there, you mean actually in there where they're listening to the call?
In the wire room, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you actually listening in on the calls as well?
No, ma'am. I was mostly in South Florida
Okay,
during a lot of the wire. I
Okay.
would go in there and review calls because we can go in there and they would mark them pertinent, what was pertinent, non-pertinent. So we would have to go in and listen to calls that had already been made and recorded. And that's where we would have to go to listen to them.
okay, when you say mark permanent, what did you say?
Pertinent.
Pertinent, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Pertinent or not pertinent. you said they're marked that way. Did you get some kind of printout or something that showed you that?
There's a database, computer database that we could go in and log in and see these calls listed. Yes, ma'am.
And so yourself and ISOM and maybe others had access to go in and listen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If there was something really urgent, is somebody letting you know that right away?
Yes, usually we left them instructions
Okay.
to do that.
And
Yes.
something urgent would be, oh my goodness, somebody's meeting up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the resources that you had in South Florida at the time, including yourself, is some of these people are going to be meeting up. We need to go see what we can capture. Is that right?
There was a short period after the bump that we did that, not throughout a long period of time, of course.
Sure, right. Okay. During the bump that's going on, that I'm referring to the bump as not just the day they meet on the street, but that period of time where you have the wire live down there. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during that period of time, yourself, you were there. Were there other people on standby to assist you,
I had some other FBI agents that are assigned to Miami Division that were assisting me.
including the individuals who went in and did the recordings? Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you were there for some of them. Which ones were you there for?
For some of what?
The meetings that were recorded.
I was there for the bump. I was there for the next day meeting with Mrs. Adelson and Mr. Charlie Adelson when they met on the boardwalk. I was there. I mean, I was in South Florida the whole time. Whether I was physically at the meeting, it's hard to say. I was outside of Dolce Vita. I did not go in because I had already been close to Mr. Adelson and Mrs. Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson the day that they met on the boardwalk. I was pretty close to them, so I wasn't sure if they noticed me or not. So I didn't go back in and get close to them again after that. So I did not go into Dolce Vita. I did not go into Matsuri. I was outside, but not inside the restaurants.
Okay. And when you said you'd already been close to them, you mean in proximity, not that they were aware of you and what your job was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And also in this case, there was use of, I guess, firearms experts. Was that at FDLE?
That would have been FDLE.
And the purpose of that in the investigation was to determine if both of the projectiles came from the same weapon, right?
I don't believe we had that examination done.
That's okay. That if you don't recall it all, we'll
'Cause we
talk about that
didn't-
from somebody else. Yes,
We
sir.
didn't recover the weapon, so we did not have a
You
weapon
didn't
to
have the weapon,
compare.
right?
Right, to
But you
compare.
you can compare two projectiles from the markings on them to see if they came from the
You
same
could.
weapon. Okay,
Correct.
all right. And you said you had surveillance videos from the gym.
From Premier Gym, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where else did you have surveillance video footage?
At which point?
Any point in this
The
investigation?
whole investigation?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. I know we had some traffic cameras from the time of his drive.
You're talking about when
Mr. Markel was driving the kids to the daycare.
Right.
And when he was driving to the gym.
Okay.
We had bus surveillance video.
Okay.
You're referring to surveillance video. We had some surveillance video of inside Dolce Vita, along with the recording. We had some recordings of when they came out of Dolce Vita. That's all I can recall right now. I'm sure there's probably more,
Probably more. Okay.
possibly.
Okay.
Oh, surveillance video from the bank when I located Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia going to the bank. Immediately following the homicide on the way back from Tallahassee, they stopped at a bank and an ATM. I
Right.
got surveillance video from that ATM.
Right. Let
Hmm.
me ask you this. The co-conspirators is how I refer to them, the co-conspirators that have been tried and convicted. The first question is, were they followed prior to their arrests?
Which ones specifically?
Any of the ones that have been tried and convicted?
Followed prior to their arrest?
Yes.
Like the day of their arrest or
No,
anytime?
Anytime before that.
Yes. Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McManua, I had electronic video surveillance on their residence.
That means somebody's there watching their residence?
No, ma'am.
How do you get that then?
We use cameras.
Cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't want you to.
And we also did some surveillance on Catherine McBanwa when she went to go meet Charlie Adelson to pick up checks before the bump. We did surveillance on her then.
How did you know she was going to pick up checks?
We were already up on the wire that
Okay.
week prior. And that's the photo that was shown to me earlier in the trial of her getting out of the black car and getting into Charlie's car.
That was for picking up checks.
Yes, ma'am.
The check she picked up came from Charlie Adelson.
Well, he gave her the check that day.
Okay.
Correct.
Pretty incredible that you were able to determine the vehicle and find it throughout Tallahassee on bus cameras. Is that what you used? You said you used?
That wasn't me particularly. That was TPD.
It was
TPD
used
did a
in the
great
invest-
job. They
Yeah.
did a great job of going back with the timeline of the neighbor and everything. And once they saw the video at premiere and were able to see the vehicle there, they knew the time frames and they went back and got all the video. They did an outstanding job on that.
Yeah. The people that were conducting surveillance, if you will, on the co-conspirators who've been charged, were they with the FBI, your folks, or were they with a different agency?
The one that I just spoke about with Charlie and Katie, they were FBI personnel doing that surveillance. The video surveillance I did through the FBI.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe all the ones in South Florida were probably all FBI.
In addition to the people who've been convicted of this offense, was my client, Donna Adelson, did someone watch her comings and goings at any point?
Yes.
And when was that?
Leading up to the bump, I had FBI personnel doing surveillance to get a pattern of life so we could find out where she was going, so we could come up with an idea of where to conduct the bump at.
Okay, and that was where she would be outside walking? Is that fair?
Correct. When she went to go pick up Mr. Markel's children from preschool, we were able to determine what time she left out of there, and it was a consistent time every day that she went to go pick the children up from school. So we determined that was a good time to set up the operation because we had a known time when that was going to occur.
Right, and was she followed in her vehicle, places that she traveled to?
I don't recall exactly if she was followed in her vehicle. It's possible, though, during that time period, trying to get a pattern of life.
In determining this pattern of life where she walks her grandchildren to the school before school starts and then walks back to pick them up, were you present for observing that?
Not on those days. On the day of the bump, I was.
Okay. But you got that information from whoever in the FBI was doing the surveillance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the live surveillance, the recordings that you've had, folks have been retained to do an enhancement of some of those things, correct?
That's correct.
So if the recording doesn't sound real clear from what you obtained in your equipment when you went in, an enhancement means that you basically block out some of the outside noise, if you will, and then you can hear the voice of the person speaking that you want to hear. You can hear them more clearly. Is that correct?
It's a clarification. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to all of the things we've talked about, cell phones were recovered in this case by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And some computers as well, correct?
Correct.
And those were searched, right?
As far as I know, yes.
You didn't participate in that part,
No, ma'am.
but you're aware in the investigation that material that has been used in prosecuting these individuals came from those phones and computers, right?
I am.
Okay. Now, you never got a wiretap on Donna Adelson's phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
And 1 year into it, you decided that did she move from a person of interest to a suspect? I don't remember how you worded it.
Yes, ma'am. Once I identified Sigfredo Garcia as being in Tallahassee the day of the murder at the gym and identified Luis Rivera, we were able to go back and get phone records. And that's when I was able to link back to the Adelson family.
Okay. And you've testified on direct when each person was arrested. I guess it would have been Garcia first, and then Rivera was already incarcerated, right?
That's correct. We still visited him, and he was. I can't remember if it was a complaint or an indictment, but he was still indicted under this case.
He was indicted, okay. But at the time he was indicted, he was serving a prison sentence in federal prison, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. He was in Coleman FCI at the time.
And his sentence for his federal case was what?
I believe it was 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been a while.
Okay. And in this case, he assisted law enforcement. We've heard testimony of that. You're aware of that?
Eventually he did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And his assistance was taking you places, explaining things. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We drove him around Tallahassee and let him explain things, and then we drove him down to South Florida looking for the weapon.
Down to South Florida looking for the weapon. That's where you thought the weapon was?
Yes, ma'am. That's where he told us that they ditched the weapon, was on the way to South Florida. It was along the road on the way to South Florida when they threw the weapon in the river.
And whereabouts, do you recall, whereabouts was that between Tallahassee and where they went to when the homicide was over in South Florida?
Where he said he dumped the weapon?
Yes, where did
Yes, ma'am. It was in Tampa, outside of Tampa.
Okay.
We finally identified a bridge that he thought looked like the bridge that him and Sigfredo actually threw the gun away, but he was driving.
But you didn't locate it?
No, ma'am. We did extensive searches for the weapon.
He told you what kind of gun was used, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that gun? What type?
It was a .38. I don't remember if it was Smith & Wesson, but it's been a while.
It was a revolver, right?
It was a revolver, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
You recall that in around June of 2016, so after this bump period and the ending of the wiretap, that the probable cause in this case, it was leaked out, wasn't it?
That's what I was told.
And TPD actually held a press conference, right?
They did hold a press conference at some point, yes.
And the Adelson family, according to what TPD said and those probable cause affidavit, the Adelson family were announced as being considered as suspects, right?
I don't believe they talked about that at the press conference at all. I think they just, at the press conference, what I remember is him just announcing Sigfredo Garcia's arrest. But that's what I recall, but it's been 9 years ago.
Sure, and it's mentioned in the probable cause too, right?
It was mentioned in the probable cause, yes, ma'am. And that's not the press conference, though.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I asked a compound question. I included them both, and obviously the first thing I said was the press conference, and that's what you picked up on. So that's my fault.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Now, from the time that Mr. Markel was murdered to the time that Donna Adelson was arrested, fair to say she lived a pretty routine life, right?
I don't know what her routine life is, but I couldn't disagree with that.
Well, during your investigation, you learned that she worked at the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
You learned that Harvey Adelson, her husband of now 54 years, did general dentistry there, right?
That's correct.
You learned that Charlie Adelson was a periodontist and worked some out of the Adelson Institute, but he also did, I guess it's dental surgery. I'm not real familiar with it, but basically he did dental surgery for many different doctors, right?
I believe it was periodontal work, but yes.
Yeah.
He traveled around and did, yeah.
I'm sorry if I misspoke. I thought surgery was the periodontist.
I don't know either.
Whatever. He was a specialist, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he did that work for several different dentists, correct?
He did. He traveled around in different offices and worked out of other people's offices.
Okay.
Is what he did.
And a lot of the calls that he made to his mother that you've listened to, he's talking to her between these appointments, right?
He is.
Okay.
During appointments, sometimes too, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Okay. During this time period from your investigation, you're aware that after Mr. Markel was murdered until the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, she and her husband left the United States several times to travel, right?
They did.
And they returned each time, right?
They did.
Okay. Back in 2019 is when the iMessage outside your house was obtained during the course of this investigation, right?
I don't know the date.
Somebody else does. But, well, I'll have to ask somebody else that. Now, on these calls that you're listening to, you're hearing what the parties are saying to each other, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not hearing any of the conversations, unless you've recorded them, of what they speak about before that, right?
I'm sorry, can you re-ask that
Yeah, sure.
question?
I mean, it's clear in these recorded phone calls that these folks are talking in person sometimes.
Correct.
They're talking about lots of issues that are recorded, but they speak outside of these recorded calls that you have.
That's correct.
So you're not privy to that if you haven't recorded it.
That's fair.
So when they're having these conversations, there are things in their mind that you're not aware of.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, all of these calls that have been played here today, they were considered as one of the pieces of your investigation, right?
One of the pieces.
Sure.
Correct.
So on call S, when Charlie says to his mother, you didn't do anything to anybody, you don't know anything, you considered that.
Yes, ma'am, we considered it.
Okay. And on these calls where Charlie Adelson is talking to his mother, you would agree that at least the majority of the conversation comes from Charlie, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Sometimes the overwhelming majority of the conversation. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes.
And there are times that Mrs. Adelson is talking to Charlie on the phone and she says, we'll meet up and talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the phone with you, right?
Yes, she does.
And you don't know where she got the idea from of why it is she's not going to talk about it on the phone, do you?
Do I know?
From your investigation, have you gotten evidence to show why it is she's saying those things?
Through my investigation,
Do you have evidence?
okay. Do I have evidence? No.
Okay. Now, Catherine McBanawa, well, Sigfredo went to trial and he was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Luis Rivera, after he was indicted, or before he was indicted, he cooperated with law enforcement, correct?
That's incorrect.
After he was indicted?
It was well after he's indicted.
Okay, sorry, I got the timeline wrong. So
Fine.
well after he's indicted on the charges, he decides he's going to cooperate, right?
Yes, it was a few months later.
Okay, and he had a 12-year sentence with the federal prison, right?
He already had that. Yes, ma'am.
Right, based on federal charges, right?
Correct.
And he got a sentence for his role in this case for a period of 19 years, correct?
Correct.
But that was to be served concurrently, meaning at the same time with the sentence that he had on his federal case, right?
I believe so.
So the additional time that he got for this homicide is 7 years, correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And Mr. Garcia is the first one to be tried and convicted, right?
He's the first one that was convicted.
Okay.
He was tried together.
Right. But that first trial of him, he's convicted, right?
Correct.
And he's sentenced to life in prison.
Correct.
And then Catherine McBanawa has a trial and she's convicted, correct?
Correct.
And she's sentenced to life in prison, right?
Correct.
And Charlie Adelson is, so we've got the first three, life in prison except for Luis Rivera, who gets basically an additional 7 years, right?
Correct.
Then you get to Charlie Adelson and he's arrested, right?
Correct.
And he has a trial, correct?
Correct.
And his defense, if you will, I mean, you were there for that trial, right?
I was there for my part of the trial. I was not allowed to be in the courtroom during the rest of the testimony.
was there at any point during the course of Mr. Charlie Adelson going to trial, getting convicted, and thereafter that you learned that his defense was that he was being extorted?
Yes, I did.
You heard that.
Yes, ma'am.
But he got convicted, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was sentenced to life in prison.
That's correct.
Okay. So then comes Catherine McBanawa after she's been convicted, and she's in prison for life, right?
Correct.
The testimony is that she gave a proffer to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
She actually gave 2 proffers first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she gave those proffers, she gave information about what she says happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's hoping, she's giving this cooperation because she's not promised anything, but hoping, as she's testified, that someday she'll see her kids, so she won't actually have to serve a life sentence. That's fair to say, right?
I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume that's correct.
Okay, and when she gives these 2 proffers, it's before she testifies against Charlie Adelson, right?
Correct.
And the first proffer that she gives is a little bit different than the story she told in 2 different trials so far, Sigfredo Garcia's and then herself, right?
I would agree with that.
She changes some information.
I don't know if she changes information. She has more information as time goes on because I believe she was minimizing the first 2 proffers, which is very, very common for defendants to do. They minimize their role in actual crimes.
Right. So when she testifies in Sigfredo Garcia's trial and then in her trial, basically.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I misunderstood what you said
didn't
about which trial.
No, I'm sorry. I can't speak over you, and I talk way too fast because the court reporter can only get one of us. So I apologize for that. It's not intentional.
I thought you said the proffer.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
So I'm changing now.
Okay.
So
okay.
she basically, when she testifies in those first 2 trials, she didn't just minimize, she didn't have involvement.
Right.
That's
she
what
lied in the first 2 trials.
She lied, straight
Yes.
up.
Correct.
Okay. And then she gives this first proffer, and she's not being completely honest there either, is she?
She's not being fully forthcoming,
Okay.
is the way I describe it.
All right. And you're in that interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else is in there with her?
Jason Newland, investigator, state attorney's office, and Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay, all right. And when you all are in there interviewing her the first time, she's not being forthcoming, and you're asking her questions, aren't you?
Correct.
And you know she's not being forthcoming because of other things you obtained in the investigation and the convictions that you've had, right?
I feel like she's holding back her involvement.
And
Correct.
at some point in that first proffer, you got so frustrated, you just got up and walked out, didn't you?
I left the room. I didn't walk out. We left the room to let her think about it. It's a strategic process to have them think about it and reconsider them not being totally honest with us. So it wasn't that I was walking out done with her.
No, you weren't done because she came back and then she gave another proffer,
Correct.
right? And from the first proffer that she gave to the second proffer that she gave, she tells more, right?
She does.
Okay. And then she gets to Charlie Adelson's trial, and by the time she gets there, she's got more information even she testifies to, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So she wasn't honest in her first testimony at her trial, right?
In her trial, correct.
Well, she testified twice. There were 2 trials she testified in first.
Correct. Her trials, she lied in her first 2 trials. Absolutely.
Okay. And she wasn't completely forthcoming in her first proffer.
Correct.
And she wasn't completely forthcoming in her second proffer.
Correct.
And she comes into the third trial the third trial is Charlie Adelson, and she provides additional information, which means she wasn't forthcoming before, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then she's been here in trial. Are you aware that she's testified here?
I'm aware she was here, but I know nothing about it.
Right, because you're under a rule that you can't talk about the case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you real familiar with all of the testimony and proffers that she's given in this case?
No.
You're not?
Not real familiar?
Yeah.
I can't say I'm real familiar. Depends on what it is, I guess.
Are you real familiar with what she testified to in Charlie's trial?
I don't know if I can say I'm real familiar with it.
That's okay. We'll get that information and get it to the jury. May I have just one moment? I left something on my table.
I'm going to start giving folksy alerts. Folksy alert, folksy. I forget things. I misspoke. That's my mistake. I told you. That's the Columbo factor. But man, if I were prepping for a test about the details of the murder that she recited, so that the Markels could enjoy that one more time, and all of the investigative work that was done. Some of it we've not even heard about before, like video surveillance that they had on Catherine Magbanua and Sigfrido Garcia prior to the wiretaps, or in conjunction with the wiretaps. Obviously, they didn't bear fruit. There was nothing great on those, so we never saw that video. But she's reinforcing what an amazing job law enforcement did in this case, and you would think so, because here we are 11 years later.
There was some
another person
testimony
on
about
trial. Crazy.
Mrs. Adelson making arrangements to take a trip to Vietnam. You've testified about that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar at least with what happened during that course of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you were intimately involved in her time period where she speaks to Charlie on the phone, and we call it the dropped call that's been played here today, where she can tell Charlie's not on the line anymore, but for some reason it continues to record, right?
Right.
Okay.
I was only familiar with that Friday. It was like 5 days after the call was made is when I was made aware of that call.
Okay, and you were made aware of it on that Friday.
Correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the call,
Yes, ma'am.
and you discussed it with the investigator at the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else in the investigation that you spoke to that about that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
That's on Friday, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So you have the information from that call on Friday. And at what point do you learn that she is getting a ticket?
Monday morning.
Monday morning, the date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Where were you at?
When I found out that she was flying,
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask you where that is.
Thank you.
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about she got a flight?
I got a call from a contact that I had reached out to. He checked again Monday. He's the same one that checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased. And he called me Monday morning, said he checked again and saw that there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay. So this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's not that. It's a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything that was traveling overseas.
Okay. So they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay. And you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was recorded that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you start looking and you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point, you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there's not a treaty, I guess. There's not a, extradition happens in different ways, correct?
That's correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much
But-
more difficult.
Right. But they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases, they do. Yes,
Right. It's kind of a case by case thing.
it is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You
I'm
didn't
not sure.
investigate that?
I didn't investigate that now.
Okay. So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall.
Don't
It
recall?
was. It could have been that morning. It could have been later in the day. I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to this call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea, besides that phone call, what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about.
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do.
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah, and they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that. I don't know.
You heard it. And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
Are you asking my opinion?
I'm asking if you believed at the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation, come to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant because she has a one-way ticket?
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I
Did
was
you
not
give input?
involved in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am. That's not my decision to make. That's the prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it.
It depends on what you mean by participate.
You
I
told me.
drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
I did, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled.
No, just in case they got a warrant.
Just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markel was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes,
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markel and sometimes other people, right?
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am. No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says outside your house. No warrant.
Correct.
You got Catherine Magbanawa, who's come through her lying and not being completely truthful, and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time that she has this trip that she's going out of the country that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there was no warrant.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's free to travel.
That's correct.
And when you're aware in the investigation that she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually called the state attorney's office on the day that she traveled, spoke to Jason Newland, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newland at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant. She's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I thought you knew that. In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to him, his mother, and that's a call G, you've never hurt or threatened anybody. And she says, I know.
Yes.
You at least considered that, right?
Sure.
So now they've packed their bags and there was no warrant, and they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
What caused you to leave Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami? Because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's that?
The state attorney's office.
They were considering getting it done.
Yes.
And you weren't going to wait to see if they were going to do it or not. You just got in your car and headed to Miami.
That's correct. Because if I waited, I would get there after she was gone.
Waited to see if they made up a decision, or waited to see if it was approved?
If they made a decision.
So what time did you leave Tallahassee to go to Miami?
It's probably 9 o'clock maybe in the morning,
And what time did you arrive in Miami?
around 6:30, somewhere around there.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Stop and get gas?
Definitely,
Maybe something to eat?
possibly.
Okay. So when you drive from Tallahassee to Miami, where did you go to?
When I got to Miami,
Yes, sir. I'm
went to
sorry.
the airport.
That was a very open-ended. I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
Got to Miami airport.
That's where you went to when you got to Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went.
It is.
Okay. And when you got there, had you been communicating on your trip with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were going to get a warrant?
Yes.
And about what time did you learn they were going to get a warrant?
That they were going to get a warrant or they got the warrant.
That they were going to try and get one. What that decision when they decided that they were going to get a warrant? Did you discuss?
From my recollection, was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock
When they obtained it or when they decided?
when they decided.
Okay, so at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're going to get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing through to see if they were going to get a warrant. But that was the decision I thought at that point.
Okay, around 3 o'clock. So you're still traveling at that time,
Yes, ma'am.
not actually there.
No.
And they know that someone calls you, I guess?
I don't recall. It was either one of the two. Yeah, either calling me or I called them.
Oh, so there was a phone communication.
There was.
You recall who spoke to?
Investigator Newland, I'm sure.
Okay, all right. So he says we've decided we're going to try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So you keep going, and when you get to the airport in Miami, where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously, you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I've been speaking with.
So
who worked
an
there.
agent from the FBI.
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him, and just to find out if he was going to be able to assist, to get the local police to assist.
Okay. And you spoke to him ahead of time. So when you got there, he's the first person you met with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And everything was in order then?
I don't know about in order, but he was in communication with the airport police.
Okay. And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes,
Yeah.
this is happening. This is where we're at with it. Yes.
You have been an investigator for many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you had told him.
Pretty much. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport, from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Just Miami, I believe it's Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I didn't talk to him. The other FBI agent talked to him, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs enforcement officers. They're plain clothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you?
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
The U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Have just 1 second, please.
I think she's actually made a couple of decent points here. The fact that all of this information you had already gathered, the wiretaps, the emails, the text messages, and you never even saw a warrant for the arrest of Donna Adelson until you got that phone call with the, weird, non-call call, the conversation with no one that mentioned Vietnam. That was on a Friday. Somebody you were working with was obviously then checking. It was a government agency, he said, checking for ticket purchases out of the country. You find on Monday that she's got one. They're going to Vietnam. You then reach out. Then you hit the road. I think it's a little disingenuous for the FBI agent to say, hey, I just hit the road. I didn't know if we're going to get one or not. The prosecution is relying on what he tells them to determine, and their investigator to determine whether they're going to get a warrant or not. They knew they were going to get a warrant, right? I mean, he's not going to hit the road on a what if. So it's just a matter of getting the process taken care of, and it happens when he's en route. I was kind of surprised they made the guy drive from Tallahassee to Miami. That is twice the drive from Tallahassee to Atlanta, which I'm very familiar with. So that's, I mean, come on, cough up a couple of bucks. I know the FBI wastes a lot of money on stuff. Give the guy a cheap airline ticket. Anyway, and he's going to the airport too. So he gets there, and that's where they set up what is ultimately the arrest. But I think there's some good points made about the delay. We think there was a strategic reason, though. But still, it sounds good to say you waited. You never got a warrant.
At the time that you left Tallahassee to go to Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
Sustained. Please approach.
So now she's suggesting that there was no need for all of this, dramatic arrest on the jetway as she's about to flee the country. That, in fact, if she had been advised that there was a warrant, she would have voluntarily turned herself in. Obviously, that makes her look better, makes the FBI look worse, like they're cowboying it. They're just trying to, make a big show of yet another Adelson arrested in the death of Dan Markel. So back to my question about strategic choices. We think they probably had plenty to issue a warrant for her arrest earlier on, but they weren't, because they were taking each of the co-conspirators, those closest to the conspiracy and to the murder, picking them off one at a time. Obviously, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and then Catherine Magban-Law, and then Charlie Adelson, and then Donna Adelson. So there is a logic behind it. There's a strategic reason for it. But just on its face, you go, hey, that's right. If they had all this stuff on Donna Adelson earlier and didn't act until they thought she was fleeing the country, then, I think it softens the powerful nature of that arrest. And I think she also, Ms. Fulford, did a good job of pointing out these guys have traveled before. This is not a big deal. I mentioned this earlier when LKB and I were just talking about the fact that Harvey, who we see there taking some copious notes, he and all of his friends, oh wait, no, the benches are empty for defendant supporters. He was there with her on this trip when she was arrested because he was there on all the trips. That's what they did. Interesting. Is she chatting? I think she is. She was actually having a conversation with the woman there who, again, I believe is a paralegal, the one that's kind of been shepherding Donna Adelson around and being there for her at times like this, where the attorneys are off huddling on other things. So I thought there are a couple of good points. I think she meandered way too much early on, reinforcing all of these horrible facts that relate to the death of Dan Markel. Instead of just cutting to the chase, because when she finally got to Donna, she made a couple of points. I'm not sure it's going to win the day, but she's pointing out some of the weaknesses that might have this jury wondering, well, yeah, why did you wait so long? And aren't there reasons she would be leaving the country? And I don't know about this. I'd like to hear more about this bar mitzvah from the Markel family. Apparently, one of the kids in the close or extended family was going to have a bar mitzvah that would, in theory, bring them back from Vietnam. We just don't know if that's all hooey or if there's some guts to that. We do know the whole thing with the visa, and supposedly you need a return ticket, and maybe they were going to get that in Dubai after they went. I'd like to know, was it a one-way ticket to Dubai and then a one-way ticket to Vietnam, or was it one ticket that had a stop in Dubai? So let's come on, counsel, help me with that.
Might have lost my train of thought.
Folksy alert, folksy alert.
May I approach the witness, John?
You may.
agent, special agent?
Either or,
Titles don't matter to you?
that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Sanford, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 60. Would you look at that for a moment before I ask you questions and just kind of review it?
Okay,
Have you seen that document before?
I believe so.
And that's Mrs. Adelson, meaning Donna Adelson's visa to travel to Vietnam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get out of your space so you can have your own space and I'll ask you questions.
Okay.
Folks, the alert.
Now, you would agree that's the visa that she obtained to go to Vietnam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was good for entry, valid. Now, some of it's in Vietnamese, and I don't know Vietnamese. You may,
No,
but
ma'am.
it has it in English, the same information right near the Vietnamese language. Do you see that?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And the visa was good for entry, valid from November the 13th, 2023, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it was good until November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2024.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date order. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. So it was until February the 2nd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2024. And that's the 90 days, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was a 90-day visa.
Correct.
And according to the visa, it was issued for the purposes of tourism, right? If you
I
kind of go down.
Yes, ma'am. I see it now.
Okay, so it was for
Tourism. Yes, ma'am.
tourism, right?
Correct.
And the visa was issued, it said it was good for single/multiple entries, right? That's up near the top.
Top. Good for single/multiple entries. Yes, ma'am.
And what that means is it's not that she can travel to Vietnam and once she leaves, she can't come back, right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
I'm not sure if that's what that means or not. I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach?
So it was for tourism, not to flee from a murder charge? Huh, curious. Thought it would say on there if it was for something other than tourism.
So when you get to the airport and you spoke to the FBI agent there, what did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, that they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
Okay. When you say we, it's this group that you've talked about, someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself?
Probably there might have been 3 of us, so we had to go through security. So that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Sure. And at some point you got to the gate where they were going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they were going to leave.
I believe so.
Okay. And you knew what Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there, you're going to obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point you saw them.
Correct.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airport is when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
We were down a little ways. It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across and there's a middle section too. So we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials and we knew that they watched the trials. So I figured they knew what I looked like. So I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together.
A couple of us were together.
Okay. I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like you get into a section, I forget what they call them, like the gates are at like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal. It
Terminal.
was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way, so a terminal. And when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but
I'm
when
not
you're
sure.
walking down towards the gate, there will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite
Correct,
side. Okay,
correct.
all right.
And
Sorry
there
about
is
that.
there's some other structures in the middle of this airport, in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores. So it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little food shops along the way and magazines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes,
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
correct.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right? If you don't
don't
remember, it doesn't
recall.
matter.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. But your testimony is you kind of went opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay, did you see them?
I did.
Okay, and when you saw them, were they seated, waiting for the flight?
I believe so.
I mean, the flight.
Seated or standing, one of the two. But they were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane in that area.
Okay, the flight wasn't scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m., right?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so you were there for a couple of hours and the warrants issued, correct?
No, I didn't get there till about 6:30. So that's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to, by the time I got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time.
Yes, ma'am.
But you saw them.
I did.
And were the other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They were at this point.
Okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
The uniform officers from
And-
Miami-Dade.
Was the officer standing with you all?
I believe he might have been. One of them was.
Okay. You pretty sure from where you are that she would not have been able to see this group of men, one of them with, I guess, insignia and gun and belt and all that? You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been able to
Absolutely.
see?
Yeah, there was no way they could see us where we were standing.
Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding the flight?
Guesstimating maybe 20 minutes.
And what do you recall them having with them?
Some small carry-on items, I don't recall.
And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was your answer? How long you were there? You saw them for how long?
Maybe 20 minutes, I don't recall.
Okay.
Could have been longer.
Did you all travel to that vicinity together?
All of us?
Yes, sir.
No, I believe it was me and me and maybe the uniform officers. I think the customs officers were already there
Okay.
before we got there.
Okay.
There's only like 3 or 4 of us that walked together down there.
So somebody was already at the gate? Is that what
I
you're
believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So they had a couple of carry-on bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I might get the terminology wrong again, but when you go, when they call you up and say, okay, sections, whatever, you can board the flight, old people, babies, all that stuff, right? They have different calling periods. Is that fair to say? Okay. So they started calling boarding for the flight. At some point, Mrs. Adelson and her husband got in the line to board the flight. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you observed that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they got in the line, and then they, at some point, I don't know what it's called, but they have to show their phone ticket or a physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scan it maybe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's where I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you by to board the plane.
Yes, ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to as a jetway? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. this particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors, and it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane. Inside of that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Okay, and that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested.
Correct.
Yeah, she went past the ticket into the jetway,
Yes, ma'am.
not actually get on the plane.
No, ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line, right?
Correct.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put their ticket in, right?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to get them not in a crowd of people, right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off, and after they threw the jetway by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, I mean, when they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them,
Right.
because it's very narrow seating
Right.
where they're sitting, and they were right in the middle of all these people. And then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people are going to the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped them, pulled them to the side, away from the line, and just began speaking with them.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them going to get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
So when they go through, the glass doors are going to open, and that's where you're going to take her into custody?
Yes, off to the side. Yes, past them, where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
People are getting on the plane. They're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
Sure.
And those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her. Were you could have taken her into custody there too, right?
Sure.
But you didn't.
No, ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate, and then you arrested her.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her, right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process that you went through. And you said they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
In your investigation, you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Checked luggage.
right, a couple of pieces, right?
Correct.
And in those couple of pieces, they had just regular clothing, right?
I assume, yes.
They didn't show up with boxes full of clothes.
No.
Okay. And
Well,
then,
I never saw the checked on luggage. I have no idea how much they checked.
okay. So in your investigation, you didn't learn that?
In my investigation, learn what?
That they only had 2 checked bags and 2 carry-ons?
No.
Okay. She obviously had her cell phone, and you've testified that you got that from her.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described this little interaction before she gave you the cell phone. She didn't fight with you, did she? Like, she wasn't swinging on you.
And she didn't try to hit me. No, ma'am.
You didn't have to take her to the ground and grab it out of her hands.
No, ma'am. I was very gentle.
Okay. You got the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the phone is part of the evidence of what you went on, and somebody downloaded and looked to see what was on it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And her husband, Harvey, he had some credit cards and a little bit of cash, right?
Mr. Adelson? I didn't search Mr. Adelson.
Okay. Did Mrs. Adelson have a bunch of cash on her?
I don't know. I didn't search her.
Okay. So you're not aware of what they got when she was taken into custody?
No.
Okay. I need to ask counsel something about your ruling, Judge. Could I have just one moment?
Please approach.
Okay, so let me get this right. There's a place where you sit before you get on the plane, and then there's this thing you scan your ticket. This is crazy, and then you walk down this plank kind of thing, and you get on that big thing that flies. Oy. So I had been thinking over some time, why didn't they just get her while she and Harvey were sitting there hanging out? Is it for effect? Is it a practical reason, like Special Agent Sanford suggests? I don't know. I could see if you have this, you've got the uniform guys from Miami-Dade PD, you've got the FBI, street clothes, still looking like FBI, as we know. Michael Easter said, people just know that you're FBI. One of them could have gone over to the Adelsons as they sat there waiting to board and said, look, can you step over here? We need to talk to you for a minute. And done it far more discreetly than storming the jetway. Now, does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. I saw somebody suggest that you can't be arrested for sitting at the airport. Well, that's true. But if there's an arrest warrant for you, you can be. So how much was for dramatic effect? Who knows? It must be time for the lunch break. I know I was working up an appetite for some airport food since I've just had a few days worth of airport food. I think Special Agent Sanford, who is generally very, very nice demeanor. Every time I spoke to him, far friendlier than he needed to be.
We will bring the jurors back in the next 5 minutes.
Ah.
If anyone needs to use the restroom, stretch your legs, please do so now.
I'm surprised. It's 12:12. Everybody's checking their watches. What's the deal? So somebody had to go to the restroom. We're taking a short break for that, but then we're coming back. And then, what, is it a late lunch today? Did anybody hear anything about scheduling from earlier today? Is there a reason they might be time shifting the lunch? Because he's normally pretty good about breaking for lunch either at or about 12 if you're not at a natural break point with a witness or a subject. But otherwise, he's usually pretty good about that. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Anyway, so I know everybody's dying to see that video. Well, the defense is not going to, I'd be shocked if they offer that video. That might not be very helpful. But they might. Who knows? So let me go through some of the points that I'm picking up as I go along. I mean, I know that her style, hey, I'm just a simple person. I don't understand crazy things like jetways and, I concourse and gates and it's all, it's all just foreign to me. So bear with me here. I think it just gets old. I think if it feels genuine, it's fine. But when it feels put on, it's not fine. And I don't think the jury appreciates it. It doesn't sell. So why go through all of the information that she went through before making the connection or reinforcing there is no connection between her client, Donna Adelson, and all the plotting, planning, and carrying out of the murder of Dan Markel? Why do that? Why reinforce all of that stuff? I learned so many things that the cops did that I was unaware of, right? There was so many bits and pieces that the prosecution didn't get into, primarily because they didn't bear fruit, right? They had special, they had additional surveillance. They had other audio recordings, that they didn't need because they didn't really help the case. But it shows, we've had so many of these cases, and of course we think obviously about the Karen Reed case, where the law enforcement effort was crap and they had nothing. These guys had so much stuff over so long a period of time. It's very hard to argue that they didn't do a good job. Very hard to argue any sort of confirmation bias, right? It's not like they started with day one, even though the interview with Wendy Adelson suggested pretty much every family member around, and then they just targeted those folks. That's not the case. That's not the way the timeline lays out here. So you have the opposite. You have years and years of investigation resulting in arrest after arrest after arrest, conviction after conviction after conviction. It just looks very methodical, very appropriate, and certainly very effective. So I don't know why she would get into all of that stuff when I think it ultimately helps her, right? Right? Correct? Okay, so I like the point she made about the minimization. I like that too. But I think some of the points she was making without an example kind of fall flat. For example, she talks about how somebody who's recording, they're listening to those calls. That's a job. I'm sorry, I don't want that job. Where you sit there and you listen to the recorded calls, and you go, this is talking about Charlie buying go-karts and becoming a professional go-kart racer. So I will hit my minimization button, and then I will undo that when they get back to something of substance. Well, that's clearly the judgment of the person listening to the call. Maybe there's some stuff that they are minimizing that is important and helps the defense. Well, great. The concept is great. Give me some examples. Let's flesh that out a little bit. She started right off with that kind of idea. What about some of these calls if they're out of context? Because we're hearing this chunk. And in most cases, if you think back to yesterday's grueling voice recordings, most of them were start to finish, as bad as they might have been. You heard the phone ring, you heard the bye-bye at the end, but there were some that you heard portions of. Okay, fine. If you're going to suggest that seeing those out of context is misleading to the jury somehow, then give us the example. You just hang that out in the ether without the follow-up. It's something. It's just not. I don't think it's very effective. So Let's see. Yeah, the minimization, I think that was good. Too bad it didn't pay off. Oh, and then she starts talking about, I was waiting for her to mention Jane, the Jane factor. So she starts talking about the interview that Wendy Adelson has with the cops. She goes through the whole, he picked her up at the restaurant there, and it's the restaurant that's no longer there, unfortunately. Brings her in. They talk for 5-6 hours. Jane comes in, and of course, we know Jane. She Janeifies the interview, and she's the one that mentions the possibility of Jeff Lacasse. It's Lacasse, not Lacoste. That hey, they really should look at Jeff. You should tell them about Jeff. Tell them. I don't know what Jane's deal is, but she definitely put the cops on to Jeff. And then through the course of the investigation, we learn, and Jeff has testified about this multiple times, that he felt he was being set up, that his route the morning of the shooting was something that Wendy was very interested in. His location between the 14th of July and the 18th, day of the shooting, was very important. She wanted to make sure he was going to be in town for that. So his take was, after the fact, yeah, I was being set up. Whether maybe Jane even planted that seed with Wendy after the fact, because Wendy never mentions him. And that was the point that was being made by Ms. Fulford, and that is that during this interview, you never threw his name out. And I'm thinking, yeah, but Jane sure as hell did, over and over and over again. And I don't know, maybe Wendy had not intended to at that point. Who knows? But Jane sure did. So she should have gone on, it seems to me. Oh, by the way, I think I don't have any tattoos, but I think I'm going to schedule one to have the garage code tattooed on my midsection. That was info I did not have. Did you know that Catherine Magbenois apparently had the garage code tattooed on her rib cage? Did you know that? Is that normal? I don't think so. And by the way, it's 1214. See, I don't even have to have it tattooed on me, and I remembered it. There was something I remember. There's been a lot of discussion about the Catherine Magbenois connection to the Adelson Institute for Dental Artistry, or whatever they're calling it. There was a phone conversation between Charlie and Catherine Magbenois early on in the wiretap process. And it's when they're speculating on who knows what and who is this person and what do they want to know. And he talks about her getting paid, and he describes what she does. He says, I know, you're coming into the office every weekend, and I'm just assuming you do because it's clean on Monday morning. So she's cleaning the office on the weekends. That's his explanation for why she's getting paid. This is way early on, and it just made me wonder, well, is that the truth, or is that just some pretty interesting lie that may be necessary down the road to justify the money? But he talked about it, and I was looking at the transcript. It was really hard to hear. It was from one of the many calls yesterday, but in the transcript, you can see he is laying out the explanation for those checks. And of course, she's just nodding along. This was before she became a potty mouth and screamed and yelled at Charlie to call the blackmailer, the extortionist, the Latin king, which he of course did. Interesting, I thought, about the Dolce Vita and the Missouri undercover camera issues, that Sanford figured, he'd gotten kind of close, physically close to the subjects during some of the prior activities. So he didn't want to go into the restaurant at all, either restaurant, either Dolce Vita or Missouri. So he stays outside in the parking lot. It's just, I guess it's something as a cop, you kind of get a sense for. You don't want to press it. You think maybe somebody's on to me. And so he stayed outside for all of that operation. Yeah, that was that wire conversation about Catherine Magbenois working was pre-bump, and so that was, they had a few wires that were already in place because they call it the bump, tickling the wire, right? So they had to be in place at the time. Never got a wiretap. Some of this stuff started to make, the defense started to make sense. You never got a wiretap on Donna Adelson's phone, right? Why not? Why wouldn't you get that? Maybe because you didn't suspect her. Maybe because you didn't have the evidence you needed. Maybe you never thought she was part of the conspiracy. So I think those are great issues to bring up and let the jury chew on and give you something to argue, of course, when you come to closings. And so the triggering mechanism, according to Sanford, was this weird, fortuitous phone conversation that was recorded, which was really Donna talking to Harvey and being recorded on her phone after the phone disconnected from the Charlie call from jail. He probably was still in jail then. That was the day after he was convicted. You don't generally go like right out the door of the courthouse to prison. There's a transition period. So he was in jail when he made that call. And that was the triggering event, according to Sanford. Maybe it was. Maybe they had planned it all along, that this was part of the strategy. Knock off this domino, this domino, this domino. No, not you, domino. And then get to, Mama Bear when all of these other things have fallen into place. Because that's when they stepped it up, came up with all of the information they needed to ask for the warrant that they did. Oh, there was a question about the conversations. And this was, I give her credit for coming up with at least an argument. She said, you don't know what these conversations were about that were not recorded, right? Because there were certainly conversations offline. That's what I use that word, offline, that phrase. She is suggesting that there were in-person meetings and you have no idea what those were about or why they wanted them, or, just because on the recorded calls, they would not talk and they would say, well, let's talk about this in person. You have no idea what that means or how those were related. Well, no, you don't, because they were offline. But the fact is, if somebody wants to have those conversations, a lot of them, not on the phone where they think they might be being recorded or listened to, what do you say? Let's not talk about this on the phone. Let's talk about it in person. So common sense is all the jury needs to apply here. Somebody doesn't want to be talking on a phone call that might be recorded. Hey, let's suggest we just talk in person. So I think it was a swing and a miss. I saw what she was trying to do. I hear the rumblings. So maybe they're taking, what time is lunch here? Maybe they've got a natural stopping point coming up here, because we're definitely pushing the normal lunch break period.
Please be seated. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just have a few more questions. Agent Sanford, these questions, I'm not asking for your belief or your opinion. I'm asking for direct evidence, okay?
Okay.
In your investigation, you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
And you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And Katie McBanawa has testified that, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it. Katie McBanawa has testified that she met Donna Adelson one time when she had a dental appointment at Adelson Institute, and they exchanged greetings at the front desk. Besides that, there's no direct connection between Katie McBanawa and Donna Adelson, is there?
Correct.
You have emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted Danny Markel to be killed?
Those exact words?
Those words. Did she say she wants him killed?
No.
Did she say she was planning to have him killed?
No.
Did she say she was hiring to have him killed?
No.
Someone to go and kill him?
No.
Did you say that she intended that he be killed?
No, she did not say that.
I don't have any further questions.
Redirect by the state.
You didn't have any direct evidence. Did you have any circumstantial evidence?
A lot.
Is it up to this jury to decide if the evidence is sufficient?
That's correct.
You were asked if you had any input on the timing of the arrest and why did you arrest when you did? That wasn't your decision to make, was it?
No.
And when did you decide you had probable cause to make an arrest of Donna Adelson?
Personally,
It's beyond the scope of direct, Your Honor, and this is an opinion testimony.
Yes, it is. You were asked your
Hold
opinion,
on.
weren't you?
Sustained, Ms. Kappelman.
You were not the person responsible for making that decision of when to go to Miami and put handcuffs on her, were you?
no, it was not.
You were asked about Charlie's defense. Wasn't Charlie's defense that he was being extorted? And was part of that defense that he and his mother, he brought his mother in on that, didn't he? He told her about it.
That's correct.
Okay, so they were both being extorted over the course of almost 2-year period before the bump, right?
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's why she was writing those checks. She was being extorted.
That's correct.
And another part of that defense was that although they were being extorted, the payroll checks weren't actually going to Catherine McBanois. She was just cashing them and then giving the money to somebody else.
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay. And that's needed to explain why he was so friendly with her, both in those calls and on the text and so forth, right?
It's all to explain everything. Yes.
It's not typically going to be sending I love you text to your extortionist, right?
Correct.
So it was, oh, I didn't know she was in on it, but now I realize she is.
Correct. He realized it after the fact, so he said.
Okay. And the killers, according to Charlie Adelson, came to Tallahassee unsolicited, unprovoked. Nobody hired them. They came and just killed Dan Markel and then hoped to be able to get some money out of Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson later.
That is what Charlie Adelson said.
Okay. And since Charlie Adelson didn't have enough money in his safe that night, the killers, through the mediator of Catherine McBanois, agreed to put him on a layaway plan to pay this money over time.
That's correct. It was a layaway plan for the extortion.
And part of the checks that Donna Adelson signed were the layaway plan to the gang member extortionists.
That's correct. That's what he said.
All right. And you were asked also about the bar mitzvah. Do you know when the bar mitzvah was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at the defendant's planner for 2014?
Yes. So January 14th at 10:30 a.m. is Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I'm sorry, I said 2014. That's not what I meant.
Oh, sorry.
What year was the bar mitzvah?
Should have been.
This is how I caused the confusion last time.
This would have been 2023, I believe.
Well,
No, I can't see it.
sorry. Let me-
Sorry, I have something to
It's
refer
like,
to.
oh my-
Sorry.
What year did she
Oh,
try to board the plane?
yeah, 2023.
She tried to board the plane in 2023. We now know the bar mitzvah was scheduled to take place in January 2024. Right?
Correct.
Okay, so it was a few months after she was scheduled to get on the plane.
That's correct.
And she knew that when she booked the plane because it's in the planner, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she knew if she was coming back for that bar mitzvah, she needed to be back no later than January 14th, right?
Correct.
Did she book a flight to return in time to attend the bar mitzvah on January 14th?
Not that I'm aware of.
It was a one-way ticket, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. There's nothing inherently illegal about traveling to Vietnam, is there?
No.
Okay. She didn't get arrested for going to Vietnam, did she?
No, ma'am.
I want to ask you about one other thing. The calls. You were asked about the snippets of the calls. That was Ms. Fulford's word, snippet. Did you participate in helping select the portions of the calls that we ended up publishing to this jury?
Some, yes.
All right. And what was the intent or purpose of selecting the portions that were selected?
So we didn't torture everyone with listening to constant Charlie Adelson and everybody else talking about things that are not relevant to the case.
Right. I mean, that was the goal. I'm not sure we accomplished it. But we made selections we thought would be helpful.
Correct.
Did we include what we thought was the appropriate context so that things would not be taken out of context?
That's correct, we did.
If the jury has concerns about that, are the totality of the duration of all of those calls that were played available on State's Exhibit 99 for them to review in the jury room?
They are.
Wait, one moment, please.
Nothing further. Agent Sanford, you may finally step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will he be recalled by either party?
Potentially, Josh.
You better run while the getting's good.
I'm going.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point in time. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any other outside information from the courtroom as well. We will resume with the trial today. Take a look at the clock. We'll resume at 1:45. Please report by 1:40. Enjoy your lunch break.
All right, then.
All right, then.
So she finally got to something at the very end, which I didn't have a real problem with. You know,
That's it. Did I text you that that's how I would begin my cross-examination? Right? That was what I texted you, right?
And there really wasn't much else.
Everyone can be seated. Before we go into the break, there is one record matter that I need to address with both the defendant and the attorneys. Ms. Adelson, if you please can rise so I can swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Ooh.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning these listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Byrd and Drina Bernhardt, you have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses. I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
Yes.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense. You understand how this cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense for the case.
Yes.
And you have consented to this particular strategy.
Yes.
And Mr. Zellman, the matter that we discussed previously at sidebar, as to the strategy, there are no other issues that the defense needs to bring to the court's attention.
Based on the court's ruling previously and reinforced this morning, no, Your Honor.
If the attorneys can approach briefly as well.
All right, that's very interesting. You know, I thought it might be, you know, a quick Q&A with Donna Adelson in anticipation of her testimony, right? You know, just are you doing this voluntarily, intelligently, et cetera. But no, this is about how the cross-examination of two witnesses is going to take place. Well, obviously, it's not this guy because we're done with Special Agent Sanford. Mm-hmm. So there are a couple of witnesses coming up that they anticipate a cross-examination that will affect the strategy of the defense.
Isn't that interesting? The strategy is always in the lawyer's purview without the consent of the client, okay? But here, wow. I mean, so who are these witnesses? I guess we're about to find out. But going back to the final cross of Fulford, she starts by going to the nitty-gritty details of the killing.
I know, and I mentioned that. It was like brutal. You see the Markels again having to relive, you know, shot by shot.
Right.
It's brutal. And to what end?
Right. To what end? And the line of questioning at the end was how I began. I texted you. I said, you have 11 years of investigation, X amount of wiretaps, 120,000 hours of this. How many times where at any of that does my client say Dan Markel should be killed? Where are my clients is my client authorizing the killing of Dan Markel? Where is my client ever saying she was responsible for Markel hit? Where is my client talking to
we
Fredo
will have
Garcia?
our lunch break.
That's how I would have had a 5-minute
cross
cross-examination with that. He would have said nowhere. Thank you very much. It's that now.
Yeah.
Ms. Kappelman, as far as the number of witnesses that we still have remaining, the state intends to call them all today.
What's the original plan, Judge? We'll see what we can do.
Best laid plans. All right, assuming that the state's case will need to extend in any way into Tuesday as to the last of the listed witnesses, the defense will need to be prepared to argue any mid-trial motions and have all witnesses ready to begin on Tuesday as well if the state does not finish today.
Yes, sir. I believe our first witness is the one that's going to be flying in from the West Coast. She'll be in town Sunday evening. We'll prep with her Monday, and she'll be here Tuesday. Her flight out, I don't think on Tuesday evening is until after 5, so we'll have plenty of time for her testimony.
All right, we'll resume at 1:40.
Thank you.
All right. So yeah, your questions were better than hers, but at least she got close. At least she was getting to it. And then I don't have a real problem with her pointing out the fact that the arrest was so far down the road that all of these other things that they believe support guilt, they knew long before they got the arrest warrant. I think that was valid. I think it was okay to point that out.
Sure.
But I think it was, strategic because they had a reason to take each of these pegs down one at a time.
Yeah, that's what the jury is probably going to think.
Yes.
But at the very end, the redirect or the questioning was at the very end that she asked Sanford, do you know they were planning to come back to Vietnam from bat mitzvah, right?
Yeah. And that was I said, when is it? When's the bat mitzvah? Or bar mitzvah?
Right.
When is that happening?
Well, I think it was a bat mitzvah. It was never on. I didn't hear anything on tape. Now, maybe there was something on tape. And then the answer was they had a one-way ticket. They had visas. They discussed fleeing because it was a non-extradition country.
What do you think about Fulford pointing out that extradition is available from Vietnam for murder?
I thought that was interesting, right?
That was good.
That was good. That was good. But is that right? Is that correct?
I believe it is. I believe long ago I did some just brief research on that, which made me wonder, well, I guess they didn't, they being the Adelsons, didn't research that. Or they did and didn't care because she had nothing to do with it. I mean, it's hard to say. But it was a point that should have been raised, and I think that it was good she did.
No, I think that was a good point, and maybe she didn't know because remember she asked Wendy. She wanted Wendy to talk to look more into the extradition, right? And what the
she was going to be the business she wanted to talk to her about included the visa.
Right.
So, and I think then she started talking about when I first heard about the bar mitzvah. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Remember, the visa covered up through February. I think it was 2nd. It's a 90-day visa, and the bar mitzvah fell within that time period.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's an argument there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to, if you're just freewheeling traveling. I've never had the luxury, but if you just have kind of an open-ended plan. What's wrong with getting a ticket there, hopscotching around, doing whatever you're going to do,
right,
and then coming back in time, in this case, for that event in mid-January? That's not inconceivable. I've seen some folks.
Is that who's coming in from the West Coast to talk about? Somebody's got to come in and talk about who.
Some family member, you think?
Yeah, a friend whose son was getting or a daughter. It's a bat mitzvah. So.
Oh, it is a bat. I thought it was a bar. Okay.
Yeah.
That's about all I know about those events: bat and bar, girl, boy. And I also know that I've been to some that are bigger than any wedding I've ever been to. So
yes, this is true.
They are pretty, and bring your appetite.
So the point would be that there is extradition, but that doesn't mean that that Donna knew that because she seemed to not know that, right?
Yeah.
Did she?
Yep.
Did she try to give up her attorney and suggest the attorney suggest we could make it or something? Was there something that I heard?
Was it a reference to Dan?
Yes. Yes.
I'm trying to remember the context of
Yeah,
that, but she has thrown his
Mhm.
name into a few of these conversations. The other thing that I noted was what was it a reference to? It was, hold on. Where was that note? Oh, I think she tried to make a big deal out of Sanford leaving Tallahassee. I've already mentioned how it was so crazy that they made him drive. That's talk about a drive. You know, could you not just get the guy a cheap ticket from Tallahassee to Miami? So he's driving. There's no way, in my opinion, that he hit the road not being 99% sure he was going to have a warrant, right?
Right.
And to make it sound like
Right.
the prosecution doesn't listen to law enforcement, like they just on their own decide, let's get a warrant. Obviously, they don't get a warrant unless they got to have an affidavit from the affiant, which is going to be either Sanford or somebody else in the investigation. They're going to give that to the court to get the warrant. So they knew all of that was unfolding. So I'm not buying that whole, we were just hoping, and if we got one, I'd be there. No.
Yeah. And no one showed the arrest on the jetway, right?
No, and everybody was begging for it, of course.
Even silence, right? Even in silence, no one showed it.
No, and it's too bad, and I just don't remember in the pretrial motions a ruling that would have prohibited it. I do remember it coming up, and it was taken under advisement, and I just, maybe it was precluded. I'm going to have to research that, because if I'm the prosecution, clearly I want that. Why am I worrying about a Q&A about her resisting giving her phone? If I can show it, then let's see it.
I can show it, right? If I see it, I'd rather them see it.
What do you think about the? I talked about it a little bit in your absence, but the fact that they were all huddled there for at least 20 minutes before they got on the plane, and then waited till it happened on the jetway. And Sanford's excuse explanation was that, well, it was less showy and less in the middle of everything, and we were able to kind of carve out a little niche in a smaller group, because they're strung out along the jetway. I thought that they easily could have just approached them, one person from this cadre, hey, can we talk with you folks here, out of the way, far more discreet. Do you think they wanted to make a big show?
No, here's what I had actually told the jetway, that they wanted to make sure they were actually going. So once they pass through the ticket counter and they give it, and then they're past the jetway where other people.
I like that.
All right.
And I thought of that too, because it shows the intent.
That I think that's it, because they're also they're just waiting at the airport. They have.
Why would he say that? He should say that, because that makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
he should have said. Every step they take, literally and figuratively, to getting on that plane and taking off to a no extradition country, is further evidence of their intent to flee. Because they, what if they get to the boarding and they're like, turn
around, I don't want to go.
Let's, So that to me was a more valid, logical strategy, but he didn't say that.
And I'm surprised, because to me, that's exactly what I would have told them. Let them get through the jetway, because that way it shows they're boarding the plane.
And the ticket's now been accepted. That's that's the last step, because you can cancel the ticket, whatever the cost might be. Oh, I know somebody said who buys one-way tickets everywhere? They're more expensive. Nobody's crying over the Adelson's bank accounts. All right, they can afford one-way tickets anywhere they want to go at any time, first class or otherwise. I wish I'd heard if it was first class or not. I think that'd be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. So we didn't talk about the what I thought was a damning piece of evidence that we hadn't heard about, which was the day planner from 2014, because Wendy had been divorced, remember, for 2 years already, because that's why the relocation motion then came up in 2013. So she's divorced in 2012 sometime, or around.
I think it was late that year. Yeah,
late that year. So then the relocation's 2013. It's the 2014 day planner that Mrs. Adelson, Donna, has the name of the car, Dan Markel's car, and the plate number.
Why would you need that? And that begs that question. Why in the world would you need that little cryptic note in your day planner?
Right. In 2014. All right,
Yeah.
that's the thing. I mean, so and you don't have a name with the note, right? It's just there. So like you can remember to give it to somebody, and it's just there. But you know what it is. And then she, she has that in between. Wendy has Dr. Leah or something, and her Nespresso Club membership. Okay. So I think that was, we had not heard that. That's new. I thought that was a pretty damning piece of evidence.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And here's something I took away from that as well. It was an 08 Accord, I think it was.
Yeah, an 08 Accord.
Is that right?
I believe, yeah.
And then they showed another car. They listed 2 cars.
Right.
So, obviously if somebody's trying to track him down and he's not in his car that day, here's another car he might be using.
Right.
But those are both.
But only one had the plate.
Yes, that's true. But it's clear that there was like, these are the 2 cars, and maybe they couldn't get the plate on the other one because it wasn't his primary vehicle. But these are very sensible cars, not extravagant, not probably cars that the Adelson family would not be caught dead driving. I just saw them as like they're just regular person cars. They're just an aside, because I think there was some class struggle there from the Donna Adelson viewpoint.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it seemed. Any other high points in cross-examination? I mean, I just thought the ending was what she should have been doing with, all of that, everything, no place. And then, by the way, and you've had all this information for 5 years, and then you choose to arrest her. When they've been to Vietnam, they've retired from this practice, they could travel anywhere they want, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and she took a break just before she came back with those punchy little final questions. So whether it was Zellman and her referring, or it was already planned, and she wanted to save those and wanted to find out, is there anything else I need to cover before I get to my big finish? Yeah. Because she didn't. She came right back and did those punchy, like 4 questions.
Yeah. So I had about 7. I would have done. Spread it out. I would have spread.
You had them broken down a little bit more.
A little more, and that was just with my terrible texting, as you know. But anything between the horrible beginning of the cross, and I will say that, and I know it's a very difficult. Doug Weinstein was on for it. It is a very difficult cross to do.
Sure.
But I don't think I would start with the killing of Dan Markel and having to go through it again.
No, the only references I would make to that are that they got the guys. They got them already, So what was it? You knew all of these things about Donna Adelson while you were investigating, arresting, ultimately convicting these folks who did the crime. Why? What were you waiting for? Right. Why did you not come after Donna Adelson when you had all the information you ultimately used to make the arrest? And I think to rely only on that one Vietnam reference in that call is pretty thin when they had so much other stuff. Well, I would be pounded away on that. I guess there's a reason you didn't, because you didn't think she was involved. That's why you never did it. That's what you say. You didn't think you had the proof that she was involved, right? So you're just rushing here, and then you couldn't get anything. And that's what that's obviously, maybe they thought they would get more, but maybe the fleeing is more, right? Okay. Sure. The fleeing is more. Well, I think in the jury's minds, it's huge. We've always talked about how, and we thought they were going to kind of crest with this. Now we hear there's a few other stray witnesses, and again, I went through the list to see who they used last time. That may seem to be more important than others. There's a lot of them that they did not use based on what they did in the Charlie case. A lot of them, a lot of officers. So we'll see. Is there anybody who was the head of the local officers who was on the jetway and arrested? We remember. For that'd be Miami PD and Miami-Dade or Tallahassee. Who was investigating it? There was a lead investigator from Tallahassee, right? Who had a it was a joint. I mean, they had everybody in this case. Yeah, I'm trying to think if it was, because he mentioned who was involved in getting the warrant, but I don't know if they were specific to Miami-Dade, because the local PD down there, or the local SO, I'm not sure which it was, might have been in a position to add to what we've already heard. FD, no, that's not. Nope, I'm not seeing anybody that's identified by a Southern Florida office connection. Yeah, okay.
A very, very, very interesting morning. I mean, I thought it was an interesting morning. I just think that we learned a lot of different things here, and that was, fabulous, right?
How about Catherine McGenoir's tattoo? Did you hear
I
about
missed that. What was that? I missed that one. Okay, tell me about that.
There was some weird conversation at some point about going to the house, and I'm thinking it was her house or Sigfrido's house. I got a little confused, and having to take off her shirt because she has the garage code tattooed on her rib. And it's 1214 in case you want to have that tattooed anywhere. Maybe I missed something, but it was a weird little conversation that, and this was on cross, and then she was asked, and he said, "I don't know, I never saw it." So it was talked about, but he never saw it, and apparently never needed it. So.
Okay, interesting. You know what? Also interesting. Because we had the whole issue of Rashbaum last year, and the conflict that got raised, and all of that stuff. He's the one who gave the state the day planner. I mean, that the 2023 day planner was gotten in a warrant when they searched her house under warrant the day she was arrested, right? The 2014 day planner was given by the attorney.
Dan Rashbaum turned that over.
What was the reason for that? Because that had a devastating piece of evidence in it.
Yeah, it's obviously when you leave a case, you would normally hand over all of that to the party, the attorneys taking over the case. But it sounds like he disclosed things to the prosecution that they didn't have prior to his exit. That's what it sounds like. So, and then they were getting all confused, and Ms. Kappelman admitted it was her fault, but from the 2014 planner and the 23 planner, 24 planner.
No, she first said 24. She later went back and corrected it on the cross. She said,
because the bat mitzvah is January 24, and that was in the planner.
Okay.
So they have planners from 14 and 24, and they were getting those. I wish they would have could you give us those? We saw the one page that has the license on it. That's in evidence. I guess the one with the bat mitzvah reference is not in evidence. We never saw that one.
We never saw it, right. Well, and then, and who knows whether there's anything regarding anything going to Vietnam in the planner, right?
Yeah.
So who the heck knows? I don't know what else was a high point. I mean, I had a hard time listening to any high points. It was just the very end. But that by the time you do that, you lose the jury. The jury's like, okay, all right, but right?
Oh yeah, and she's going through the gun being tossed off some bridge somewhere near Tampa, and who cares? Even for the case in chief against Donna Adelson, that stuff was, half a sentence. The crime itself and where those guys went and tossed the gun, they never found the gun. Okay, we get that, but why is that your cross-examination of this witness?
Right. Yeah.
I just don't get it.
I don't get it. I have to tell you, I was at a loss, as we said, and I was listening to her afar, as I was doing a couple things. Anyone have a cactus plant that they've ever cut and had all this white stuff cut out of it that turns out is toxic and poisonous to people and animals? That's me, the plant lady, not, that I was trying to keep up when we were Googling and putting plastic covers over it so that it didn't drip down and Tubi accidentally look at.
Oh.
And then it turns out it's half of the item. So anyone have this it's a weird ass cactus plant. Let me tell you, it's
is it like a milky kind of substance?
Yeah. But it's toxic. Okay. I know the name. I think I have the name of it because I need help. Everybody, I need help on this stuff. This is like, wow. I'm like, I just. Actually, the name is not in here. Oh, yes, it is. It's a pencil cactus.
Oh, I've never heard
known as Euphorbia tirucale.
Oh, yes. Oh, that one.
Yeah. It's toxic to humans and dogs worldwide. It contains a milky substance capable of causing serious gastrointestinal, ocular, and dermal injury. Don't rub your hands or eyes in it. So I was like, I covered it. Then I was washing my hands a couple times and all. I was trying to take off all the parts that seemed to have be dead, but I gathered they weren't dead. I've never had a cactus plant. All right, so help. Help, chat.
Sounds like maybe you shouldn't have had a cactus plant.
I know. And you know what's really bothering me right now? I'm just going to turn it. There you go. That's a lot better. There we go.
Thank you. Yeah,
that's a lot better.
How about this? She mentioned, and I think it's something where she said, these folks have traveled around the world. They've always come back. But of course, maybe murder charges weren't hanging over their head at that time.
They always come back, but here they needed Wendy because they wanted to give her all the stuff, and they had the state attorney planning and all because you have to know what's happening, not because of the plane crash. You need to have all the access to everything and know everything with regard to our lives are. That's
our cemetery plots, even where our cemetery property is.
Right, where our cemetery plots are going to be. That doesn't sound like your normal trip that you're going to discuss. I mean, I can see saying, look, if anything happens to us anytime, we're getting older, all the stuff for the estate planning is in this box in the closet, but you can text that, hello, text,
even if you're going to be gone a month, right. And if you believe those dates, they would have been gone a little more than 2 months to make it back for the bat mitzvah. I know people are getting into this 1214 number that was allegedly tattooed. I've not seen it on Catherine Medlin Law.
No pictures.
They're saying it's has some special weird meaning. They were talking about it in the context of the garage code, but of course you can put garage code can have any meaning you want. Mine spells out jerk, so you can do whatever you want.
Oh my God! Joey B says there's another podcaster who has knowledge of cactus plants. I mean, oh my God!
Oh, really?
Madeira Beach caregiver had that plant. Yes, you had that. Okay, I've now covered plastic bags over where I've cut. It's like tall. It's like a big cactus plant.
Where is it? I'm picturing. Where in your place I'm picturing where it might be.
It's in there's the room with the pool and all that kind of stuff. All the right next to the studio. That room that has the garage doors that are open.
Oh yeah,
all the plants are there, or not all. 2/3 of them. I don't know why I have all these plants. I kill them and I don't know what to do with them. I bought this thing called Plantain, and it was like you don't order this, you don't order that, and then I decided to go beyond. I said, well, because somebody told me to cut off the things that are brown on a plant, so I decided to try.
You did, and you released toxins into your world.
Yes,
I tried one of those apps that's supposed to diagnose a plant problem. You take a picture of it and it shows you and says, oh, here, put vinegar on it or whatever. So I tried it with the 7-day free trial, which lasted about 7 minutes because I had this this blue spruce, beautiful tree. We have a few of them on the property, but this one was dying. Like only the top had any real healthy growth. So I take a picture of the spindly little torn up branches. You know what it tells me?
What?
Needs water.
So I just got to think, time for a health check. Has your plant bounced back already? Let's check. No, I don't think my plant has bounced back. As a matter of fact, my plant has almost killed everybody in the house, right?
Have you bounced back from your toxic contamination?
Yeah. So you're absolutely so far. So I also have something called a Swiss cheese plant. That's not doing so well. Ikeda sort of keeps telling me it needs water. Somebody came over and said, this plant is too wet. You better let it dry out. I mean, everything needs water according to this.
I got rid of my 7-day free trial at that point because I knew it wasn't that.
Here it is. A euphorbia. Let me see if I can get it. A euphorbia briar patch. And see all those brown things on the bottom? Oh, yeah. I cut all those off. And that's just the dormant part of it. Well, apparently that's what it was. It just released, it was very much alive, at least all this white stuff. So, oh my God, that's it. Improved plant care. No, I don't think so. Healthcare, repotting, send your request to a botanist. No, that's okay. It's okay. I guess that was just dormant, and that's what happened. And
it could be. I mean, cactuses have a weird life cycle. It's not like a maple tree.
It's loses its leaves and
they come back.
Supposed to be easy to take care of. Water every 8 days. Fertilize every month. Well,
Never cut.
never cut. Let me see.
Never cut it.
And she's measured 10. Will grow to 10 feet. Well, right now it's
I like that Sheila P says cactus plants thrive on neglect. That's my kind of plant.
That's your kind of
They
plant.
do very well.
Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do.
What's happening now? What
it's
else?
1
can you tell
o'clock
me before you
now.
go? Because you have to leave. I know you have to go.
Yeah, and my goal is, and it sounds like, I mean, I was thinking that, if the state ended early, or, they would kick them loose. It's the holiday weekend. Doesn't sound like that's going to happen. It sounds
No,
like
he's-
they're gonna, so I should be back in time for our end of day wrap up. That's
Okay.
And I'll be listening as best I can, both coming and going. Okay.
All right. Well,
anything else?
I'm sure it's not going to be as scintillating. I mean, I think obviously it has to be something. You don't end on a low note when you're the prosecutor.
No, that's what I thought was interesting. I thought we're heading for that big crescendo, and now we got a few more witnesses.
More
Okay.
witnesses. So, and
Maybe
we
some
don't have-
bombshells.
Well, and that could be it at the end because, her goal is to try to get through to today and rest today. Obviously, they've already talked about that's why the defense is flying somebody in on Monday and plans to have somebody that will be finished on Monday. So we're just steaming right along. So when do you think closings are then?
Well, we already heard they've got. I think it's going to be the end of next week. That's what I think.
But what if Charlie and Donna testify? Same thing, I guess, end of next week.
Yeah, because I think they've got this person from California, whoever that may be. Maybe
Saying
a
she's
couple
going
of
to the
others.
bat mitzvah. Somebody's saying she's going to the bat mitzvah, right?
Yes. Well, here, this is feed me, Seymour. Little shop of horrors. You have your own little shop of horrors going on.
Yeah. A little shop of horrors. Okay.
So yeah, I still think end of next week.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they'll get it to the jury by next Friday. Week from today.
I have never heard. I would love Dove to come on. I've never heard of the because of the strategy of the cross-examination of witnesses. There's something really that has a constitutional aspect to it.
Well, you have to assume that it somehow infringes on her rights, or whether they be Fifth Amendment or outright denial. I mean, something that's nuanced that I've never heard of before.
Right.
And he has to get her on the record as acquiescing to that. So that
Yeah,
could be
and I don't know
interesting.
what it is. So that whatever it is, that may be the bombshell. So why don't you go so that we can get back? I assume it has to be the snitches. And I guess the cross-examination, I just wouldn't end with a snitch if you think Donna's going to testify, but I guess they feel they're going to put everything, this is their chance to convict her. And it may be that they feel, in case there's one juror that doesn't think the nexus has been made, they will believe the snitch. And I will advise everyone again, one of the reasons why people get wrongfully convicted, Innocence Project has a whole page on this, is incentivize informants or snitches who get off or something. And it's a high amount of cases. It's about, I think, 30% of the case, maybe 16. I should be, maybe that's wrong. 16 to 70% of the cases. So
Look, think about this. What if Luis Rivera was a snitch? People love that guy, as you can love any killer. They find him to be very believable.
Right.
You could have a snitch that kind of fits that same mold. You never know.
All right.
Okay, let me get out of here. Thanks
goodbye.
for covering. I will see you soon.
See you later. All right, everyone. It's you and me again, okay? And we have a good 45 minutes to discuss things. We may want to rerun some testimony. We'll see. But I have not been here to look at your questions, so I'm actually going to try to start backwards. And thank you for all trying to help me about plants. Don't get that sap in your eyes. That's what I read. It can really cause blindness and all sorts of stuff. So no, I washed my hands about 100 million times after I did it, and don't even plan to touch my eyes anyhow. So I don't know what to do with this plant. Maybe put a bag over it, put it outside. I have no idea. What to do with it. Okay, so in the first warrant trial with the Vietnam trip, people in the room are friends of Donna and Charlie, okay, and also the estate attorney. That we knew. Anyone have any particular questions? Let me look up here. Let me just see. Let's see. Okay, not qualified. Zoe B, you're not qualified for plastic plants. Yeah, neither am I. I obviously wasn't qualified to have, 15 real plants in here. Ay, dear me, Madeira Beach caregiver. I should just send you pictures of all my plants. Mark Wardell, I thought Charlie and Donna had the same lawyer. That was the problem with Rashbaum. That was the issue, right? That was absolutely the issue. Okay. And, those cactus plants don't need a lot of care. Unlike Donna Adelson, who needed a lot of wiretaps to get to her, right? So let me get past my point. Thank you. I'm going to go through all these to look at for help with my plant. Okay, Angela Landgrave, the 121 tattoo most often refers to angel number 1214, which symbolizes being open to new opportunities, ideas, and positive changes, coupled with a call for faith and trust in oneself. And then she made it her garage code, or their garage code. Interesting. People. Well, someone says she's not too bright. She may not be too bright, but she's very, very tough. I mean, when she was on the stand, she portrayed this innocent, oh, woe is me. I got involved in this plot. I'm so sorry. But when you hear her with Charlie, it's just really incredible. So Cilantro James says it's a jailhouse snitch, or as we say, incentivized informant, and her mother up next. Okay, we'll see how they're going to end with that. I just was wondering how you all thought the testimony went. I think the testimony from Sanford was fine. I think he looks like he's decent. I think he looks like he wants to make sure that everything is done right. I think he was building the cases. He wasn't in any hurry. There was no reason to rush. As a matter of fact, they got more evidence as they went longer, and sometimes people will wait because they think they're in the free and clear as they go longer, and then they make a mistake. And it's the mistake you want to, if you want to the mistake if you want to capitalize on it. Now, Zoe B says she has a reason that the car parking would be for visitors listening to parking in their condo if he would bring the kids to South Florida. Yeah, but he wasn't bringing the kids to South Florida, that's for sure. I have no idea why, and maybe she explains why. If she gets on the stand, she has no duty to get on the stand. She has no Fifth Amendment. She has the right to stay silent and let the case prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. So let me before we run a poll, do you think that Detective Sanford prove the case against Donna Adelson beyond a reasonable doubt? I think we should run that poll, but let me hear what you're saying in the chat. Okay. Here's a good question. So, Linda, do you think it might have been harder for us to get a wiretap for Wendy's cell phone, that is, if she were working at a law firm or for a judge at that time, risk of hearing a work product privilege conversations? No, because the wiretap means you can't, you hear the conversation, you get off if it's not. So I've seen wiretaps on really substantial cases. Okay. Missy's going to make that poll when we get back. But I would like to know when she gets back, but I'd like to know what you all think. Come on, tell me what you all think. I've got 1,000 of you on here. The federal, by the way, we also have rooted in here something with Karen Reed and the federal investigation. As you know, we did ask Will DeGlower to talk a little bit about Proctor earlier this morning. That was kind of interesting. And I know there was a letter that was released saying the federal investigation is over, and you're thinking the feds may be fooling them. The problem, I think, with the Department of Justice right now is that they have so much going on, and people leaving and people moving and all. That would be, it may be an issue to start a new investigation, something that has an FBI agent attached to it. And remember, what's very interesting, I think, about this case is that Prosecutor Dugan, Sarah Dugan, is going to be, she's applying for she's applying for judgeships, right? She has judgeship applications in 2 places out. And you know that Corbett is going to be retiring, and you know that Sanford probably is close to retirement. So if they are close to retirement, is there another case out there? Or do you bring them back, or is this the coup de grace that they don't think they can prove a case against anybody else and they want to get Donna Adelson. Now, here we go. Kayla has a point. They haven't proven that she knew before the murder. All the evidence from it is after what happened. Interesting. So is there going to be an instruction that is part of the conspiracy? You can be involved after for the cover-up if you don't think that you've proven that she's involved in getting the hit person, or Charlie, do whatever you have to do, get rid of him, right? Zoe B says, I think they proved the case, but I also know I'm biased. I should keep an open mind for the defense to present their case. Yeah, I think the nexus has been made for the proof of the case, for the conspiracy, but I'm still listening to the prosecution, and I will wait for the defense because as Donna Adelson sits there, as I've said many times, she is presumed innocent. However, I do think that the bump, and the amount of calls between all of the parties, except for Wendy, obviously. Wendy was never called, which helps her in terms of whether she was ever involved in anything, right? Although we don't know whether there's wiretaps with Wendy, right? We don't know, because maybe there are. And they don't think they need to prove them in this case or put them in this case. So we have no idea about that. To me, she controlled everything, and Dan Markel would not have been murdered without her saying, okay, Charlie, go do it. Remember, she was interested in initially, it was all about the kids. The first part was the relocation. She wanted the grandkids to be near her. It was hurting. There was another financial motive now. It was hurting the dental practice because they were spending so much time up north, right? So it was hurting the dental practice. And then, and then we have, even if Wendy wanted to stay, and even if Donna and Charlie had good intentions that she stay with Dave and that she stay in the area, I think once the motion for alienation of affections, which means you're trying to sever the grandparents' rights there in either fully or partially, I think that since the kids were all she said she cared about, I think that gave her the motive. But it's an interesting case, isn't it? I really truly believe that the calls and the bump really sealed this stuff, but we'll see. The prosecution is using the snitch for some reason, right? Okay, so we put a poll up in chat on the community page, by the way, about Donna's guilt and innocence at this point, or what you believe at this point. So go vote in it, okay, even if we're going to talk about it here. So let's see what else you have to say. I try to answer your questions, which I always said I wanted to do, was answer your questions, and we have time right now to answer them. Okay, they look worthy of the case. Okay, Heidi Koch, Northrop, welcome, new member. Wow, thank you very much for being a new member. Okay, all right, let's, I don't know if Michael answered this. Did Michael answer you, Kyle? Can I ask what is lawyer trying to achieve with this line of questions? Have not heard Donna's name too often. Well, I think that is number one, is the point, right? Out of all this, and I said I would have counted up all the hours that they had wiretaps, not just what you heard in court, all the hours they had wiretaps, all of the warrants that they had, all of the arrests, all of the times they interviewed people, all the testimony, all the agents. I would have done all that and said that agent's not testifying that Donna is not coming in here and testifying that Donna Adelson said a thing, and that person's not testifying. And I'd start with hour 1, you don't find hour 2, hour 3, hour 4, hour 500,000, hour 100, 1 millionth. I would have done all that, and I would have said you didn't find. I would have used her name by saying you didn't find anything. So I guess she was trying to achieve the same thing in the question by going over things, but that didn't have Donna in them. And then again, I don't know if Michael answered this. Pam Rosa, can Wendy leave the country as an unindicted co-conspirator? I think I said I would answer that a little bit today and later yesterday. We had that up yesterday. Can she leave the country? Well, it depends on. She can try to leave. Sure, her passport's not given up. There's no restrictions on her. And I will guarantee you that in the past years, she probably has left the country on vacation and come back. So I think it wasn't so much leaving the country. It was that, Donna Adelson, for all her smarts, leaves the phone open so that when Charlie calls back, leaves the phone open on the phone call, because it costs Charlie $5 every time he has to reconnect or he has to connect to make a call. So she leaves the phone open, and therefore the tap stays on. The not the tap, but the coverage stays on, right? Of it. And it's amazing to me. She wouldn't think about that. She doesn't close the phone, and that's where you hear everything. So you hear everything about, well, I've got to get Wendy, because she has to know all the stuff about our lives and where the cemetery plots are. Why would she need to know where the cemetery plots are unless you're planning to stay away until you die? All right, and she does specifically discuss no extradition. And then Sanford doesn't know about the call for about 3 days, and then he takes a few more days. I think it was like 3 or 4. He had to confirm that everything that Donna was saying was true, that they had bought tickets, they had gotten a visa and all before they moved in on her. And they felt that indeed now was the time to go, that they thought, obviously, maybe they would have liked more evidence, but they thought they had enough. I think they had enough at the time they had the bump and all. I think absolutely, and that's what happened. I think that that Donna incriminating herself on that call was pretty serious. Okay, it was pretty serious. Yeah, and all. But when you watched her in trial, right? She was so what's the word? She was almost crying when she's listening to that call. Now is she crying because she was upset that as she said on the call, she doesn't talk to one son and the other son is in jail. And then of course you're hearing a little bit about, interestingly enough, about in the first part about the baby that Charlie had with June. You finally hear the baby's name, and I took it down. Let me see if I can find it in all of the pages of notes I took. When it's your case at trial, you know everything, or you should know everything. When we're covering a case, the effect of what I'm hearing, I write down, but sometimes the specifics I don't, because I feel I don't need to know the specifics. I didn't feel I needed to know the specific name of Roman. That's what he said. But it was interesting, and maybe there's other wiretaps that deal with her involvement with Roman's life, right? But we don't see it as there was something about these kids that Donna, that Wendy had, and with the relationship he had with Donna the mom was Brianna Price, not June? Okay, all right. Wow. Okay. Baby was with Bree, not June. Oh, thank you for correcting me. I thought the baby had been with June. I thought she had said that on the stand, but I guess I misconstrued what she said. But you don't hear Charlie, at least in what we hear now. Again, we're only hearing a select portion of the wires. There could be a lot more, and then they would have to get off if they were talking about baby Roman. Okay. So thank you very much. But you don't hear that, but she does mention something about having Roman taken care of, and I don't think she was talking about having him killed. But I guess with Charlie, they just kind of went along with Charlie was a playboy. As his brother said, what he cared about was women, go-karts, and jet skis. And who knew that I didn't know until today that Charlie really wanted to quit and be a professional go-kart driver. A professional go-kart driver. Okay. So I do agree with you. I think the case against Charlie was really, really strong. Why? Because you're not doing that triple connection, because here we have to do Donna, and I'm moving Wendy to the side right now and Harvey to the side. Donna to Charlie to Catherine to Sigfredo. But working up the ladder with Charlie wasn't going to hire a hit person without the absolute consent of his mother. Maybe it wasn't his mother's idea, but he wasn't going to hire a hit person without the consent of his mom. Not when the kids were involved, because she cared about the kids. And but really, what she thought from the matrimonial documents, because remember, she made all the changes to the matrimonial documents, and what she really thought that for some reason, and I think the judges were agreeing by not letting the mom, Wendy, take the kids down to live near the grandparents, right? She thought that he was in some way an obstacle to her relationship with the kids. He thought some way his theories of education and everything were just something not that she likes, right? So it clearly was that she had a more involved relationship with the star of the family, Wendy, and their kids. And she keeps calling them. Early on in the trial, you heard that they were her boys. They weren't our boys, right? Okay, so yeah. So anyhow, Zoe B. Charlie was chasing adrenaline naturally and synthetically. Fast cars, boats, racing, go-karts, lots of them, arm candy, clubbing, and everything else he's reported to have been doing. Yeah, that's what Charlie was. And then the child may not have been, the child wasn't born. We don't know if Bree was Jewish, do we? At all. So remember, Donna was interested in the kids being brought up Jewish, but it didn't want to have total control with Dan, because for some reason he felt Dan was I don't know. Dan wanted the kids in see that. Here's the anomaly. Dan was very Jewish. He wanted the kids in schools, in certain schools. But so the anomaly is, if you care about the kids and care that they're being brought up Jewish, obviously what you're really worried about is Dan is not doing things that you accept. You're not able to control him, right? Angela Landgrab, okay, hi. Thank you for that donation. We appreciate it. Why, if they expedite the transcript of Wendy testimony? Was that asked for this morning? Did I miss that this morning? If it's the defense, they may want to use what Wendy says to contradict some things that the prosecution has laid down. That's and maybe with Charlie, because Charlie's still there. Somebody checked the jail records. He was booked in about 10 days ago to Leon County Jail, and coming in from South Dakota, where he had been moved from Florida allegedly for safety purposes, because Charlie, Charlie, I'm not sure. By the way, there's 2 polls up on the community chat. I'm not sure that Charlie is a good fit in prison, right? But obviously it's not the life he had been used to. Okay. I just think that Donna is the matriarch, although she does say in this last tape that we heard, the tape conversation for the jail call, because she doesn't hang up the phone and so it continues to run, woe is her son Charlie is in jail for something he didn't do, that he's not guilty of. She actually used the word not guilty, right? So, we'll see. I did a little bit of a Coca-Cola or a Coke. I don't mean real Coke, I mean Coca-Cola. Having a little bit of that today, a little bit of matcha, dirty matcha, because it's Friday. And even the judge looks like he's the regular, our same judge, but his energy level isn't as much as it seems to me as it was during the week. Everyone knows this is Friday, right? Everyone knows this is Friday. Okay, why did Donna take the oath before the next witnesses? That's an answer that we're going to probably have to use, because she had to agree with some type of strategy that would have affected her constitution, that affects her constitutional right, okay? And whatever it was, the strategy, the attorneys probably asked for it. Whatever it was, because the strategy gives up some constitutional right that she may have, or some objection she may have in terms of how they do the cross-examination. So I really can't answer that question until I see who the witnesses are and listen to the cross-examination. All right, to be honest with you, because I have never seen that done, because in trials, The one thing the attorney always has is total 100% control of strategy, unless the strategy will affect the constitutional right. But I've never seen somebody affecting a constitutional right because of their strategy in a cross-examination and all. But this judge is very careful. But, you know, the client in a trial has control over what? The client has control. Do they plead guilty or not guilty? Okay. Do they have a trial by a judge or a jury? They have those. The client also has the right to decide if they take the stand or not. Those three decisions are definitely within the client's purview, right? Client has sole control of those three decisions. Do I plead guilty or not? Okay. Do I have a trial by a judge or a jury? And the third thing is, do I testify? Those things are in total, control of the client. What's in control of the lawyer is always the strategy. I'm going to call this witness. I'm going to call that witness. I'm going to call this witness. However, lawyers will protect themselves by having clients sign off internally on something. And when you're dealing a lot of times with a death penalty case, for instance, and you have to see a client in jail, you're going to have a court stenographer with you who you have hired is covered by attorney-client privilege to actually, or somebody else, a scrivener, to take what the conversations are. So if they allege misconduct or incompetence by your attorney, you have, or that you didn't tell them anything, right? Or that you didn't tell them something, like you didn't tell them a plea offer. You have that down, that it's all down. And so death penalty cases are just a little bit different. Or some clients that you think are very difficult, you want them to sign off on things, okay? So, that's another thing. So some clients that can be very, very difficult. You may want them to sign off on what you're going to do. Like, I'm not going to call X, okay? I was advised client that they should call X. She does not want to call X. She's signing off, agreeing with this decision, and then she signs in front of witnesses. Or that, some type of decision that you internally want to make sure your client is in agreement with, like perhaps there's children that can be helpful to a case, right? As your client says, I don't care if they have evidence of exonerating me. I don't want my kids in this courtroom in front of a jury. Well, then you have to say, right, I've advised client that they should call the children for these reasons, list the reasons. The client has advised me under no circumstances will they call. The client has had the opportunity to get independent legal advice for this. The client still agrees not the children not be called, and you have the client sign off. So there are internal things that you may want, right? Anything, we'll see what the story is. All right, Zoe B says, Judge mentioned something about discussion sidebar. Yeah, that would be an evidential discussion. Maybe Jackie and Zellman wanted it on the record. Let's see, wanted it on the record. Let me put this up. From Donna, perhaps that's why the judge has to take oath. Yeah, they wanted something on the record. But strategy, that's what's killing me. I really can't wait to see what they have in mind, right? I did think that Fulford was funny with regard to one thing. And again, I would use it when I had the whole litany of things that you didn't find against my client. That Don a lot of times didn't speak all these wires, and that Charlie, you couldn't stop him, you couldn't shut him up. Right, and that's not her exact words, but basically that's her words. You couldn't shut Charlie up, and that was the case. Charlie, he wouldn't stop. That's why we had so many phone calls. And there's probably more that they started and realized that they got off on. Remember, they monitored for a long time here, but the important monitoring really was this 2-week period between the bump 1 and bump 5, and then when Donna finally calls the undercover operative and then says, to her husband, after calls Charlie back after that and says, no, he's not going to be a problem. He's not going to be reporting us to, it wasn't Yelp or Google or the board or whatever, and also. Let's see, what are you all saying now? I'd love to see your chats, and we usually don't have time to answer questions in your chats. Okay. So hold on a second. These, when you have to, these go by, I don't know if they go by that fast on YouTube, but boy, they go by me fast on, and maybe you can see them, they go by fast. Now, what do you think about if there's a jailhouse informant? What we haven't seen, there's been rumors that there's some letter that Donna wrote. That was a script. So maybe, we'll see what that is, but I'm always suspect of jailhouse informers. Not so much suspect, interesting, of let's see, I'll put this as my, not so much suspect of actually Luis Rivera, who got the deal of the century, all right? When he flipped, and he was necessary, right? When he flipped, he was already going to do 12 years in jail, and so for something else in federal prison. So he just got another 7. Instead of life, he got another 7. All right. So his Queen for the Day deal was really good. So I have a non-Adelson question. Micah, have you heard talk about WSOP before? Have you played? Yes, I played in WSOP. I cashed in the main event. I think I got to day 4. I haven't played in a few years because I haven't had the time. But yeah, I cashed in a number of events at WSOP. That's probably where my caches are on the database, because if you go to like Brigada, which I used to go to, those that get recorded in some of the database. And my client, Jennifer Shahade, who is the women's grandmaster champion, she just actually played in the Poker Stars overseas in London in their women's event, the main event, and she won it. So I'm very proud of her. She's a fantastic person. I'm representing her in a civil case where she's extremely brave, coming forward with regard to protecting women with sexual assaults, and what she feels was an organization that didn't do enough to protect people. But I can't really say anything much about it, because under the law, I can then be sued if I talk about it here, if I in some way defame somebody. So I have her as I'll tell you, she's a major client of mine right now. We love her to death. She's a major force, and I expect that she will be playing at the WSOP. She actually did the commentary for the women's final table at the WSOP this year. She's amazing. So yes, I have heard about it and have played in it and all. Okay, let's see what else we have. So we have Tom Petty, Bob Newhart, Faux Gotti, and Madonna. Yes, we do. It really is funny that that you name some of these people in this. I also thought that Sergeant Corbett, okay, remember he was our Mike Easter. I thought, anyone know The Sopranos? Raise your hand. Anyone know the show The Sopranos? If not, you should go back and look at all the year's episodes, because one of the greatest shows on earth, right, ever done. Vince Curatola, who actually is a friend of ours, right? He played one of the characters, and I thought that Corbett looked like him, like Vince Curatola. So his let's see, what was his name? And you guys can Google it. What was Vince Curatola's name in The Sopranos? You can Google it, and I think you can add then Sergeant Corbett looking like him. Yeah, we already have people in play to play the parts, right? If there is a movie, okay. Okay, Lala, could it be that Charlie's here to testify against his mother? I don't know what the prosecution's going to use him for, because here's the cross-examination. Was your mother involved in this? No. Did she have anything to do with this? No. Did she ever authorize Dan Markel to be killed? No. Did she ever tell you to kill Dan Markel? No. What were you trying to do? Well, I was trying to protect my mother because she was being blackmailed for something that, I apparently, the cops thought I apparently was involved with. And my mother is innocent, and she's wonderful, and you really have the wrong person. And that goes to cross-examination. It's kind of like the idea in Karen Reed that the attorneys didn't want to call Proctor on defense even to read his text, because his cross-examination may help the state, because he would have been a friendly witness to the state, right? So Charlie would be a friendly witness, and so I don't know what you could do in direct to limit your direct, so the cross can't go there and outside the scope. But he's definitely here to testify in his mother's defense. And you heard that a little bit in the cross-examination of Fulford with Jackie of Agent Sanford. Charlie said they had been blackmailed for several years, right? Well, and before some of these bump things happened, right? And he said that he and his mother had been being blackmailed for a couple of years, right? So I think he's here to testify in the defense of his mother. What can the prosecution use him for? If they limited one area, that then you couldn't cross-examine. And let me tell you, Florida is very tight. Florida will only let you cross-examine. The judges are very tight. You cannot go beyond the scope of the direct. That's usually the rule. But some judges kind of like, oh, it's okay. Let's get it done now. And then on redirect, you only have many courts. This court I see doesn't require that. You're required to ask permission of the questions. There is no redirect given necessarily in Florida, and you have to ask permission of the court of the questions you're going to ask. And yeah, but I think the attorneys know that, and they have to be very tight on redirect. It's only new matters that may have been brought up in the cross-examination. Anything that could have been attended to by the other party on in the direct examinations or whatever examinations. You can't go beyond that. You have to deal with that in your main, and then your cross, and then if there's redirect needed, it's only very, very limited. And some judges actually just deny it offhand. So Heidi Koch, Koch, the Koch or Koch, I've seen, there's two pronunciations. I pronounce it Koch, but I know there's the Koch brothers. Heidi Koch, Northrop. I hope Charlie testifies. Yeah, we kind of do want to see is Charlie testifying. Okay, he normally would not testify. Why? Because he's got an appeal with Fifth Amendment privileges coming up, and then anything he says here can be used against him. Right? He's not immune or anything. Anything he says here could be used against him, and they could seek to open the record in the appellate record to say, hey, look, he's testified here, so his testimony here supports the finding of guilt. Or if even if he got reversed, he could say something here that really hurts his chances. So I think that the only reason he could be here is for mom. However, having said that, to get somebody in from a federal prison, you really have to have a pretty strong. It's not considered a warrant, but it's almost like a warrant to bring them here. And, so it's unbelievable that they got him in from South Dakota and he's been staying in jail. Okay. Does Linda know my shirt? Yeah, because I have a dress under my shirt. So by the way, just so you know, so my shirt is unbuttoned because I'm wearing it over as you can't see the dress because I'm kind of leaning in. I'm kind of slouching today. Because it is Friday, but I'm wearing a dress underneath here. That's why. So I do know my shirt is unbuttoned because I have a dress underneath. Yeah, and it's Friday. Too bad we can't go out to dinner. It's just been a long week. I think that both the prosecution and defense, whatever you think about them, and the judge and the jury, they are tired. They are tired, right? It's been a tiring week. Okay. I need a hot toddy. Yeah, my voice, I can see my voice it's a little bit raspy. Raspy, shall we say, coming up. Somebody told me I sounded like Marlena Dietrich. Okay, Johnny Sack, that's it. That was it. That's what I was thinking of. Vince Curatola played Johnny Sack. So you go back and look at Sergeant Corbett. He looks like Vince Curatola. So that's what we have. We have Johnny Sack also. Yes, we do. Colorado, will Georgia show the arrest video with Charlie in rebuttal? I don't know. I don't know if it showed with Charlie. I think if Mrs. Adelson testifies, they could show it without the sound. They can't have the sound because that is hearsay, right? They can just show it, and maybe showing without the sound leads to they figure it just doesn't add anything, right? To see her taken into custody. I think that's to me, I was expecting that as the last thing the jury sees, because to me, that's just something, right? It's like the icing on the cake. So maybe there's a way she ends with it. No, it's not a wardrobe malfunction. It's a full dress. It's a complete dress. It has straps, you see. It's a complete dress. It's a Friday dress. As a matter of fact, it's the dress I wore when I did the anti-deb thing, when I showed him, when I had many layers of clothes on, and I showed him how you change, and when you have to change it, you run out. So you may have a dress to go to dinner. I am sorry, I am coughing. You are right. If there's anybody I love, hello, upstairs, I do need some honey or some cough medicine, and maybe I'll take a few minutes out when they start the trial, go behind my avatar and go get it. But it's okay. I'm good. I'm good with you. Oh, the Sarah Boone suitcase video. Oh, okay. Michael Bryant riding down that suitcase. He really does have a great sense of humor, as you can tell, as you know, right? He really has a great sense of humor. And Angela says, don't show this wardrobe malfunction, Linda. Thanks for the donation. It's really not. It's working just fine. As a matter of fact, I tell you that for all the kidding that I do, that I love Amazon, and this is one of these Amazon deal of the day dresses, and it kind of looks like one of the Dolce & Gabbana dresses, only this one I think was something like $29, where the Dolce is something like $2,900. So I thought, oh, this looks pretty good, and it is also very good, because if I want to go out to dinner, it's a leopard skin dress in the bottom, and it kind of looks like it's fun. But Michael is an absolute radio. You want to play the suitcase video? Let's play it. Let's play Sarah Boone. Let's play the suitcase video. Let's see my. And then the following week, what was it? I mean, he's riding his regular suit. He bought a suitcase down there that matched the one that Sarah Boone stuck her boyfriend in there. And I guess after a while, he got bored sitting out there, because no one was really interested in Sarah Boone. He had a few interviews that we ran, but they didn't really care about her. They didn't follow the trial. She's not a fascinating character. It's not it's very clear cut what she did. It's horrible what she did, and she's a horrible person. So I think he got tired, and he just rode that suitcase. But then the following night on Saturday Night Live, Lady Gaga was on. I think she was hosting it, and they had a skit where they were all coming in riding those suitcases that have motors in them. Which this looked like. And I said, they copied you. They got you. You should have a copyright infringement here, Michael. But he does have a sense of humor, especially, but he's also incredibly amazing, because he is a lawyer. He's tried cases. As I said, he's fearless. He's won an Emmy. I mean, you can't make this up with him. And he'll go up to anybody and talk to anyone. He just fearless with regard to what he does as a journalist, and then he will go out and he will, for us, get the props. As you know, we had the mini prop of the car in the Karen Reed case. We had bought the tail light where we tried to smash it. We were able to show you everything with regard to the tail light. So he goes and finds these things. Sometimes his props are interesting. We actually got dinged because he bought the Brian Koberger knife on Amazon to show how easy it is. And one night he showed it, and I couldn't even talk about that, because it was so big and so horrible. And the thought of that being used on those poor people and those poor kids was horrible. And he showed it, and then we got dinged by YouTube, because I guess we showed this big knife, So after that, he only showed the sheath, but it was so horrible. But sometimes that's the thing, when you see these things, and I wasn't even in person, I'm just by Zoom, and you see what they look like. It's incredible. Now, this jury wasn't taken on a jury view to ride down where Trescott was at all, probably because it's expensive. It wasn't needed. And they all live in the area. They know what Trescott is, right? They know that. But I thought that Michael Bryant's ride down Trescott was incredibly informative with regard to the fact of Wendy and where she was going, right? How late are we past lunch? Not that late. He said 1:45. We're only 1 minute. And I've had a chance to have a Friday talk to you. We even had Fashion Friday today. We've had Fashion Friday, right? Zoe B initially thought he was Michael was still riding on a motorized suitcase, right? Yeah. Michael titled the video "The Suitcase Boy." It's in all of our video library. One day, if you ever have a chance, you can see some of the things that he's done, because he really, we can do the props because we own this show, right? The only thing we are careful of is, do we get dinged by YouTube? And then we have to appeal it. And most times we've won our appeal because we're talking about a crime case and specific crime replicas, duplicates that the jury must see. But that's the only thing we have to be careful of. Do we get dinged? Even with when I get a little spicy on my words and terminology. So if I read, for instance, let me put this up. If I read, I can't put it in because it's not in our assets right now. But the one of the bumps, my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is effed. If I say that word, I could get dinged. Although I think YouTube announced they weren't going to ding anymore for spicy words, right? I think they announced that about a week or two ago because David Mamet, my friend David Mamet, the playwright who wrote a play, Helen Mirren played me in. He just did an article that he says that cursing anymore and using bad words doesn't have any effect anymore. It's useless because everybody does it. Although there is a philosopher whose name was John Rawls, who also wrote a book that said the word fucked, has an incredible meaning. That when you say that, there's no other word in the English language that can replicate it to know what that is. And I just used it, and hopefully we won't get dinged, and hopefully there's no children. Okay. Doug Weinstein. David Mamet wrote the play, Phil Spector, and he wrote it, and when he called me, he said it was a play actually about me. Yes, I do know David Mamet. I love David. I had a lot of things that David said to me back and forth. We still have a fantastic relationship. He convinced me, and HBO convinced me, as long as I convinced them, as long as I signed that I would not disclose any attorney-client confidences to help with the transcript. I think I've told the story about getting a call from David not knowing who he was when I was at the Golden Door, and he called me, "Hello, Linda. This is Dave Mamet." And I thought that was the time the show Punked was being on. I thought it was being punked. And I'm like, sure. And of course it was Dave Mamet. And that began our relationship. You must see it. David's an amazing writer. You do not change one punctuation, one word in any of his screenplays or any of his books or anything. Nothing. Because everything he does, every law he does, he is very interesting. So when I had to review the things for him, I make suggestions on what the forensic evidence said, so that was right, because he wasn't. Don't be jealous. I know you, Doug Weinstein. Okay, and that's pretty important too. I know you. Okay. So Doug said he's jealous of it. I know Doug, and don't be jealous because David doesn't know you. And I think my relationship with you is just as important. Doug is. I've seen the movie. It's. I think it's on HBO Max still. It's called Phil Spector, and Helen did win the. That's why I had that poster in my office at home, signed by everybody. Helen did win the Screen Actors Guild Award for playing me as the best actress in. It's on HBO Max. Yeah. So there we go. I know Dave Mamet and Doug Weinstein. How better can it get? And I have you guys all here watching. So everyone's watched it. So here we go again. So the judge is only 5 minutes behind. He's great, Judge Everett. He's great. I want to meet him someday. He's the person I want to meet.
Everyone can be seated.
So here we go. Here's this. We're going to find out, Doug. We'll watch this together. Okay, she's got a detective. I'm doing that. Doug, you have to catch up on. There was a questioning of the defendant about whether she would agree with the defense strategy for cross-examination of the next two witnesses. So I've never seen that before. So it must be something that infringes on our constitutional rights. So on this detective, it began with a B, and I think there's another witness. So we're gonna have to see if we, because and you'll have to catch up on it, because I don't have the answer to it, I guess, until we see the
Please
cost.
raise your right hand, Detective.
I've never
Do
seen
you
that done
swear
before.
or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Sure. Jonathan Grossman, Jonathan Grossman.
How are you employed?
I'm a police detective with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office since January of 2011.
What about before that?
I was a police officer with the Miami-Dade Schools Police Department since 2004.
And were you called upon to assist in a murder case that happened here in Tallahassee?
I was.
All right. Were you asked to assist with the search warrant of the defendant's residence?
I was.
Where is that residence?
It's located at 2127 Brickell Avenue, apartment 1602.
And when was the search warrant conducted?
November 14th, 2023.
As part of the search warrant, did you take photos of the residence?
Yes, photographs were taken.
All right, I'm going to show you some of those, which I've marked as 143 through 163. Just take a moment to look through those.
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate photos of the residence as it appeared that day?
Yes.
This time I'd ask to move to evidence 143 to 163.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 143 through 163 are admitted.
Yeah,
Please
publish.
silence all devices. Yes, you may publish.
Publishing states 144. Is it a condominium located in a high-rise?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
States exhibit 145.
Where's the cameraman showing us the
View
exhibits?
from the entrance to the residence.
Yes, ma'am. That's would be closest to the front door looking in.
There we go, finally.
And did you observe some luggage there in the residence? I guess toward the entryway.
Yes, there was luggage.
States 147. Why this won't focus for us?
He must have executed the warrant on the condominium after they were arrested on the jetway.
Better when it's
Or before they arrested? I'm not sure. It could be before, it has to be after. Not sure.
not. States 148. Use the luggage tags.
Yes.
Consistent with destination Saigon by way of Dubai.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So this is in a condominium. They've got pictures.
States Exhibit 150. As part of the search warrant, did you see some camera equipment?
Yes, we did.
Interview. Did you also take possession of some visas? Publishing states 149 Vietnam visas?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Approach and show you what's been marked as states 129 and 130. Are those the visas that were seized?
Yes.
In whose name are those visas?
One is Harvey Adelson and the other is Donna Adelson.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when you seized them?
Yes, sir.
Move into evidence 129 and 130, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
129 and 130 are admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 146. Did you seize this day planner?
We did.
Is this planner, is this how it was, open like this when you found it?
Yes, it was.
Approaching the states 59 and 59A. Showing you 59 first. Is that the day planner that you see that's pictured on the screen there?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you compounded it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 59.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. Strike that. I wasn't moving it in. 59A, sir, showing you that now. The intention, Judge, is just to have 59 identified and 59A admitted. Sir, 59A, have you had an opportunity to examine it?
I recall part of it from the 59.
Okay, and does 59A contain fair and accurate copies of pages from 59?
From what it appears, yes.
This time I've asked to move to evidence 59A.
Any objection?
Objection.
59A is admitted.
Publishing States 143. Was this note present there at the residence?
It was.
Where was this note found?
It was found on the floor in one of the bedrooms.
Okay, and it appears to be offering some information about an M11 gun to be sold.
Correct.
Yeah, you did say the date of that the search was conducted, but in case anybody missed it, will you say it again, please?
Sure. November 14th, 2023.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Came all the way from Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. You indicated that the search was done on November the 14th of 2023. What time of day did you get there?
I think we arrived around 1:15, 1:30, and I think we executed the warrant around 2:30.
PM?
Yes.
And who was present?
It was myself, Sergeant Michael Scott, Sergeant Paul Villaverde, Detective David Denmark, and there were members of our priority response team.
Okay. Was any of the occupants, were they present?
Yes, Mr. Harvey Adelson was present.
Okay. And you had a search warrant with certain things you were permitted to obtain. So were you involved in the search yourself, or you were just in charge?
Yeah, our team. I was the affiant on the warrant, and then our team assisted with my team assisted with the search.
Okay. Was it a thorough search?
I mean, well, yeah, we were looking for certain things. We had an electronics canine dog also come to assist, and we conducted the search.
What does an electronics canine dog do?
Searches for electronic devices.
And did the dog find anything?
I don't remember specifically if there was anything the dog identified to. He may have hid in the closet area where a laptop was.
Okay. And are they trained to get battery operated and like plugged in electronic devices?
I'm not too sure what the level of training. I'm not a handler.
Did you see the dog in the closet? You said it alerted to something in the closet?
No, I said I believe he alerted to a laptop that was in the closet. I'm
Did
just
you-
going off of memory.
Did you observe that?
No.
Did not. Okay. All right. Let me see here just a second. Did you make a list of the items that were seized?
There are a series of property receipts that were prepared after.
Okay. Based on the search warrant that you got, every search warrant has some kind of limitations, although when you read them, it doesn't really seem that limited. But in this case, you were able to search anything that was there, electronic, paper, sticky notes, etc. If it had the evidence that you, in your search warrant, you had sought to look at, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been financial records, asset ownership records, et cetera, et cetera.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Were you the one responsible for making sure that each area that was within the home was searched?
Ultimately, our team does that. So it's kind of an effort by everybody that was involved in the search itself.
Okay.
So I would say as a group, yes, the apartment was searched.
Okay. And you're allowed to go into, you can open drawers, you can open boxes, you can open dressers, all of those things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach the witness? Thank you. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 160. Does that appear to be one of the photographs of one of the closets that was searched?
Yes, ma'am.
And 157 that's been entered of the States, does that also appear to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at in Exhibit 157, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get in your personal space.
No, you're good.
Okay. In 157, this appears to be female clothing here, correct?
It does.
And on the left-hand side, it looks like blouses on the top, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jackets on the bottom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the right-hand side, you can see some dresses that are hanging up, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay. And on 160, does that, take your time looking at it, but does that show any electronic devices in that particular closet?
If you look towards the end, you see a USPS box, and there will be a laptop underneath.
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
Not that's jumping out at me right now.
I got really bad eyesight because I'm old. See that little light under there? Underneath that blouse?
Okay.
Does that appear to be something electronic?
It could be.
Is it a light that's on?
I see a dot there on the.
Okay. Did you all, excuse me. Do you recall as part of the search going through a safe?
No,
So there would be no pictures of the safe that was present in the home?
I don't recall pictures of the safe, no.
If there is a safe with your search warrant, you have the right to go into it, correct? To look for the items that are authorized to get in the search warrant?
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. If someone there had located the safe, you would document that with pictures as well?
I believe so, yes.
And what time did you say you left?
I don't recall
You don't recall?
what time we left. It might have been 3-something.
3-something? So you were there at least a couple of hours?
By the time I believe we executed the warrant around 2:23, maybe 2:20 p.m. So we left probably about an hour later, I think.
Okay. And, gosh, I just lost my train of thought. When you went and executed the search warrant, were you kind of aware about the general facts in this case, what the allegations were?
Yes.
Was this your first assignment on the case?
No.
What else had you done on the case?
In 2015, we assisted with the case.
Okay. I believe you maybe did some searching of the Prius.
I did.
Okay. were you aware that there was an allegation that there were stacks of $100 bills that were in groups of 10, which would be 1,000 if my math is still correct, and they were stapled together? Were you aware of that?
I've heard that during the course of the investigation.
If you had found that inside the apartment, would you have documented that?
Probably.
Just 1 second, please.
This is what I think these are the next two witnesses. Mrs. Adelson had agreed to the cross strategy.
One of the photographs that the state entered, and I'll go get it if you don't remember it, but one of them that they entered had some luggage. You remember that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all search the luggage?
I don't believe we entered the bag, no.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect. You may step down, Detective. Will he be recalled?
No, sir.
You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please call our next witness.
They called Patricia Byrd.
I mean, I guess you have some dresses, there's clothes left behind, and if there's a safe, they didn't find the safe. I don't know, you know. That they may have left the computer behind. They didn't need it. They didn't take it. They had a search warrant for very specific items. They didn't look inside the luggage. I mean, I would have looked and said, "Sir, you go on vacation with your wife, right? How many bag suitcases does she take? Look at this. Does this look like these are suitcases that people are leaving forever? Look at everything that's around here. I mean, you know, make a point. Here's her dress. Look at this. Look at this beautiful dress. Here's these shoes. Here's this. Here's that. Here's the other thing. But this doesn't look like anyone's leaving forever, right? Looks like they're coming back."
Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Uh-oh, this is
You
maybe the
swear or
snitch.
affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Or incentivized
May take your
informant.
seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Say with Brandy if you can, adjust the microphone for her if she needs it.
Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Patricia Byrd,
Thank you.
Patricia, Byrd, Byrd.
And are you in custody at Leon County Jail?
Yes,
Are you in custody for violating your probation on a felony case?
yes,
And is it your understanding that for that felony case, if you were convicted as charged, that you could receive up to 15 years in prison for that felony?
yes,
And is that felony that you're in custody for, is that the only felony that you've been convicted of?
yes. I have a pending case.
Thank you. So do you also have another pending case
Yes,
that you haven't been convicted of yet, but it is still pending?
yes,
And that pending case, is that case in Wakulla County?
yes,
For that case, if you're convicted as charged in that case, could you receive up to 5 years in prison for that case?
yes,
Okay. And the one that you're in custody on from Leon County is the only felony you've been convicted of then?
yes.
Have you received any offer or promises in exchange for your testimony in this case?
No,
Were you in custody with Donna Adelson?
yes, I was.
For about how long?
Maybe about 6 or 7 months.
And was this at Leon County Jail?
Yes,
Were you and Donna Adelson in the same pod?
yes.
What does that mean?
We're in the same, it's a open pod, it's an open day where a lot of bunk beds are together.
Okay. So a lot of women are in there together.
Yes,
Okay. So you sleep in the same room as some of these women.
yes.
And how close did you sleep to Donna Adelson?
Right next to her.
All right. And if you're in the same pod, do you have your meals together with the other women in the pod?
Yes,
Do you have like your downtime where you're watching TV or reading or writing, all those things together with the same women in the pod?
yes,
When you were in the same pod with Donna Adelson for those months, did you become friendly with her?
yes.
How often would you talk to her?
Every day, all day.
Who else was she close to in the pod?
Drina Bernard.
Okay. Did she have a couple of other people she was close to as well?
Yes,
Were you and Drina the closest?
yes,
To her, I mean?
yes, ma'am.
Once you and Donna Adelson became close friends, did she ever talk to you about her pending case, this case?
She did.
When y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her whether she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Okay. So she said she did do it and she did it to keep her grandkids,
Yes,
but she didn't expect it to go this far.
yes.
Did Donna Adelson ever ask if you were ever in custody with a woman named Catherine McDaniel?
Yes, she did.
And were you ever in custody with Catherine McDaniel?
Yes,
Was that several years ago?
yes, ma'am.
And about how long were you in custody with McDaniel for?
About a year or two.
Now, did you tell Donna Adelson that? Did you let her know that you had been in custody with McDaniel?
Yes.
Since you had been in custody with McDaniel, once Donna Adelson knew that, what did Donna Adelson want you to do?
She wanted me to say that me one told me when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
Okay, so basically, she and some other people did this crime, and they did it because her boyfriend's parents had money.
Yes.
Who did she want you to tell that to?
She wanted me to tell it to whoever came up and asked me about it and the investigators.
Okay. Did she offer you anything in exchange for you providing that information?
Yes.
What did she offer you?
A trailer and some land, and she would have her husband fix my teeth.
Okay. So, like, if you got out of custody, she'd help you buy a trailer and land?
Yes.
And that her husband could fix your teeth?
Yes.
Like veneers?
Yes.
Now, was any of that true as far as did Mag Banwell ever say those things to you?
No, she did not.
Did Donna Adelson give you other gifts while in custody?
Yes.
Like what?
She would buy canteen and she would bring it over to my bed.
What's canteen?
Canteen is food that we buy off commissary.
Okay. It's kind of like chips and candy and other things that
and
you...
noodles and stuff like that.
Okay. But it costs money to buy those things?
Yes.
Okay. But she would buy those or extra and she'd give it to you?
Yes.
Now, did you ever speak to her attorneys or investigators who came to the jail to see what information that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whether you spoke to a man or a woman?
It was a woman.
Did you tell them the information you told us today?
I did.
Did you tell them that that information that Meg Banwa said was true or not true?
It was not true.
Okay. But that Donna Adelson wanted you to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else did those people for the defense who came to see who may have information, who else did they speak to?
They spoke to Lindsay Knight and Brittany Purcell and Cassidy Conroy.
Did they speak to Drina Bernhardt?
Yes, they did.
Did you tell your attorney what was going on as far as Donna Adelson wanting you to provide this information that was not true?
I'm not sure if I told him.
I'm talking about your attorney.
My attorney?
Yeah. Did you tell your attorney at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Once you told your attorney that, did an investigator from the state attorney's office come speak to you to get more information about what happened?
They did.
And did you tell him everything that you told us today?
I did.
Just a second.
Cross-examination.
You just want to go right?
Remember, this is again, Donna Adelson had to consent to this cross-examination under oath. The strategy of the cross-examination from the last witness and this witness. So interesting, this witness told her attorney she didn't go, the attorney went to the state's office. She didn't call the investigators or her probation. So as I just posted on Twitter, incentivized informant or just a plain jailhouse snitch telling the truth. It's interesting that she was in custody also at the same time as Katie McBanawa. Wow.
You testified that you spoke with a investigator, a woman. Was the woman white or black?
She was black.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a hearing on this matter a couple of weeks ago?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember saying that she was white?
yes. I was confused.
You were confused by the question, or you were confused about the race of the investigator that you spoke with?
It was about the question.
Okay. And isn't it true that you also spoke with a male investigator last August?
Yes,
Okay. And that was about less than a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson?
and to the next part with Miss Adelson.
No, we're talking in originally. That was about a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson.
Yes,
Okay. And you spoke with that first investigator, the male.
yes,
Okay. And it's your testimony that at that point in time, Miss Adelson had already offered you money, land, and a trailer.
yes,
Okay. And you told that to that first investigator.
I did.
Okay. So on August, I believe it was August 30th of 2024, your testimony is that you told the first investigator, the man, about that offer.
I did.
Okay. Did you also tell him that the information that you were saying about Miss McBanawa was false?
I did.
All of it?
I did.
Okay. Isn't it true that you've also testified that, in fact, Miss McBanawa was manipulative?
I did.
Is that true?
It is.
Now, you testified that my client admitted doing it and that it was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that the only thing that she did was write checks to Miss McBanawa?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that what she told you?
Not sure.
Haven't you previously said that Miss Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder?
Correct.
How many times did you meet with an investigator from the any of the defense attorneys in this case?
Could you repeat the question?
How many times have you met with an investigator from any of the defense attorneys' offices?
Twice.
Remember previously testifying that someone from the defense attorney's office came 4 or 5 times?
No, I did not.
How many times did a female investigator come to speak with you?
Once.
Do you remember testifying previously that you said a female investigator came twice?
If I said it, then that's what it was.
Can I get a page number on that, please?
I don't have it.
Please show the witness the prior statement or testimony so she can explain, deny, or admit.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I should have been muted. It was a good thing I was muted, quite frankly. I'm expressing my dissatisfaction with not having transcripts ready on someone that you know you're going to try to say is change the testimony. That's how you cross-examine a snitch, and they're not ready. Okay, you lose the cadence, you lose the effect, you lose the rhythm. All right, and I know it's hard.
April 1st or 2nd interview with Investigator Newland and Pat Sanford at the Leon County Detention Center, page 20.
Well, we have them.
Start with the female investigator, lines 16 through 18. May I approach the witness?
You may.
So the female investigator and a male investigator.
Can you just read that to yourself, please? Did you say something differently when you first met with the representative of the state attorney's office?
I did.
Okay. So when you first met with the state attorney's office representatives and Special Agent Sanford, when asked how many times the defense investigators come to see you, you said 4 or 5, correct?
Correct.
And then how many times did the female investigator come to speak to you? You said twice.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
And apparently the female investigator came once. I don't know. I think this is not momentous. And, you know, I have a bent on jailhouse snitches. I don't necessarily like them, but you should be able to cross. I mean, so what? So a female investigator once or twice. I mean, you've got other investigators. You got investigators from the state.
Ms. Byrd, you've testified that you were incarcerated with my client for 6 to 7 months. How much of that time were you actually sleeping in the bed next to her?
Somewhere in between 3 to maybe 4 months.
The jail records reflect something differently. Would they be more accurate?
Could be.
Could be more accurate, or they
Yeah.
are?
They are, because we were.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Oh, what she wanted to explain.
Direct examination.
Yes, sir. Will you finish what you were going to say, please?
We were in 2 different pods together.
Okay. So did you sleep together, or I'm sorry, sleep in the same pod as her, sleep next to her in one pod and sleep further from her in another pod? What do you mean?
I slept next to her in one pod, and then we slept in the same section in another part of the jail.
Okay.
That sounds
So when you're
believable.
sleeping in the same section from someone, are you still in the same room with them?
Yes.
Okay. Despite whether you were sleeping next to her or a few beds over from her, did you guys still have downtime each day in the pod together?
Yes,
Okay. And did you talk most of the day, every day, for several months at a time?
on a regular basis.
All right. Regardless of how many times the defense sent investigators to talk to you, you did speak to them multiple times.
Yes,
And you also spoke to state attorney's office investigators, is that right?
yes,
And your own attorney?
yes,
And you've testified at a prior proceeding as well?
yes.
Okay. And did you ask Donna Adelson whether she wrote checks to Catherine McBanois, or did you ask her whether she did what they're accused her of doing?
I asked her if she did what they accused her of,
Okay. And she said yes.
and she said yes.
Thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, sir, she can be released. Thank you.
Defense.
Potentially, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Byrd, you may be called again by the defense. Please call your next witness.
State calls Donna Bernhardt.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the name of the next witness. I hope you all did. I know it'll come up. So maybe these are the two witnesses that Donna Adelson had to go under oath and say that she agreed to the strategy in the cross-examination. Yes, these would be the two
Raise
witnesses.
your right hand, Ms.
The
Byrd.
jailhouse is two
Do you
jailhouses.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
But it wasn't the detective. These are the two witnesses. She had agreed on the strategy. And I think I can tell you why when we finish.
Bernhardt, DRINABERNHARDT.
Ms. Bernhardt, are you currently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you currently on two different felony cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the first case I want to ask you about is the BOP, or violation of probation case. Is that one of your open cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then also a third-degree felony is also pending, punishable by up to an additional 5 years. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Okay. And are both of those cases totally unrelated to the murder case that we're here about in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to ask if you've been promised anything by myself or any member of my team in exchange for your testimony here today.
No, ma'am.
So any leniency or any help with your case, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Is this your first stint in the Leon County Jail?
No, it's not.
Have you been in and out of jail quite a few times?
I have.
Okay. Do you have 27 prior convictions involving either felonies or crimes of dishonesty?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you recently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And did you become friendly with her during the time that y'all were both in the jail together?
Yes.
How long were you together in the jail?
I can't remember exactly, maybe around 4 months.
All right. Were you in the same pod that whole 4 months?
Yes.
And when you're in the pod together in jail, is it easier to become friendly than it is on the outside?
Yes.
Why is that?
We're together 24/7, so.
All right. Can you describe your friendship with Mrs. Adelson?
Yes, initially, it was very nice. She actually called me her jail daughter, and she and I got close. And how much more detail do you want?
Well, by close, did you talk to each other about personal things like your
Yes.
life?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have a nickname for you besides her jail daughter?
Yes, Sunshine.
Did she paint pictures for you and write notes to you and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 61. This is one of the pieces of art and letters that she wrote to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge asked to move into evidence, State 61.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State 61 is the motion.
Permission to publish.
So they're conceding the notes. Defense conceding notes.
Okay, So is this her initials down here?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the back, is that a little note to you?
Yes, it is.
Dear Drina, I hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best. Love, Donna. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
Oh, I missed the screenshot of it. Sorry.
Return this type of favor and make little art and things for her as well.
Probably, yes.
Did she ever talk to you about her grandchildren?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you anything about the type of relationship that she had specifically with the children of the deceased in this case?
Yes, she said she was very close with them, and every now and then she would call them her children.
Okay, and I want to ask you about whether Mrs. Adelson, during the time that y'all were friendly, ever discussed her case with you.
Yes.
Okay, and was her bringing up her case something that she did a lot, or was it only one time?
It was often.
Okay, so it was something that she was
Doing
talking
a lot.
about daily.
Yes.
Okay. And was it a bunch of different aspects of her case she would talk about, or only one thing?
It was different aspects.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to law enforcement to report some of the things that she had been saying to you about her case?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, initially I did it for selfish reasons, but more that I spent time with Dawn, I realized that it was morally correct and I wanted to get justice for the Markel family.
Okay, so you felt it was the right thing to do, but you were also hoping to get something out of it.
Yes.
And what kind of thing were you hoping to get out of it?
Just help, lighter sentence, maybe rehab.
Okay, and are you still hoping that might be the outcome for you?
Maybe, but right now I'm more interested in justice for the Markel family.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you when she was talking about her case? Did she ever mention any concerns about the testimony of her son, Rob Adelson?
She did. She said she was extremely worried about his testimony.
Okay, so that was something that she brought up often, or only one time?
A few times.
Okay. Did she ever mention to you a state witness by the name of Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes.
And was Ms. Magbanoa somebody that was known to you?
Yes, I knew Miss Magbanoa from being locked up with her years before.
And how did she first bring up Magbanoa to you, or did you bring Magbanoa up to her?
I can't remember exactly how it was brought up. I just know that it was brought to her attention.
Brought to her attention that you knew Magbanoa?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant try to recruit you to become a witness for her in this case?
Yes.
How did she first approach you about that?
She asked me if I would be willing to do it, and I said yes.
Okay. And was this topic discussed one time or more than one time?
More than once.
How many times can you estimate? A lot?
A lot, yes.
Okay. And what is it that she wanted you to testify about?
She wanted me to testify about numerous different things about Kay, mostly about Miss Magbanoa.
And Miss Magbanoa, you knew her by the nickname Kay?
Yes.
Okay. And so she had some things she wanted you to say about Kay.
Correct.
At some point, did she prepare a script for you of exactly what she wanted you to testify to?
She did.
Uh-oh. Show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 62.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Do you recognize State 62?
I do.
Is this the script that was prepared for you by Ms. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Moving evidence, State 62.
An objection.
Objection.
State 62 is admitted.
And publish. Whose notebook is this?
That's mine.
Whose handwriting is this on this first page?
That's Donna's, Miss Anderson.
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it you were supposed to do with this information?
I was supposed to study it and answer it correctly on the stand for,
So this is what she wanted you to say in court.
yes, ma'am.
So for example, how did you know Donna Adelson? You were supposed to say everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years.
Correct.
Do you read the newspaper?
No,
Okay. Did you know much about her or her case prior to coming in contact with her in the Leon County Jail?
no, ma'am.
And what were you supposed to do with this physical script?
I was supposed to copy it down and give it back to her.
Okay, copy it into your own handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you provide this item to my office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it copied and returned to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with it once you returned with the original to Leon County Jail?
Return it to her.
I'm gonna go down a paragraph here. It says that you approached Mrs. Adelson and told her you had information about Kay that you wanted to give her. Is that true?
No.
This says that Kay told you that she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. Did Kay ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She asked him to give her the 1/3 of $1 million that he was going to pay his sister so that she could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Kay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
And then over here continues, but
It's called an Elmo, by the way, that this is on.
she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. So she was, according to this story, extorting money out of Charlie, but he didn't know it. He thought she was his friend, but really she was his enemy. Is that the deal?
Yes, I suppose that's what it's supposed to be.
All right, and did Kay, Catherine McDaniel, ever say any of that to you?
No.
Do you know, are you familiar at all with Charlie Adelson's trial or his trial testimony?
No,
There's a part on here that says, here, she laughed about how easy it was to extort, and extort is underlined. Did you underline that, or did Mrs. Adelson underline that?
I didn't underline it.
Okay. How easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with the 1/3 of $1 million. She said she fooled her baby daddy and she fooled Charlie. Sigfredo would do anything for her, and he did. All right, so again, sorry to keep asking the same question. Okay. Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her that she was keeping him safe from the killers. Ha ha, what a joke. Is that the type of language that Catherine McDaniel would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like, you know, what a stupid fool, ha ha, what a joke?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk like that.
That's what Mrs. Adelson wanted you to come in and tell this jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
While I was in jail, I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay, and what about phone calls? What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Okay, and you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
What else?
She promised me cameras, but
none of that came to fruition.
No.
Okay. And what about pills? Did she mention anything to you about pills?
Yes, that if I needed pills, that I could call a doctor named, I think Obed. I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
And that person would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And why would you be in need of prescription medication?
I'm a recovering drug addict.
Did she tell you that if you were to be released, that you could make these phone calls, including this phone call to Dr. Obed?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you going to get these other items, like the $10,000?
The money would be through something called Zelle.
Okay. And who was going to send the money through Zelle?
Harvey.
That's her husband, Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And how are you supposed to contact Harvey Adelson?
Through a phone app called Signal.
Okay. Had you ever heard of the phone app Signal before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions at this time, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
Before the cross, please approach.
Okay, so I gather the approach is just to find out schedule before the cross. But I gather the reason why we had her under oath, maybe this is a Florida thing, is because on the first one, the investigators came to talk to her from the defense, and that would reveal some trial strategy. And on the second one, I think it's just because it's the letter, and they just want to make sure that Donna Adelson, since they probably, I don't know, they probably didn't do DNA handwriting. She probably agreed to it. And they just want to make sure that since this could be an admission against interest, that she agrees to crossing the snitch on however they're going to cross. But let's see how they're going to cross this one. I think the other one was because the investigators for Donna came to see her. So that does reveal some kind of trial strategy, although I don't know how it's protected. I still find it very weird that she had to agree to the strategy. This is basic snitch crossing strategy. And quite frankly, this snitch, Barnhart, has a lot more problems in the sense that she's in jail with, I think, how many crimes she said for deception? It was a lot, right? Wow. But I don't know. I thought the cross of the first snitch was kind of ineffectual in that she wasn't a great snitch. This one, the problem you have is you have a script. Yeah, 27. That's what I thought I heard, Brooklyn. 27 crimes of deception. She's a drug addict. She looks like a drug addict, right? She when you get her that lanky look and all. And the other woman, Harvey could fix her teeth and give her veneers. I mean, that's hysterical. All right, we're just waiting with bated breath here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified that you haven't been promised anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were released from jail on February 11th,
Yes,
2025 as a result of your cooperation in this matter?
I don't know if it was a result of my cooperation, but yes, that's when I was released.
Okay. And so you met with law enforcement. In fact, you sent a letter to a Detective Turner in December of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had information about Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And that you cooperated in the past and you wanted to do it again.
Correct.
And then as a result of that, on December 18th, Detective Turner came and met with you.
Correct.
And you spoke with him about this matter.
Yes, sir.
And then on December 20th, you were taken up to the state attorney's office to meet with the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as a result of that conversation, on February 11th, you were released.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Okay. Now, I want to back up a little bit. You've met prior to being rearrested in September of 2024. You knew Patricia Byrd, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you guys friends on the outside?
No.
Just on the inside?
Yes, sir.
But you've been friendly before?
Friendly, I suppose, for jail.
Now, when you first met with law enforcement or the state attorney's office on December 20th of 2024, towards the end of that conversation, you said to them, "Did I do a good job?" Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you met with them on that day, the offer that you'd had at that point was 5 to 6 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I want to back up a little bit. Let's see. That violation of probation. You were originally put on that probation September 1st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, isn't it true that you qualified for enhanced sentencing?
If you're talking about the PRR, is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure.
Did you qualify as a PRR sentence?
I think it was actually past the 3 years.
Okay. I'm going to approach, and I'll have this marked for identification purposes. Identification purposes. Judgment and sentence that was rendered on September 1st of 2023. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And it indicates that you qualify for PRR sentencing, but the state is waiving it at that time, correct?
Okay. Yes, it does say that.
Okay. And so this is a judgment and sentence or conviction for one count of burglary of an occupied dwelling, and one count of burglary of a dwelling, 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And PRR sentencing means that when you commit a qualifying offense within 3 years of your release from prison, the court has to sentence you to the maximum sentence day for day unless you have a plea agreement that says otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean that this sentence, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years day for day in prison, correct?
If I went to trial, yes, sir.
If you didn't have this plea agreement.
Yes, sir.
But you did have this plea agreement.
Yes.
And you were put on probation.
Yes, sir.
Now, it specifically says if you violate probation, they can reimpose the prison releasee reoffender sentence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Unfortunately, you did violate that probation, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And on June 18th of 2024, probation officer signed an affidavit of violation because you started using again, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were rearrested. You didn't go back to prison, did you?
No,
You got a chance for more treatment, didn't you?
I did.
Now, originally in that 2023 sentence, you did an inpatient program,
Yes, at Sisters in Sobriety.
and you completed that.
I did.
Here, when you were reinstated in July of 2024, you were stepped down to outpatient, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't report to probation, did you?
No,
You started using again,
I did.
and you strung your probation officer along, lying to them.
I don't think I did that, but
You did not make yourself available for supervision.
no, I didn't.
You didn't follow instructions,
I just didn't go.
and you also didn't test.
I didn't go, correct.
And so then you are rearrested, not just for the violation of probation, but also for a new felony charge, correct?
What's the new felony charge?
Burglary of a conveyance?
That's- Okay, yes, correct.
And so in September of 2024, when you were rearrested for violating probation and the new burglary charge, that point in time, you are facing 15 years mandatory day-for-day sentencing, unless you can reach an agreement with the state.
Correct,
And then you meet Donna Adelson,
correct.
your get out of jail free card.
I don't have an answer to that.
And you befriended her,
We became friends, yes.
and you would ask her questions about her case.
No, I didn't ask her questions about her case. She offered it to me and I would listen to her.
So it's your testimony here today that you did not ask her questions.
I can't remember. I may have asked her one or two. I mean, we were locked up for a long time, but I didn't go to her constantly and asking her questions. No.
Just a moment.
Well, there's Janet Misdemeanor. She's going to be on our show on Monday after the trial ends. She said she was going to be there all day today. You should follow her Misdemeanor on Twitter. She's great. She's the one everyone thought was Auntie Deb on Monday. She's in the orange coat, by the way, not the black coat.
Before you ask your next question, Mr. Zollner, please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir. And that's exactly what I'm having ensure done. Okay. So if you didn't reach an agreement with the state, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day.
If I went to trial and was found guilty, yes.
So that your understanding is if you went to trial, you would face 15 years, day for day.
If I was found guilty, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about a violation of probation. You go to a VOP hearing. You've already testified that you started using again.
Yes,
You didn't show up for probation.
correct.
Okay. So if you went to court without an agreement, you would have to be sentenced to 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that when you went to meet with law enforcement on December 20th of 2024, you made sure a couple days prior to this to sit down in a location in the pod and engage in a lengthy conversation with Donna Adelson, correct?
Oh, no, actually, the pod, you can see, the whole pod is visible.
Isn't it true that you told them that you made sure that you sat where a camera could catch you while you sat with my client going over paperwork?
Yes,
Okay. And You wanted them to make sure that they could get video of you with my client.
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Remember, she's been a cooperator before, so she knows how it works. Does the fact that she sat with the client make it more believable that Donna wrote the letter, or less believable?
Did you tell my client she was naive about jail?
That she was naive about jail?
Yes.
Meaning that she just wasn't aware of what went on in jail?
Yes.
I may have. I don't remember.
Now let's talk about that video. I believe the state's going to be introducing that a little bit later. Now, describe for the jury how it came to be that my client wrote down the script that they've introduced into evidence.
How it came to be?
Yes.
Donna wrote it, and she and I were supposed to go over it and practice it.
During that time that you were sitting there, did you write anything down?
I may have colored or written something, but I honestly don't remember.
Did you take things out of the notebook that you'd already written and show them to her?
Probably, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while.
So you don't remember telling her what to write?
No, I didn't tell her what to write.
Your testimony here today is that you never told her what to write?
Yes.
Okay. That's the one thing you are sure about here today. Just a moment, Your Honor.
So the defense is that this snitch told Donna what to write.
Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
So we're going to see the video
You have
carried
advised
along.
to say anything other than the truth here today?
No.
You have a lawyer that's representing you on your criminal cases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's working with the prosecutor on that case, not me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To try to get you some kind of deal, not 15 years maximum penalty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and before your most recent release, you had a five-year plea offer at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as we sit here today, do you have a plea offer?
No.
Okay, so you're waiting to get a new plea offer.
Yes, ma'am.
From somebody, not me.
Correct.
Hoping that maybe it will be better than what it would otherwise be based on this information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you had already provided that script to us before this most recent release and this most recent violation, and now you're going to have to deal with accountability for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that script, it was suggested like, oh, you told her what to write. Did you even know any of that story
No.
to tell her?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
Potentially, Judge.
Ms. Bernhardt, you remain under your subpoena. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness, State.
State calls Kate Butler.
Judge, I advise Ms.
No
Kaplan.
objection. Can we approach?
You may.
While the defense is doing objection, let's talk about, I posted the link to the Innocence Project that 15% of wrongful convictions dealing with the death penalty have to do with snitches, jailhouse snitches, or as it's called, incentivized informants, because they're smart enough to know that they'll get some kind of deal, even if they have no kind of deal going in. So now we have a conference going on with regard to this witness. I don't know what that is, but let's talk about this. I think the problem you have, I mean, I have no doubt that this is a jailhouse snitch. I have no doubt that she knows that she can get a deal. I have no doubt she's very sophisticated. I have no doubt that she sat in front of the camera purposely so that it can be confirmed by the police that she was with Donna Adelson. But I also have no doubt that Donna Adelson wrote the letter. So that's the thing with that snitch. And with the other snitch, Sunshine, the question, there were some issues, right? And do they convict using these snitches? Again, I have a problem with snitches in jail, but when you have a script that's handwritten, that's incredible. That's Dan Markel's mother there in front of Janet and Dan Markel's father in front of misdemeanor right there. All right, I will answer some of your questions. Let me talk specifically to you, Julia Nelson. First of all, I'm not constantly talking how I do a better job. I'll tell you how I cross, because I'm the one who teaches at Harvard, all right? You don't, all right? And the reason people are here, they're here to learn. And we learn from lawyers. I learn from watching good lawyers cross. I also learn from watching bad lawyers cross. I know these lawyers have a hard job. It's a very hard case for them. But that reason why we are here is to see what could be done differently, or what could be an ouch, okay? If you don't like it, there are many other podcasters to follow. Please go there, because my people on this people are here for a specific reason. So don't criticize me. Go criticize yourself for being on something that you don't want to learn. If you don't want to learn, fine. Goodbye. Say goodbye.
Did you bring your?
And maybe you should look up my history of trials. I have a few more than you.
Okay. May I retrieve that from you? Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Butler, Katebutler.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Pensacola Regional Operations Center and the Forensic Document Examination Section.
How long have you been so employed?
16 years.
What are your duties there?
My duties consist of examining items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, and office machines, in order to determine source or authenticity of a question document.
What training and education do you have to perform those duties?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic chemistry from the University of Mississippi. I completed the 2-year, 2-phase training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Obviously going to validate
in the forensic document examination section. This training program consisted of 2 phases. The first phase was mostly reading academic texts, published articles, and research on all aspects of forensic document examination. Once I successfully completed an all-encompassing oral board and passing all the written and practical examinations, I was then allowed to move to phase 2 of training, which was supervised casework, in which I worked actual cases under the direct supervision of the certified analysts in the section. Once I successfully completed the mock trial at the end of that phase, I was then allowed to move to independent casework, which I have been doing ever since.
And have you previously testified as an expert in the area of forensic document examination?
I have.
About how many times?
Approximately 25 times.
Right. And what is forensic document examination?
Forensic document examination is a highly specialized forensic discipline in which we examine items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, or office machines, in order to determine the source or authenticity of that document. Source meaning, was it written by a particular person, printed by a particular office machine? Authenticity, is it genuine, is it counterfeit, or has it been altered in some way? When I complete my examinations of the evidence, I then write a report as to my findings and, when necessary, testify to those.
How is handwriting identifiable to a particular individual?
The best way to explain how handwriting is identifiable is to ask each of you to remember back to when you first learned to write. You typically learned in the 2nd or 3rd grade using a copybook. You learned to make repeated iterations of each of the letters of the alphabet as well as the numbers until you had the basic model of each letter, each word, lowercase and uppercase. You learn to put them on a baseline. You learn to make uppercase letters taller than lowercase letters. However, we've all deviated, as adults, we've all deviated from that original copybook style we were taught. And it's those deviations that are the individual handwriting characteristics that I examine in a question handwriting sample and then compare to a known handwriting sample to see if the same characteristics from the question are present in the known and are similar to one another.
Once you've made a comparison between a known sample and a question sample, how do you report your results?
We have several levels of conclusions that we use in the field. We have on one side the identification, and this is the opinion of which the examiner has reviewed all of the material and has found that the question writing was in fact written by the known writer. And at the other side of the other end of the scale is elimination. And that's after reviewing all the material, the examiner has found that there are significant differences and that it is not the writer. Down from each of those, we have a highly probably wrote and a highly probably did not write. Then we have a probable wrote, probably did not write, indications may not have written, or indications may have written, indications may not have written, and in the middle is our neutral, could neither identify nor eliminate opinion.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 59, introduced into evidence 59A, and introduced into evidence 62.
There's an old case in New Jersey, which I've been writing a book on, the Lindbergh kidnapping. The handwriting was a big part of it.
That would be necessary.
Go ahead.
Showing you State's Exhibit 59 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what did you do with that exhibit?
This particular exhibit, I inventoried to describe the contents of it. I then digitally scanned it and then used it as the purported known writing of Donna Adelson in my handwriting comparison.
And State's Exhibit 59A, does that exhibit contain the scanned pages that you selected from 59 to use as your known sample?
Some of the pages, yes, ma'am.
Yes, we did have one additional page in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And State's Exhibit 62, is this the question sample that you used to compare against the known sample in State's Exhibit 59?
Yes, these are the images of the question document.
Okay. Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to assist the jury in understanding your testimony here today?
I did.
May I publish?
Okay. This is only a demonstrative. You're not seeking to
It's a
admit it.
demonstrative. Where I put my clicker, but if you'll just tell us when to advance the slide, we'll do that.
I will.
Okay. All right, so let's start with the next slide, please. Okay, so these are just the two exhibits that you compared as we just discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, the question handwriting sample, next slide. Okay, wait, go back one. Okay, so what does this show?
This is the third page of the 3 pages of question writing.
And do you select certain characters or words for comparison? How do you start?
I look and examine every handwriting characteristic that is available for me to examine. I notate as I examine the question and known materials. So whenever I find a particular characteristic, I may note where that particular characteristic was found within the known writing. However, I compare all of the question individual characteristics within the handwriting to the known characteristics within the known.
So you're not just picking out like, oh, she makes her S's this way. You're looking at every single character.
Every single handwritten character, yes. I examine all of it and compare it to the known writing to see if each individual characteristic is present, that is present in the question, is present in the known or not. And if it's it's a similarity or if it is different in any way.
And all of that funnels into the totality of your conclusion?
That's correct. At the end of the complete side-by-side examination of all of the question handwriting with all of the known handwriting, I then evaluate all of the observed characteristics, and then I make a conclusion as to the authorship.
Okay, next slide, please. And let's skip to the next one. All right, tell us what we're looking at here. I'm going to look for the pointer while you're talking.
This is a demonstrative court chart. It has some of the words and letters from the question documents. Thank you so much. So I have looked through the question documents, of which there were 3 pages. I found certain words and cropped those words digitally and placed them on this chart. I did the same thing with some of the words and letters from the known writing. And I have put similar words and letters so that I can better explain how it is that I am able to, first of all, choose an individual handwriting characteristic, and then how I'm able to show that it is found within the known writing and that it is similar.
Does the next slide indicate the points of comparison on these particular characters?
Yes, the next slide has some arrows and other markings which are pointing out some of the individual characteristics that I found in my examination and showing how they are similar between the question writings and the known writings. Oh, I apparently clicked it.
I clicked it.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Would you like me to describe each of the characteristics?
Yeah, thank you.
So beginning with the first word in the uppercase W of the word Y, we see the overall structure of the uppercase W has a very small tick at the bottom near the baseline where it appears that there's a little bit of an upstroke and then a very small tick and then a downstroke. That kind of makes the bottom of the W. And that particular shape of it being sort of flat on one side but pointed or angled on the other side of the W, on the side that's next to the H, the right side of the W has a bit of a curve, whereas the left side does not have that curve. So I observed that similar structure in the word wall within the known writing. So you can see on the left side, very flat, but on the right side, a very sharp angle up to the top. And then the top ends with a bit of a tick to the right. And that's pointed out in both the red arrow, the first red arrow in the uppercase W of the word Y in the question column, as well as in the uppercase W of the word Y on the known column. In the question column in the word Y, I have also pointed out the lowercase y. The structure of it creates almost a loop. It's not entirely connected, the U of the Y and the staff of the Y, but it almost is. But that pin lift where the stroke stops, lifts, and then comes back down onto the piece of paper, that whole structure and then the 2 separate strokes, that particular lowercase y was found in the word they. And you can see that in the known column, the second row, where you see the lowercase y, the 2 strokes, where there's a bit of a pin drag as it lifts and then forms the staff of the Y. Looking again to the question column, the word they, you can see the crossbar of the T moving up towards the lowercase h's staff and then almost forms a loop again. There's a bit of a pin lift there between the connecting strokes of that crossbar of the T and the lowercase h's staff. You can see that same characteristic with the crossbar moving into the lowercase h and almost connecting to the staff, but leaving a pin drag or a pin lift in that area. You can see that in the lowercase in the word there in the lowercase t and h combination in the known column. I have also pointed out in the question column in the word they, the lowercase e, The lowercase e was formed by starting in the middle of the letter. And instead of making a loop or an eyelet formation, which is typically how our lowercase e is made, it remains open as if just a tick mark before it begins its overarching structure back to the baseline. So that sort of open loop E was also found in the word ache, which you can see in the known column, where you can see the eyelet of the E is open and not rounded at all. It's sort of a sharp retrace of the E before it forms the circular part. Like I pointed out in the word Y in the question column, I've also pointed out the lowercase y and they in the question column. So this is a second variation of the lowercase y. So one variation of the lowercase y has a straight staff. The bottom of it goes straight. Another variation that this writer had was the lowercase y, in which those strokes, the bowl of the y and the staff, are actually connected here in a loop formation, and the bottom of the staff creates a curve at the bottom, whereas the lowercase y in the word y remains straight. So this particular natural variation, the lowercase y with a loop and a curve, this was found in the word Y in the known column on the first line. Natural variations are found throughout people's writing because of our lack of machine-like precision to be able to produce writing exactly the same way every time. Natural variations occur throughout our writing. So seeing different variations of a lowercase y or any letter and seeing those same variations present in the known is additional information for me to use in my conclusion. So going to the next word in the question column, it is the word Miami. The uppercase M in Miami has an interesting structure. The staff of it has an open loop formation. So it looks like a little bit of a bubble in that staff on the left side of the M. This same formation of that uppercase M was found within the known writing, and I have it pointed out in the word me in the known column. One of the other things that I wanted to point out in the word Miami is the height difference between the lowercase I and the lowercase a. This particular writer, when writing the I-A together, tended to make the lowercase I lower than the lowercase a, whereas you can see it's sort of floating above the baseline. That particular characteristic was also found within the words Miami within the known writing, which I have pointed one out on the right side of the column in the second Miami, but it is also seen in the first version of Miami as well, just not pointed out with an arrow. The lowercase a in Miami, I'm pointing out two different characteristics with that lowercase a. I'm pointing out the structure of the lowercase a kind of having a bit of an open top. There's a space between the top of it and the staff of it, kind of leaving a little bit of an open circle. And the structure of it being kind of having a bit of a hat to it. That particular characteristic was found in the lowercase a of the word tenants, which is about 8 lines down on the known column. One of the other characteristics I'm pointing out with the lowercase a in Miami is how the ending stroke of the a sweeps under the lowercase m in Miami next to it. And that particular characteristic, which was found in the word Miami in the question, was also found within the word Miami within the known writing. And you can see it in the first version of Miami on the 4th line in the known column. Moving on to the word and in the questioned column, the overall uppercase structure of the letter is formed with only one stroke. So beginning on the left side and moving up from the baseline, creating sort of a triangle. But whenever that stroke comes down to the baseline, the right side of the A, it causes a retrace that forms the crossbar of the A. So it is actually one stroke, almost like a triangle, except the bottom, instead of meeting the left staff, comes up and forms a curved crossbar of the A. And that particular letter formation was found within the known writing also in the uppercase A. You can see in the known column on the 6th row. The spacing relationship between the lowercase n and the lowercase d is the next characteristic that I have pointed out within my demonstrative aid. So the fact that the n is sort of diving into that lowercase d is found within the word dividend. You can see at the end how at the end of the word dividend, the lowercase n is sort of piercing through the loop of the D, the bottom of the D. And that particular spacing characteristic was found within the question as well as the known. And I also wanted to point out the open loop of the D. So the bottom of the D, the bowl of the D is open. Whenever that character was created, it started at the top, went towards the baseline, then created a counterclockwise curve. But instead of coming and meeting the staff, it stayed open and just stayed at the baseline. So pointing out that particular characteristic of that open bold lowercase d can be found in the word card in the known column. The next word in the question column is the word once, the lowercase NTS is where I'm going to focus on, although there are more characteristics that I have not pointed out. The lowercase n and s are nearly touching, which is odd because whenever you're taught to learn the copybook style, you're taught to leave an even amount of spacing between each letter in a word. So the S touching the N, which is 2 letters outside of the word, was an interesting characteristic that I found in the word tenants on the 8th row on the known column. You can also see it in the word comments, though I don't have it pointed out with a red arrow, but the N and the S look like as if they are touching. The combination of the crossbar T to the lowercase s to the formation of the lowercase s in the word once on the question column, that particular characteristic was found within the word comments, where you can see the lowercase t's crossbar continues out to the right and then forms a loop as it makes a counterclockwise loop around and then comes closer to the baseline and then kind of goes underneath the lowercase t to touch the lowercase n. That particular combination was found within the known writing in tenants as well as comments. The next word in the question column is the word whatever. The lowercase w in the word whatever, there's a line underneath it. That is indicating is that the left side of the W is actually lower on the baseline than the right side of the W. And that particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the known column 8 within the word once. I didn't use this laser the whole time. The lowercase w in the word once on the known column, the left side of it is much closer to the baseline than the right side. Moving on to the next characteristic, it is the spacing between the lowercase t and the lowercase e in the word whatever. The T crossbar is touching the lowercase e. That particular characteristic was found within the word after. And the formation of the V is a very blocky shape with the left side being lower than the right side. The bottom kind of creates more of a square rather than a curve or a V shape retrace. That particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the word deliver. Another characteristic within the word whatever in the question column is the combination of the ER. The lowercase e, as it ends, creates the beginning stroke of the lowercase r, connecting the e and the r at the bottom. And that particular characteristic was also found within the word deliver and the word after in the known writing.
And do these examples comprise all of the characteristics that you looked at, or are these just a few examples?
These are just a few examples of some of the question characteristics that I examined and found to be similar within the known writing.
And what conclusion did you reach in reference to the question, did Donna Adelson write the script contained in State's Exhibit 62?
I identified known writing purportedly written by Donna Adelson as to be the writer of the question handwriting.
And is that the highest level of conclusion that you reach in your reporting?
Identification is the highest level, yes, ma'am.
1 minute. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
We've never contested that our client wrote that document, no questions.
You may step down. The comment is struck. Members of the jury, you are to consider what came from the witness stand as the evidence. You may step down.
Thank you.
Have a good day. You are released. Please call your next witness.
Maybe we have a short recess to set up for the next witness.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We'll resume at 3:35.
Okay, I missed the comment that was struck and who said it. It had to be from one of the attorneys. Did you see it? The defense never contested this, and we just heard from a handwriting analysis that we didn't need to hear from. I mean, it's interesting. I shouldn't be muted now because my thing doesn't say muted. Are you not hearing me? Because I'm not supposed to be muted on my camera. My little microphone thing on there doesn't say muted. I'm good. Okay. All right. First of all, let me just tell you that handwriting analysis is one of those things that's really contested in a real case. All right. Here, the defense didn't contest this was her document. But since 1972, there was a case involving Howard Hughes, a phony will that many of the leading handwriting experts in the country said was a real will. Turns out it was phony, it was fraudulent, it was fraud. There was no issue with regard to that. There's questions about, I told you, the Lindbergh case back in New Jersey, back in the early 1900s, where supposedly Hauptmann had written letters, and there's questions now about whether he did or whether the police told him what to write, as opposed to whether or not he was the author on his own. If we had time, I'd bring on Michael Reisinger, who used to teach at Seton Hall University. In terms of whether, Florida's a Dahlberg state, so I don't know if they had a Dahlberg hearing. Probably not, because the defense wasn't contesting it. But it's not considered one of, let me say, the gold standard sciences. Many people would say it's a junk science. Many people would say it's a science that it's not really a science. There's some courts that don't even allow it in because they find that it doesn't have any validation under Dahlberg standards or any forensic standards. But whatever it is, it went in, and we heard all sorts of stuff. I used that opportunity. I actually tell you, I had to take a quick break. As you saw, I had the 2B avatar up because I just don't know why we heard it. If indeed it was never going to be contested. Anyhow, you could look at Florida. It actually is a Dahlberg state. It returned back that way. I think in about 2019, the legislature returned it back to being Dahlberg. It had been Fry. Then they went to Dahlberg, and then it was back to Fry. Now it's specifically Dahlberg. And it has many serious factors, including error rates that have to be taken into account. And there is a lot of issues with regard to error rates and handwriting, which, by the way, is going to go by the wayside soon, it appears. They don't teach handwriting in schools anymore. When I went to Catholic school, she was right. You had to write in the books and all that stuff, but it's not taught because the kids are using computers. Many kids don't even know how to write, don't know how to read regular handwriting, right? They just don't know how to read it because they're not taught it. So, your handwriting changes over time. I mean, look at my signature. My signature, when I want to write it nice on a check, okay, it's fine, but it's good. But when I'm writing it normally, you can't. No one's gonna ever tell that it's my signature. But in any event, it almost doesn't matter. This relates to the snitch. They're trying to give it more validity to the snitch, I guess, the prosecution, because Ms. Barnhart, 27 cases of deception, up for, she's a drug addict. She needs to be in rehab, and a rehab she's going to stay in. But instead, she ends back in jail. And look, let's face it, drug addiction is the scourge of our society, right? It's a real problem. And she has been an informant before, so she knows how the game is played. Does that make her less credible, more credible? It may even make her more credible, because she kind of she set Donna Adelson up. Your friend, blah, blah, blah. You don't know much about jail. Donna Adelson kind of trusted her. Yeah, you don't know much about jail. And then she wrote a script for her, and the script sounds like it. The script even though I am not one for jailhouse snitches, I would never convict somebody on a specific jailhouse snitch testimony. The jury can accept or reject these snitches, because I think that before you even get to here, the state had proven that linkage. But now they're trying to prove the linkage with Sunshine and with Miss Barnhart. I don't know how you all feel about it. Again, as I told you, 15% in wrongful convictions, incentivized informants who were improperly testifying. They made things up to get out of jail or to get some kind of promise. Were the cause of wrongful convictions, dealing with the death penalty. So God knows how many else out there are. But the first snitch or incentivized informant, and I say they're incentivized even though they're saying they're getting nothing for the testimony. Clearly, they feel like they're going to get something, or else they wouldn't be doing it, because snitches in jail aren't really looked on as being really good. But apparently, Donna Adelson's, maybe she may be looked at as being, someplace they can get money from, right? Remember, she said that she was attacked in the shower. People wanted money, so then she may have learned for that. I wish the prosecution had explained the pods more, and how many people were in the pods, and where they sleep and how they sleep, and had pictures of that. Maybe we're going to get all that, because clearly we're getting another witness. I don't know whether it's going to be the person who operated the camera to show Donna talking to Miss Barnhart, whether we're going to get a DNA analysis on the book, which we apparently don't need, because apparently the defense is never contesting it. So is the jury going to feel that the prosecution just wasted their time with that nice forensic examiner who's really into whether or not this crosses that, and the Y crosses there, and that crosses this, and all? So let me tell you that you can watch everything now. Remember that you're all talking about the Zodiac case, but sometimes people who are like the Zodiac case can have a certain format purposely, because they want the police to know it's them. They want everything to be uniform. And it may not even be their actual writing. It may be writing that they developed for their identity of what they're trying to do. But whatever it was, we don't have to worry about it, because that letter is going. That thing is going in. Now let's see. I highlighted some of them. They don't know Charlie. She told him she would tell friends who he is. She can keep him safe. He agreed his safe and gave his stacks of money. Then she told him he can pay her the next in cash. She said he was going to give her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him. It's very interesting that both of these snitches, both of these incentivized informants, and I'm saying that because they know, all right, the promises and all. Both of these had also been in jail with Katie Magbuana, and I'm pronouncing it the Michael Bryant way, because that's the way it's being pronounced in the Philippines, because it's relating to a province and all, even though she now more Americanizes it. It's interesting that they both were, and I'm sure the hearing or the concern of the defense was that these were actually planted snitches. They knew that Katie had been with both of these informants, and that they were then put in, even though they were implanted, but they were put in the same pod as Donna Adelson, because word gets around that she would have money and be able to help them, right? Marty Vale says they're placed in the same pod. I agree. I think they don't have to be put necessarily, but they were definitely placed in the same pod. Marty, you also asked the question I had started earlier about, was there a Daubert hearing for this witness? I don't think there was, and I don't think handwriting is scientifically reliable. Certainly wouldn't convict on it. Charles Argo, thank you for that donation to Justice Serve TV. We really appreciate it. It's all going to go help fund, Michael Bryant's next trip to Florida, which is probably going to be with the OnlyFans woman. Okay. Thank you very much for the soul destroying job. Don't know if you're talking about the direct examination. I think the whole case is really just very interesting. Kay Lala brings up a point. She saw two AUSAs, that's assistant U.S. attorneys in D.C. get sanctioned for misuse of a jailhouse snitch, and it became a Brady violation. Yeah, there's also a lot of problems with that. And, they know it. But I've seen more snitches testify in Florida from my time of doing this than I have seen actually almost in any other case, all right? So I've seen more snitches testify in Florida. They seem to be more, shall we say, accepted. But, what's the likelihood that two people in the jail who had served time at the time that Katie was there and then come back when Donna is there, end up in the same pod with Donna, and one of them actually is sleeping next to her for a period of months, okay? I think the first snitch was a little bit more dicey in terms of whether or not things were true, because I think that's stuff that could be gathered from, the internet. And believe me, they talk in jail. The second snitch, clearly to me, was a very experienced snitch, because she did it before. She has so many jailhouse extensions. She knows how to get out. But I think she did get Donna to write that script, and that, quite frankly, becomes an It's all there was a script. That's an We had heard about it. We didn't know how large it was. We didn't know how big it was. And it's long, okay? It's long, okay? So, wow. No, I don't think that's entrapment there, because, when they place them in, they tell them to go, if they place them in the same, like, jail cell and tell them to go get something from somebody, then you have a possible Sixth Amendment violation, especially if that's not disclosed to the defense. All right. This sounds more like they just knew the pod. And again, I wish they explained how many people in the pod. It's usually not that many people in a pod, not that many women in the pod. And that's how they get to talk. And, they spend a lot of time together. And I guess, Adelson would become familiar in that pod. Remember, she had been moved at one time because of her being attacked, I guess it was, in the shower, right? She had been moved. So, look, they're very smart. All right, they're very smart. And that's when the one thing that Barnhart said that was true is, you don't know much about jail, do you, Mrs. Adelson? You don't know much about jail. But what I want to know is, what was the last comment that was made that was struck? It had to be, since there had been cross-examination, there was cross-examination, then there was a cross-examination, and the defense attorney said they weren't contesting anyhow, and then the prosecution said something. So was the prosecution's comment struck that the jury wasn't supposed to hear? I'm just not sure. Kate Lala says, the state never offered them anything. It's hard to believe. I agree with you, but they're smart enough to know, these snitches are smart enough to know that if they go to the state, and here, the first one, the Sunshine, as I'll call her, as Donna called her, Donna Adelson called her, she actually told her attorney, okay? Her attorney is the one that went to the government and said, my client has something here. Now, whether the attorney said, look, I could use this to try to get you something, or I can use this because, you shouldn't be taking anything from Mrs. Adelson here in the jail, or maybe you're violating jail rules, but the attorney was involved in being the one who transitioned. In the Barnhart case, it looks like she specifically went to the prosecutors, right? Okay, so let's see here. Here, Zoe B says, prosecutor requested Zellman's comment be struck. The defense has never contested my client wrote this. And then the judge struck it. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I probably would have said the same thing Zellman did. I probably would have gotten that in too. We've never contested it, or maybe he got up, it said, we don't contest anything. You said, Miss expert witness, thank you very much for being here and educating us, or something like that. We've never contested anything in your report, and don't expect to contest you. Haven't, and we have no questions for you. Would that be struck? Maybe, but the jury hears it. But the jury did get to know that really that was a waste of time. Everybody, you all were gathering with regard to talking about subscriptions, which we've given out today, which Joey Kane was nice enough to get out, members subscriptions. So, I yawn, I'm sorry. That testimony was almost like the forensic accountant testimony. But we're all kind of tired, right? Everyone, you didn't feel the energy in the courtroom this afternoon. As we're going to have another witness. I think the judge would like the prosecution to rest. They're going to try. But everyone, you feel the energy is kind of, everything is kind of lower key now today, right, in the afternoon. And that's what happens. So we can all use, I put my stretching things away. We can all use a good stretch. Oh, the jury's in there, hopefully getting coffee. Oh, hopefully use the restroom. So, and that's what they're doing, because I'm sure there was a lot of stifling of yawns, right? But please hit the subscribe button, like, share, and notify, and then you'll get notified when we're on. Next week, we're going to be on again covering this trial. Michael will be doing most of Monday, and I'll be joining for the after show. And then once this case ends, we'll go back to our 6 o'clock regular show that we normally have. But because Michael was down there and we have been on this case and covering this case, and we felt a great need to see this through, we will. Now, I will tell you there is a Justice for Danny fund that's going around. We as journalists can't support that right now. Not that we don't support it, but we can't put it up here for you to support. But of course, many of you want to, and we'll let you know about it, but we're not going to post it at this point because we're not supposed to take one side or another at this point, even though I'm telling you, I think Donna will be convicted. But then again, the jury may feel this. If the prosecution really had a case, why they need to call these jailhouse informants if you have a sophisticated juror? And you have 12 jurors on this, because I guess this started initially, all these cases as death penalty cases with Secreto Garcia. So the 12 jurors, right? The 12 jurors kind of came through with every single case since. I don't know. I think that the defense attorneys are bringing up good points. My point before is that it's getting, the theme, and I'm comparing them maybe to AJ and to the attorneys in Alan Jackson, the attorneys in the Reed case, that you were always on the edge of your seat listening to the theme and listening to the cadence and listening to the rhythm. And what we teach at Harvard a lot of times too, and I can slouch here with you guys. We're on the air for 10 hours, but posture in the courtroom is very important. Your cadence is important. How you ask the questions is important. So we teach that. And, it's very hard, especially, this is a hard case to defend. Doug said he wouldn't want to defend it. And interesting, Doug Weinstein, who, by the way, is starting another murder trial, was in our chat earlier today. He said this is very hard, but he's starting another, he calls murder case. He said, I don't think it's being streamed on Wednesday of next week. That's right, Wednesday. But I think it is, it is a tough case. There's so much discovery in this case, and there's so much that you have to wade through. and you hear it, and the prosecution has synthesized it down. But there's a lot of other tapes. Sanford said there's a lot of other tapes that they just tried to present to juries the one they thought that was, that was around. Yeah, I don't know if you heard this. This is kind of fun. Not sure how true this is, but STS reported in court was late today because Fulford accidentally took a sleeping pill and had to walk it off. Oh, that's why they were late. I thought they were dealing with discovery because the judge told them the attorneys had to meet with their client at 8:15 to deal with that discovery issue. Boy, I don't even know how you get up if you accidentally take a sleeping pill and all. As I said, I'm waiting for Michael Bryant to discuss the funny story where I did my first foray into having at dispensary to take two things to help you sleep, but never again am I taking them. But when we have Jimmy on someday, we'll go through the story because it's very funny, actually. Yeah, so, okay. Proctor goes back in October and he presents his case, George Schmeyer.
Everyone can be seated. You may call your next witness. Sergeant Corbett, you remain under oath, sir. I would just remind you to testify truthfully. You may examine.
Yes, Thank you, Judge. Does your second presentation in this trial today contain text messages from Donna Adelson?
It does, yes.
And were these text
This
messages
sure told us,
that
tell
were
you,
from
Johnny
her
Sack.
phone that was seized in Miami Airport in November of 2023?
Yes, they're from a forensic examination of that phone that was taken from her person.
And does this presentation also contain messages from Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
It does, yes.
And were the amount of messages in both that iCloud and from that cell phone voluminous?
They were, yes.
Your summary that I've labeled 73B, and for the record, I'll make the summary from his first part of his presentation 73A, and this one will be 73B. Do these include some of the text relevant to the specific things I'm going to ask you about today from those voluminous records?
It does, yes.
At this time, I would move State 73B into evidence subject to the court's ruling.
Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling, Your Honor.
73B, you said?
Yes, sir.
73B will be admitted.
And I'd also make 73A, please.
Any objection as to 73, or were those already admitted?
73 has already been admitted, so I'd just be amending the name of the exhibit.
Go ahead, and then continue.
All right. Just as you did in your first testimony, did you create a PowerPoint of your summary that will go into evidence with the jury as a demonstrative here in court?
I did, yes.
And does this demonstrative contain other evidence that maybe the jury's already seen in this case, such as State's Exhibit 62?
I believe it does, yes.
All right. Permission to use a demonstrative, Judge?
You may.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 62, this first slide, does this appear to be a question and answer session here? There's a part that says Q, followed by a question, and a part that says A, followed by the answer to the question.
That's correct.
And when a witness is on the stand in a trial like you are today, does your testimony have to be in a question and answer format?
It is, yes.
All right. If we could go to the first page of State's Exhibit 62. Looking at this first bit of information here, what does this writing say that Kay said?
It says here in the highlighted section that Kay said she told Charlie on the night of the murder.
I'm going to object. This testimony is cumulative to the other evidence that's already been admitted.
Overruled, the witness may provide context concerning the admitted evidence.
What does it say that Kay said?
She said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him.
Okay, and does that story sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial in October of 2023?
I am, yes.
Okay. the next sentence, does the next sentence say, she asked him to give her $350,000 he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law, not to kill him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so according to this story and to Charlie Adelson's story at his trial, no one hired these hitmen to kill Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
They just did it in their own in hopes of getting paid.
Correct.
All right, looking at the next page. Is this the bottom part of the first page combined with the top part of the second page?
It is, yes.
Okay. Looking at the next sentence, does it say he threatened me that he was going to go to the police? I told him if he went to the police, these murderers would kill him. And if they don't get you, they'll kill your mom and dad, exclamation point. You should have seen his face, exclamation point. He turned white, exclamation point. He was scared shitless, in quotations.
Yes.
Okay, looking down at the next paragraph, does it say that she convinced him that the murderers think that a woman is paying for this? They don't know Charlie. And she told him she would tell her friends, she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to this, the men who killed Dan Markel are not the ones giving him the information the night of this murder. It's Catherine McVanois. Is that right?
Correct.
And was that consistent with what Charlie Adelson said in his testimony? He said that McVanois came over alone the night of the murder and told him that he was being extorted by some people she knew.
That's correct.
All right, looking down at the next section, does it say he opened his safe and gave her stacks of money? I'm sorry, can you go back up?
Yes. It does, yes. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money.
And what does the rest of that paragraph say?
Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out for a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with $350,000.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Approach.
Okay. Let's see. I have this on a full screen right now so I could see what they were posting when they were posting. So now they want to approach. I'm not sure what's happening. He's just reading, and there was an objection. He's reading the new script and asking whether it's consistent with Charlie's testimony. What do you all think about this? I mean, I really thought they were going to end with she's leaving on a jet plane. And then we have the snitches, and I'm sure they want to end their case on a high note and maybe end the whole case before 5:30 tonight so the jury can go home for the weekend and think. But I'm not quite sure I understand what's going on because the texting, Johnny Sack, as I'm calling him on the stand, was familiar with the texting from the cell phone that was taken from the jetway, so I thought we were going to hear that first. So I assume this texting that we're going to see has something related to the notebook, the script that Donna wrote. Let's go back in and let's listen.
Let's continue, Stephen.
Okay. In Charlie Adelson's testimony, did he say that he paid Catherine McVanois $3,000 a month because he did not have $350,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Did he say he gave her, I think it was $138,000 that night or the next morning, and then the rest was $3,000 a month over time?
That's correct.
And was that paid, he said, from $1,000 a month in her paycheck from Adelson Institute and $2,000 in cash?
Yes.
And in his testimony, did he say that McVanois assured him that none of the money would be going to her? She was giving it all to the extorters, including the money from her paycheck?
Yes.
And did he testify that he told his mother, Donna Adelson, about the extortion in September of 2014?
Yes.
All right, can we move on to the next paragraph? I have a couple of questions about that. Okay, in this middle paragraph and in this final paragraph, is the word extort used twice?
Yes.
Okay, and then at the bottom, haha is written out.
It is, yes.
Looking at the word, the first time we see the word extort on this page, is that underlined for emphasis?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, when did Donna Adelson first learn of the meaning of the word extortion?
Well, we know that there was a search from the web history of that forensic examination. I can move to that now. That was in October of 23. That is reference to extortion versus blackmail.
Okay, and what date was that search made?
Again, October 16th of 2023.
Was that about a week before Charlie Adelson's trial began?
It is, yes.
That she's looking at the difference between extortion and blackmail?
Correct.
And that would be even though, according to his testimony, he and his mother had been being extorted since 2014.
Correct.
All right, after Donna Adelson's phone was seized on November 13th of 2023, were we able to extract the data through a Cellbrite report?
We were, yes.
And from the phone in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson were talking about Charlie's trial and verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
What date did Charlie Adelson's opening statements begin on October 24th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the first day of the trial when there was an opening statement and the state started calling their first witnesses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what day did Charlie Adelson testify in his defense in that case?
November 2nd.
All right. And in this conversation between Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson, did Donna Adelson agree that Charlie Adelson's testimony about being extorted was the truth, that he was telling the truth?
She did, yes.
Okay, can we see that exchange?
Yes.
Now, right before this exchange, did Wendy Adelson send a prayer hands emoji?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was Donna Adelson's response to that?
That we shouldn't have to pray. He's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years, differs through this, and now what? Prayer hands.
And then does she clarify that she meant suffers, not differs?
Yes.
Okay, so what date was this text sent on?
Again, November 6th of 2023.
So this would have been about 4 days after Charlie Adelson's testimony.
Correct.
But before a verdict was rendered in the case.
That's correct.
It says that he's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years. Was Robert Adelson a witness in Charlie Adelson's trial? Was he called by either the state or the defense?
He was not.
Okay. So the only person that Wendy Adelson was a little sister of who testified in Charlie Adelson's trial was Charlie Adelson then.
That's correct.
And here she's saying he's telling the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that the only time that she said that Charlie Adelson's defense was the truth during that trial?
It is not.
Okay, can you show us all the messages where she's letting people know that it's the truth? Okay, so she's sending these messages to different friends or family members saying, finally, the truth is out?
That is correct. All of these messages were sent in a relatively short time frame to various friends and associates.
Okay. Were there more messages than just this?
There were.
Okay. And so she's seeing if people are watching more about it being the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
It says Dan just proved extortion. Was Dan Rashbaum Charlie Adelson's attorney at trial?
He was, yes.
Besides these things, I mean, what else did Donna Adelson say? Or did she say anything else to Wendy Adelson? Okay, thank you. Okay, here is she asking someone to watch opening because the truth is out.
That's correct.
All right. What else does Donna Adelson say to Wendy Adelson about this extortion defense?
She says that she's sorry this has been our life for so many years. It has been torture, but your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and your with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. Let's see what a jury does to him and to the rest of us. You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that.
What date is that? Or was
That
that sent?
I'm
What
sorry,
date was that sent?
November 1st of 23.
So she's saying she hasn't told Wendy about this extortion defense because Wendy's attorney didn't want her to.
Correct.
And it might affect their relationship.
Yes.
Did we look in the cell phone reports and records to see whether there was any phone evidence of Charlie Adelson being extorted by Magbanua or Garcia or Rivera?
We did, yes.
All right, looking at the day after Dan Markel's murder, which would have been July 19th of 2014, would that have been the day after Magbanua would have told Charlie Adelson he was being extorted per his testimony and this State 62?
Yes.
Okay. What did Charlie Adelson and Magbanua, what were they saying to each other in text messages that day, the day after this alleged extortion?
So he speaks of heading to the gym, asking her if she's taking her children to the beach. She replies that it's beautiful, probably the pool, and he encourages her to have a nice day.
Okay, so then this would have been after Magbanua left his home that morning that we saw in your first presentation and is headed south toward Rivera's. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Charlie Adelson reaches out to Magbanua first. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says he's headed to the gym?
Yes.
Any mention of extortion, bad guys, money in these messages?
No,
Does it appear that there's any anger or fear in these messages?
it does not.
What about, and in the, what about in the week following the murder? What did they talk about that week?
Well, there's additional messages from the 19th later on in the afternoon. And then, yes, we have messages from the next week.
And what were their conversations that week like? So here they're talking about the weather and how late it is in the day.
Yes.
Okay. What about the next messages? She wants him to get Jerry to call in some prescription shampoo for her.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He says sweet dreams.
Yes.
What's next? She's complaining about a headache, migraine.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He's saying laugh out loud.
Yes.
All right. Any more after that? Here she says, have a good day, smiley face. And he says, you too.
Correct.
And is that all we have from that week?
Yes.
Did they ever discuss extortion, bad guys, money?
No.
Okay. Does it seem like pretty mundane things?
It does, yes.
All right. From 2014 to 2016, those 2 years after the murder, do Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua stay in regular contact with each other, even after they break up in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, from the messages, do they appear to have a close friendship?
I would say yes.
Can you show us some examples of that? Here is she giving him some relationship advice and saying he'd make a great dad?
Yes.
All right, what's next? Does Charlie Adelson tell her he loves her in October of 2014?
He does.
Does he say it makes me feel good that you care about me? I'm very lucky to have you as part of my life.
He does.
Okay, what's next? Oh, I'm sorry. Can you go back? Does she respond that she will always care about him?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? And here they have an exchange. Is this in February of 2015?
It is.
And here she says, I always know how to make you smile. And he says, yes, you do.
Correct.
What's next? What do they say here?
It's February 24th of 15. Good, I love you. And he replies, I love you too.
Okay. What about later that year? Are there more friendly exchanges?
October 27th of 2015.
And she's maybe wishing him a happy birthday and thank you for helping me and I love you?
Yes.
And what does he say back?
Can't wait to get lunch with you. You're the best. I am lucky to have you as a friend for life.
Smiley face?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, here are they kind of calling each other names. It seems like in a funny way.
Yes.
And he says, I miss you.
Yes.
And what about the next month? Are there any messages in the next month? Okay, maybe some sort of inside joke here.
Yes.
Okay. Is she giving laughing, crying emojis?
Yes.
All right, what's next? Is this the same day?
It is.
And how does he end this exchange?
LOL, you're the best.
So laugh out loud, you're the best?
Yes.
After maintaining a close friendship for years, according to these texts, at what point did Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois no longer have any contact via phone again? Is it after the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. I'm trying to recall exactly when that ended, but it was well into the time of the arrest. Yes.
Okay. Now, in all of these messages from the records between Charlie Adelson and McBanois in those 2 years, are there any messages where they discuss being extorted?
No.
Are there any messages where they discuss Dan Markel's murder?
No.
What about McBanois knowing people who wanted to hurt his family, or anything like that?
Nothing.
When Donna Adelson's phone was seized and cell-brighted, was there evidence inside that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson had communicated for several years over WhatsApp?
Yes.
And what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is just a communication app, multi-platform. You can use it on iPhones or Androids or other devices, and it is just another platform which people can communicate, voice, text. And it is what we call an over-the-top app in that it does not go through the carrier traditional infrastructure. So it's not using their text message service. It's using the data side. So we don't see records of that, those communications in the call detail records that we get. And it offers the security of encryption, that those messages are encrypted for the security of the senders.
Sometimes people use WhatsApp because maybe they're somewhere internationally and that's the easiest way to communicate internationally.
Yes.
Sometimes people use WhatsApp because, as you said, it's an encrypted service and maybe those messages could be harder to find as opposed to a regular text message.
Also speculation.
Please approve.
Okay. I could ask a different question, Judge.
Please do.
What does an encrypted message mean?
So encrypted means that the message content itself is encoded in a way that it cannot be easily read or decoded in transit. So if there was an interception or someone were to get hold of that text message because of the encryption, you're not able to actually see what's in there. And so that provides, again, for the security of those messages and traffic.
Okay, thank you. Looking at this WhatsApp thread between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, were some messages seen in 2023 that law enforcement did not previously have?
Correct.
Okay. If you could turn our attention to the first one from July of 2016. Okay. Do you mind going to the next? Thank you. All right, so they're talking about some good news.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, so what does Charlie Adelson say here?
He says that the information he got, no, it's in the paper from yesterday. And I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but it's looking that way after he spoke to Garcia attorney.
Okay, and when was that message sent?
July 21st of 2016.
Okay, was David Marcus spelled with a K? Was that Charlie Adelson's attorney at the time?
Yes.
So according to this text, Charlie Adelson's attorney was talking to Garcia's attorney, and he's letting his mother, Donna Adelson, know that in this message?
Yes.
Who did Marcus run into when he met with Garcia's lawyer?
Katie.
I believe 73A and 73 have been admitted at this point. They're in evidence. The objections are ruled.
What happened when Garcia's lawyer, when Charlie Adelson's lawyer met with Garcia's lawyer? Who did they run into?
Miss Magbanua.
Okay. Now, how do we know that Kaddie is Magbanua?
That's how he had her listed in his contacts within his phone, Charlie Adelson's.
Okay. So throughout their relationship, Catherine Magbanua's phone number and all of these messages are all to Kaddie in his phone. That's how he spelled Katie.
Correct.
Okay. And then how does Donna Adelson respond to this?
To the small world comment, she replies that it is. And then he goes on to discuss the meeting.
So does he say that his attorney said they said hi to each other, they shook hands, he introduced himself, and she is nice and beautiful?
Correct.
Okay, and how does Donna Adelson respond?
Like all your girlfriends.
Okay, so this is July of 2016. So is this about 2 months after Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan? I'm sorry. Yeah, Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel.
Yes.
Okay, and Katie's his baby mama?
Yes.
Okay. Did Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson express any anger here or four-letter words for Garcia, the man who shot Dan Markel and had been arrested for it 2 months earlier?
No.
Or for Katie, the mother of his children?
No.
All right. Looking at the next month in August, show us this WhatsApp message. Now, is it between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, can you read us the message from August 2nd here?
Charlie Adelson says, did you see in the paper where the state star witness that rented the hotel room is a convicted cocaine dealer? Maybe those guys were just up in Tallahassee buying drugs and just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe the coke dealer did it because Danny did not pay him for his drugs, just like he stiffed everyone else he did business with. This whole thing is just crazy.
So at this point in August, you said Garcia and Rivera, they had been arrested for at least 2 months, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Charlie Adelson, according to Charlie Adelson, and according to him, he and his mother had been extorted for almost a year and a half as of a couple months ago.
That'd be correct.
In this message from Charlie Adelson, though, does it appear to spitball another theory of Dan Markel's murder besides the extortion, that they've supposedly been extorted for the last 2 years by the killers?
It does, yes.
And when law enforcement investigated, did the hitman actually hang out with a local cocaine dealer who the police interviewed, and he gave them information about the men he sold drugs to?
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't the paper.
I'm sorry?
And they're talking about the fact that that was in the paper.
Yes.
Okay. And that maybe that coke dealer's the guy that killed Danny.
Yes.
Maybe Danny was buying drugs from him, stiffed him, something like that.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. What's next after this? After Donna Adelson says, I did not see that, which paper?
Charlie indicates that it was in the Tallahassee Democrat, and Donna that she has stopped reading everything.
And does she say, wow, exclamation point, I've stopped reading everything?
Yes.
Does she say, what are you talking about? You told me that they've been extorting us for 2 years.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Is there anything about extortion in these messages?
There is not.
All right. Last thing we saw from we're at the beginning of the presentation, we saw that in Donna Adelson's phone, she said that he was telling the truth in his trial and the truth is out. Was there another message to Wendy Adelson after she told Wendy Adelson? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is there more messages here?
There is, just the end of that conversation.
By the way, that was a good objection before.
Can you walk us through these and then I'll move on?
Certainly, it's just the conclusion of that the guy admitted to selling them cocaine and hanging.
This is cumulative.
Sustained is cumulative.
Okay, is this the end of the conversation that we just saw?
It is, yes.
Okay. And do these messages mention extortion?
They do not.
All right. Going back to November of 2023, did we find messages in Donna Adelson's phone from November of 2023 when the verdict was announced between Donna and Wendy?
Yes.
Okay, can we see that message? Or maybe this, okay. She says there's a verdict. This is on November 6, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was a verdict delivered, meaning read out loud by the clerk or by the judge sometime between 5 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. on that day, November 6th?
Yes.
Okay. When does Wendy send her next message?
At 5:27 p.m.
So this would have been after the verdict was rendered?
Yes.
All right. And she says, I love you very much. Call if you feel like you can. Is that right?
Yes.
And how does Donna Adelson respond? Can you read that message?
Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
And was that sent at 5:31 p.m. on November 6th?
It was, yes.
So about 15 to 20 minutes after the verdict?
Yes.
All right, so now we know the time of the verdict, sometime between 5 and 5:15 p.m. on November 6th. After the verdict, was there evidence found in Donna Adelson's phone that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson began to plan to flee the country?
Yes.
All right.
It's argumentative.
Can you walk us through what was found in her phone from after the verdict?
So there is a conversation, again, in WhatsApp between Donna Adelson and a representative from Vietnam e-Visa regarding getting a visa for herself and for Harvey.
Okay, and are we going to go through the entire visa chat here today?
We are not.
Okay.
It's quite lengthy.
Are these just some excerpts from the visa chat?
They are, yes.
All right, before court today, did you have an opportunity to look at States 58, the visa chat?
I did, yes.
Okay, and are these true and accurate depictions of the chat that was found in the Cellbrite between Vietnam e-Visa and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
At this time, I move 58 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
States 58 is admitted.
Thank you. All right, if you could walk us through a few excerpts from this chat.
Yes, again, we can see that this is between Miss Adelson and the Vietnam visa. And the first message in this conversation starts on November 7th at 3:55 p.m.
Okay, so is that within 24 hours of the verdict?
Yes.
Can you go back to the last one? What does that first message say in this chat?
It's an automated message in the WhatsApp group, and it states that messages and calls are end-to-end encrypted. No one outside of this chat, not even WhatsApp, can read or listen to them. Tap to learn more.
And the only way we're reading them is because we were able to seize the phone and get the information off the phone.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Can we look at the first messages sent in this chat? Okay, can you read this to us?
Sure. Hi, Daisy. I'm trying to get a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam.
Same objection that we talked about sidebar.
Overruled, this has not been published before the jury. This is the publishing of the evidence at this time. You may continue.
I'm sorry, you left off at fast track emergency visa for Vietnam.
I filled everything out on the online application. I filled out the visa option. I wanted the fastest I can get it, put in the applicant details with our photos approval. It's for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. Yes, that is the site we applied for online. I just do not see how to pay for this.
Okay. And what's next?
She says, if I do not get there until the 12th or 13th of November, is that a problem? If I am putting down November 11th as the date to arrive.
Okay. And then did they talk a little bit about how long her visa will be for?
Yes, she indicates I would like the 90-day visa and clarifies 90-day multi-entrance.
Okay. What happens when she finds out there isn't enough time to get a 90-day visa? Because it's an emergency fast track one.
So her reply is, if we get a 30-day visa, can I extend it while I am in Vietnam?
Okay. But then the chat says we can arrange for the 90-day.
Yes.
All right. If she were to, let's say that, and I know that they didn't get the visas till a few days later, but let's say she got the visa on November 7th and it were a 90-day visa, that visa would extend to February 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the choice that they gave her, the 90 or the 30 and extend?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, eventually in this chat, does she send she and Harvey Adelson's pictures?
She does, yes.
Okay. Are they letting her know all the things that she'll need to provide?
Yes.
Okay. And does she say 90-day multiple entry is what I would like as fast as possible, and that next Monday, as the next Monday to receive the visas will be fine?
That's correct.
Okay. What's next? They've received her email.
Correct.
And she sends her picture. Does she send Harvey's picture as well? Okay, thank you. Now, at some point in this chat, is it getting close to her flight date and she has not yet received her visas?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to the photograph, she also sends copies of their passports.
Okay, and this is the flight information as far as where they're flying into, the date of arrival, the email, and the type of e-visa it is.
That's correct.
Okay, she gives them her flight information. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now we're 5 days later, and does she say in capital letters, now it is almost 10 a.m. on Sunday. We take our flight tomorrow at 8 p.m. That is 30 hours. She's afraid that she's not going to get it in time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what happens next?
So the response is that we will send e-visa to you within 21 hours from now. It's fine for your flight. Please don't worry.
Okay, and does she actually end up getting her visa?
She does, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through the rest?
Yes, so this is November 13th, 5:28 a.m. She receives a visa for herself and for Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Now, was there other evidence that showed that the Adelsons did not have plans of returning home anytime soon? What was found on her phone as far as her Amazon deliveries?
So there was a message to herself, kind of as a reminder, and this was on November 8th, to stop Amazon deliveries.
Okay, and was there a note left in their apartment to sell a belonging?
Yes.
Okay. Does this indicate that this is who Wendy should call to get the paperwork so the gun can be sold if it is to be sold?
Yes, as it needs to be sold with the paperwork.
All right. What about, we've heard about Donna Adelson's planner. Was there some entries in the planner for the week after Charlie Adelson's trial that indicated they weren't planning to come home anytime soon? What's the first entry here?
So the first entry we see is sell and list jewelry, dishes, implants, comics.
Okay, and what date was that?
I'd have to go back to the top to see the date of that, which we actually don't have on the top of that.
Okay, I think we do have it in evidence. So, what number is that? Okay, so the first entry you're pointing out here, though, I'm sorry if you could go back to the highlight.
Oops.
And so that was to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics?
Yes.
All right. Did they have a note about packing for Vietnam? Okay. Was there also notes at the bottom about canceling disability insurance?
Yes.
2, in fact.
Yes.
Was there a note for, I'm looking in the middle of the screen here, for Wendy to tell Dan regarding Vietnam, and he must tell Charlie on his private line? Is that right?
Yes.
Would Charlie Adelson have been in custody at that time?
Yes.
And if the Adelsons were to call Charlie Adelson and tell him they're going to Vietnam, would that call be recorded and available to law enforcement?
Yes.
If Dan, Charlie's attorney, calls Charlie to tell him that information, would that call be private and law enforcement cannot listen to that?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there some more entries in this planner? Is there an entry regarding child support at the top? Okay. If they were paying child support for Charlie's child, does it show that they intended to pay, or they have a note about this child support through November 2025?
That's correct.
So they're making a note of that for the next 2 years in advance.
Correct.
Because at this point, we're in November of 2023.
Yes.
All right. And then looking down, we see that note's on Saturday, November 18th. If this planner was collected by law enforcement in Miami on November 14th, would this have been like a note of a reminder to yourself in the future that you've made here on the 18th?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And is that reminder, tell Wendy, do October expenses for 3 properties and enter in computer?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you when the first entry was. We see the end of the week is Saturday, November 18th. So I think you can probably see what week we're on, but I'm going to show you what's marked as states. 59A. Looking at this first entry here that we saw of selling the jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics, what day was that?
That was Thursday, November 9th.
Okay. So that would have been 2 days after the visa chat and 3 days after the verdict?
Yes.
Were there text message on Donna Adelson's phone where she is trying to communicate her plans to Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to those messages? Here in these messages, is she letting Wendy Adelson know they need to talk to her? It's not about the case. They need business assistance. They need to help her with personal things and business stuff. Please respond to them. Please talk to them.
Yes, that they need her to help them. Yes.
Okay. what do we have next?
November 10th.
Does Donna Adelson, I'm sorry.
She provides 2 contact cards to Wendy, stating that you need to have this info.
And is one of those for an attorney and one that looks to be for a property, a condo in a certain tower?
Yes.
All right. Were there other messages to friends where she's trying to convey information?
Yes.
All right. Looking at this message on November 7th, is Donna Adelson saying to her friend Annie that she can't say why, but they, the Adelsons, may need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. I know this sounds crazy, but I assure you it's not. I wish I could tell you more. Stand by. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then at the bottom, she says, Ron may have some work to do here.
Correct.
All right. What's next? Does Donna let her know that she's copying her on different emails and things? She'll explain everything. She's holding off talking to her.
Correct.
Okay. And then was there evidence in Donna Adelson's phone of why they chose Vietnam, why Vietnam was chosen as where they were going to go?
There were searches related to extradition, which would have contained Vietnam as non-extradition.
Okay, can you show that to us? Okay, and when did she Google list of United States extradition treaties?
It would have been on November 7th.
Okay, so the day after Charlie Adelson's verdict?
Correct.
And the same day that she got she first started the chat for the emergency fast track visa.
Yes.
One second. Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We meet again.
We do.
So, I think I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Now, you agreed that WhatsApp is used internationally, correct?
It is, yes.
And in your presentation, you indicated that in my client's planner, there was some notations to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics.
Yes.
My client at the time was 72 or 73. Did you believe she had a comic collection?
I'm not sure that she did.
And what about implants?
Well, other than the fact that Harvey Adelson was a dentist.
I'm going to show you. Let's see, this is not too far. May I approach with states 155?
You may.
looking at states 155, picture that's on my screen, is that the same picture? It's just that's narrower.
Yes, it's a different perspective, but yes.
So let's zoom in on this. Should have brought my mouse. Can you read what that says? Or you want me to turn it?
It says implant motor.
And looking at 152, 153, and 154, that's a closet, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And is that, I can't see it there. Let's go back here. That's the bedroom closet where that implant motor was, correct?
I'm not aware of this being a bedroom. It does appear to be a closet.
Okay. We'll go grab another picture then. That picture indicates that there are dishes in that closet, correct?
There are dishes in the closet, yes.
Keep those for me, please. Would you agree it'd be unusual for dishes to be in a bedroom closet?
Possibly, yes.
But I'll show you my laptop. And approach.
I'll have to clarify my last answer too. There are dishes in my spare bedroom closet, so.
I did not know that to ask that of you, but.
I just want to be honest.
I will have this printed, Your Honor, this next picture, but it's identified as RTC_0029. Would you agree that that depicts a bedroom?
That does, yes.
Let's go here. Are those the boxes that we saw in states 155?
They appear to be, yes.
Same paper, and you have the coffee maker?
Yes.
Okay. So we're still in that room. Let's see if we can get a different perspective here. Would you agree that they didn't do a very good job documenting this search warrant?
Well, it is a little hard to figure out from the smaller pictures. I don't necessarily disagree that this is the bedroom closet. I just wasn't personally there.
Okay, so you have that small piece of luggage.
Yes.
In this picture, that's 155. And then in this one here, it's 0043. Would you agree that that's the same piece of small luggage in the same closet with the dishes?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take this from you. Now, during the course of your investigation, Sergeant, are you aware of the fact that my clients sold their home in Coral Springs and moved into a condo?
I am aware of that occurring at some point, yes.
And so merely because my client is selling some kitchen items or some jewelry, does that indicate that they are fleeing the country?
By itself, no.
Now, if someone's going out of town, would it be unusual for them to stop Amazon deliveries?
It would not.
Now, merely stopping Amazon deliveries, does not indicate that they are not coming back, does it?
Not by itself.
Do you have any knowledge whether or not the trust that was set up for Roman Adelson, Charlie Adelson's son, took care of child support for a certain period of time?
I have no information about that trust.
Would you agree in looking through that calendar that Mrs. Adelson, my client, constantly updates it to give herself reminders?
I would agree, yes.
Is there any evidence that you discovered in your investigation that indicate that my client moved assets overseas?
None that I am aware of.
That's a no?
That is a no.
There's no evidence that you were able to uncover that my client was moving out of the country as opposed to obtaining a 90-day tourist visa.
I would say the evidence that I observed from the messages, the business that was being taken care of, it was at least a lengthy time to be away.
So a 90-day tourist visa.
That could be, yes.
Okay. Now, do you know what it means for a tourist visa to be multiple or multi-entrants?
I do not specifically.
Would you agree that a fair definition of that would mean that the person who holds the visa can enter the country, leave the country, and return to the country?
Yes.
And a tourist visa, if you know, is just that. It's for a tourist, not for a resident.
Correct.
Now, one of the slides that you didn't go over, I believe it was at least in one of the versions, slide 328.
Would you like me to go to that?
Sure.
See which way is faster. Well, that would be the new 328.
See, I haven't been provided with the full new version. It's the slide 328 with the Sun Sentinel article.
With that article?
Yes.
That is not in here.
That's no longer in there.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, may I approach? You may.
Yes.
Do you know where that is in your?
It's not in here.
It's not in that one. Do you still have it where you can display it?
I can get to it, yes. We'll probably, yeah, as long as I stay muted.
Yes, thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Zellman, this is the version not in evidence, but you still wish the witness to place it on the screen.
Yes, it was in evidence, and I guess the state changed the present.
It was not in evidence. The one in evidence does not have it.
Just that.
Yep, just that. Says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial, Weinstein said. Who is Weinstein?
Attorney.
One of Charlie's attorneys?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, throughout your review of the text messages, the communications, was there any evidence that my client was aware of the friendly texts that Charlie had with Catherine McBannel?
There was no evidence that your client was specifically aware of the content of the communications between Charlie and Katie. No.
And you put on a bunch of slides where it's just another instance of Charlie Adelson just running his mouth, this time in writing, so his thumbs.
Yes, there are a lot of communications.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Yes, sir, quickly. Can you put the Sun Sentinel article back up? Thank you.
Take me just a second.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the text earlier where Charlie Adelson says to Donna Adelson that, did you see the good news in the paper yesterday? Something along those lines, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Donna agreed, it is good news.
Yes.
Okay. So did we try to find some papers from the day before those messages? I think that message was on July 21st of 2016 to see if there was a local paper in Miami that maybe published some, or in Florida that published some information about this case the day prior.
We did, yes.
Was this the closest in time article that we could find that talked about Dan Markel's murder?
It was, yes.
Okay, and was this from the Sun Sentinel?
It was.
Which is a big paper in Miami.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in this paper, or this article published on July 16th of 2016?
Yes.
So not the day before, but I think it would be 5 days before.
That's correct.
Okay. And, but we don't know necessarily looking at those texts, was it published or did Charlie see it in the paper the day before? Is that right? Charlie says, though, it was good news in the paper yesterday.
He does, yes.
Okay. And in this article from the Sun Sentinel, does it talk about the murder of Dan Markel and that Garcia and Rivera have been arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And what you've got highlighted in red here, does Weinstein, who was Weinstein an Adelson family friend at that point? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Weinstein says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial. I don't think there's going to be any more arrests after it talks about the arrests of Garcia and Rivera. Is that right?
It does, yes.
Okay. So if Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson are referencing this paper, then they would be saying that it's good news that there's not going to be any more arrests. Is that right?
Yes,
And is that the reason that it was of interest to us?
it was. Yes,
Okay. But ultimately, it isn't the day before, right?
it is not.
Okay. All right. Looking at defense asked you about, I think ultimately you said, from the totality of the evidence in this case, not just one thing or not just one other thing, but a totality of the evidence, it looked as though the Adelsons were planning to have a lengthy time away.
That's correct.
And quick, right? I mean, wasn't Donna Adelson asking for an emergency fast track visa?
Yes, there was urgency in all the communications and getting things done, getting the visa. There seemed to be a sense of urgency to that.
And did Donna Adelson specifically look for non-extradition countries in her phone before?
Objection asked and answered.
The rule does the ask and answer, but we have covered this subject, Mr.
Okay. And was Vietnam the country she chose?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You may step down, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Will he be recalled during the trial? You remain under your subpoena. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Thank you, sir.
Your wife says those are the holiday dishes.
They are.
I am curious about these plates, but I have things to do.
I have to have a separate.
They're in very nice protective cases.
Judge, one matter, State's Exhibit 72, the state thought it was admitted as a Experian GPS for certification. The clerk does not show that item admitted.
I did not check on my list.
Could we admit that item at this time, Your Honor?
Is there an objection to state 72?
No, Your Honor, we thought they had admitted it as well.
State 72 is admitted at this time.
Judge, with that, the state rests.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are
Woo!
going to take
State
our
rest.
case in the trial at this point for the weekend. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. You are also not to seek out any outside information or news reporting on this matter as well. We will resume with the trial on Tuesday morning after the Labor Day holiday. Please report at 8:30, and we will try to get started by 8:45 on Tuesday. Enjoy your holiday weekend. I think football is back. You have something to watch that does not concern this trial. Have a good weekend. 8:30 on Tuesday. Nobody will be here on Monday.
Take a last look at Donna Adelson.
Everyone can be seated. Defense have any motions to raise at this point of the trial?
Your Honor, I thought, my understanding was that we were going to do that Tuesday morning.
Well, that's if the state had rested its case as of Tuesday morning.
I would request to reserve until Tuesday morning so that I can organize my thoughts.
Very well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All mid-trial motions will need to be addressed on Tuesday morning before we get started with the jurors. With the state having rested its case at this point, the defense needs to make all necessary arrangements for the defense case in chief and all witnesses that will be called. Concerning the defense case in chief, how many days do you think it will take starting Tuesday morning?
Can we let you know Tuesday morning, Your Honor?
I believe you know who you intend to call, but we can discuss it Tuesday morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does either party have anything to raise before we go into the break for the weekend?
Thanks for the state.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Have a good weekend, everyone. Please report by 8:30 as well on Tuesday. The gallery can remain in the courtroom for right now.
Yep, they make them stick around till everybody leaves, so it's quietest row first.
Donna took the hair tie out of her hair because she can't bring that back to the jail, so she's giving it to the attorneys.
Yeah.
We had the seal. Michael Bryant, nice to see you back. I just want to make a couple comments before you go in. I think that the text between her and Wendy, where Donna says, "I'm next," was kind of downplayed by the state, and I was like, "Whoa!" You know. That's the first thing.
I'm next, but I'm not going to let that happen. So I don't know what she was thinking.
Next. And then the other thing was they didn't use the stitch in the normal stitch capacity. Sunshine, okay, but it was interesting that both Sunshine and Barnhart were in when Katie McManaman was in.
That was amazing. I thought.
Yeah. Oh, gee, you can't tell me that the state didn't know that and put them in the same pod together.
Curious.
And didn't do anything else. I'm not sure that would be a Brady violation anyhow. But I think the Barnhart, he went through the whole thing with the forensic analysis of the handwriting. It was like, oh my god.
Why didn't they just stipulate to that?
They said the defense got up and said we never contested it, and the judge struck the comment.
I mean, why would they not just stipulate to that?
Apparently they tried. I mean, I don't know if they tried to, but what was interesting about it, they didn't use that, all for the confession supposedly they made, but they used that in a very interesting way to say, here's a whole, here's the thing that she wrote out. Here's the piece of evidence she wrote. Here's her book. Here's the script. And it all talked about that Charlie was being extortioned and Donna was being extorted. And then they went back, and I thought this was very effective because I'm not a big one for snitches testimony, as you know. But I thought this was incredibly effective because this was a professional snitch, too. She had snitched in the past. She
was a professional everything. 27-time loser.
Went back to the cell phone that was taken at the time of Donna at the airport that had all the encrypted messages from WhatsApp, and went back to that and showed all these different messages between Charlie and Donna, and also went back to the messages between Charlie and Catherine McManaman, and showed that in all those years, no one had mentioned extortion until October. The first time Donna had Googled extortion versus blackmail was on October 16th, 2023, just before the beginning of Charlie's trial, which started opening statements for October 24th. So I thought that was a very effective use of the snitch in a different way by using the script. And quite frankly, even though it was we were tired and there was no boom, except for Sergeant Corbett was cute that he had to correct himself that his wife does have special dishes in the bedroom closet, probably for holidays or something like that. And then the state just out of the blue rested. All right.
I think they at the end were still weighing whether or not to bring the snitches on, because you could see it had almost like two endings to their case. They had the one we anticipated, and then they brought in the snitches. And I think, to me, the pivotal value of the snitches was the script. I remember hearing about it when they had the pretrial motions, and they were trying to keep all of this out, obviously. They were trying to argue that these two snitches were really agents of the prosecution, therefore inappropriate, therefore should be excluded. The court found that wasn't the case, and that whatever bias you might come up with, the jury's going to get to figure that out and decide how much weight to give their testimony. But with that script, and even though, I think the defense screwed themselves twice. They could have just stipulated the script, knowing it's a bad piece of evidence, but why belabor it? So no, they don't stipulate to it. That's the first problem. Then they allow a handwriting expert to erase any doubt. I mean, I know, and I heard you talking about how, that kind of expertise is highly criticized, and I get that, but not in this case. It ain't. You've got her coming on, blowing through every letter of the alphabet, and really erasing every doubt the jury may have that this was not legitimate, that it was written by Donna Adelson. So I think the
Yeah,
defense really handled that
there's
poorly.
No Dahlberg hearing from what I gather, because Florida has gone back to being a Dahlberg state. But if they were going to, you're right. If they didn't contest it, then stipulate to it that we agree that it's not. The only thing I thought they were going to bring in, and maybe the state didn't do it because there was pressure for the judge to rest today, was apparently there's a video in the jail of Snitch 2, the script snitch script. Shall we go script snitch? I think I'm going to call her.
That was
Barnhart.
Yeah,
Barnhart or Bernhardt.
Drini.
And that they sat together and they apparently were going over the with the notebook. It was her notebook that Donna wrote in for the script, and then supposedly she was supposed to rewrite it and all, and
then give back the original, which would be eaten or whatever they do with those things.
Yeah, and she went right to calling, hey cops, hey, I've done this before. I've been an informant before. I've got something. The other woman just told her attorney, Sunshine just told her attorney. So I thought that despite the fact that I don't like snitches, I don't think these snitches were really used in the way they normally are used. Yes, they say Donna said this, but no one cares about that. They cared about the script and the effective way they showed that what was in the script was a made-up story that was made up, and then all those wonderful text messages between Catherine and Katie, or Caddy, as he has her in the book, K-A-D-D-E.
Yeah, that's what I'd seen earlier. Yeah.
And all lovey-dovey for years.
Yes. Well, she's the nicest extortionist he's ever met. So how, he can't really, totally erase her from his life. He's lucky to have her there. And here's your extortion check.
Yeah.
And here's something else that is a secondary benefit for the prosecution. We assume Charlie's coming on. He's going to tell this story that nobody bought in his trial. This jury's now already heard it's coming.
That's what's brilliant about this, right? They've already discounted Charlie's testimony before he gets on the stand.
Here comes the BS story from Charlie. So it takes any of the gas, if there was any. There may be some gas, but it's coming out the wrong end. It takes any of the heat from Charlie's testimony that arguably might help his mom. It just cuts the legs out from under that. And now the jury's going to be like, oh, this is the story we were hearing about.
Yeah. And the emergency visa on WhatsApp, we need it now. We have to have it now. And the text of Wendy where she says, I'm next. Okay. And that her brother has protected her. That was interesting. If we talk about them building a case up on, she said the text, and we hadn't seen this before, your brother has protected you for all these years.
Yeah. Yeah, and we see that theme. We've seen that theme throughout, and that's one of the things that Donna talked about on the phone call that ended up, what I should call it the Jinx phone call, because she's talking about the back and forth between her and Wendy in the email chain before she goes into we need a visa, we're going to Vietnam. But she's talking in that email chain about how you don't care about your brother. He's always been there for you. He's the dynamic setup is that Charlie looks out for you, and you don't give a shit about him.
Right. Very, very, very interesting. And she and Harvey are on the way out for, just a long vacation. It's been really tough when your son gets convicted.
Yeah, I mean, that's stressful. It's very stressful. Yeah,
very,
maybe
very
we'll see if Donna's convicted, and in the following week, Harvey goes to Vietnam. We'll see if that happens. You think they'll be keeping an eye on Harvey? You think they'll be watching Harvey?
I think they're watching.
And Wendy.
They're watching. They've been watching for years, and that's what's so amazing about this, the patience of this case, right? The patience of this case. But we had a lot of things we hadn't heard before. The license plate in the planner. We hadn't seen the actual script. We hadn't known much about that. The WhatsApp apps in the cell phone that was taken. I got some criticism early on by that. I don't know if you heard from someone, but didn't like the fact that it sounded like I was saying I could do it better, which is what I was not saying. I was giving an example of how you could with your cadence and all, you can control the court.
Of course. Well, you're the one that teaches this stuff. Come on.
I'm the one that teaches it, right? I teach it, right? So,
and those of us that have done it, that's our thing. We will say when somebody's done something well, and we will say when they haven't done something well, and maybe they should have done this, and this instead. Just our opinion. based
Right.
on bazillion years of experience, but that's
Right.
all it is. So if you don't
Right.
like it, well, you can probably find somebody who's never done this in their lives, and you
That's
can
what
go
I
listen
said.
to what they have
That's
to
what I
say.
said. Go listen to somebody else. We have a wonderful group of chatters here. We want you all to hit the subscribe, like, share, but please hit the subscribe
Yeah,
button.
now that we just
Really-
offended, hit that like button.
No, it's just no. You're everyone's here, and I try to answer. We had a very long lunch break. I try to answer as many questions we had. We had also our fun Friday, but I tell you, I
missed
really
that.
thought this was even though we were all tired, and even though the energy of asking and answering the questions was really down. I mean, I even felt myself, I'm moving around here. I've got my heated blanket on, I'm comfy, but. Despite the fact that everyone was tired, and we've now named all these people. I'm calling Sergeant Corbett, Johnny Sack, Vince Cortol from Sopranos. We've named them all like stars of who they all look like, But what did you think? I know you didn't hear all of it because you had to go to.
Yeah, I wasn't just playing hooky. It was unfortunate. A friend of mine passed away on Sunday, and obviously I was out of town, so there was a service today I wanted to make sure I got to. But I heard some of it coming and going, and I think the decision the prosecution made was a good one. I don't like snitches, and these both are kind of tainted,
Right.
in their own ways. But that's
27 cases of deception.
I feel sorry for her. Obviously, she's an addict, and
Right,
she's been given a ton of chances, and she keeps losing. And you know what's going to happen? This is the sad reality of folks that are addicted in this way. She's going to die one day from drugs, from an overdose, from some sort of violent act that's related to the drugs. It's sad.
No, it's truly sad. Free boarding. It seems clear the state must at least have promised to put in a good word for Katie and for other informants, yet unequivocal deny the deal with the state mistake grounds for appeal. Yeah, if you can get them to, if you can prove it, there's always that brady issue. And it's very difficult. I mean, we had that in Hernandez with the guy that we thought was actually the killer. You couldn't prove it, and no one was admitted. And someone pointed out earlier that there's a case in, where some assistant U.S. district attorneys have gotten in trouble for Brady violations, but good luck in proving it. I mean, you also have very sophisticated defendants, snitches here, that they know they don't have to have a deal in advance, right? They get up there, and then afterwards, as everyone's sentencing, somebody comes in for, hey, I'm going to make a motion to lower my sentence.
And what do they got to lose? They got nothing to lose.
Right.
So they are, as odd as it sounds, in good faith, they are offering what they can offer, hoping to get something.
Right.
Gambling is the way of life for these folks. They gamble about everything. So why not gamble on, maybe this will help. I'll tell you.
Yeah, as Barnhead said to, and thank you, by the way, for that donation, freestanding. We really, truly appreciate it. But as Barnhard said to Don, I think it was Donna, or maybe it was Sunshine, one of them said, you don't really know how jail works, do you? And
that was allegedly something Drina said to Donna Adelson.
Okay.
And Drina was very, her memory was a little shaky on a lot of the. I don't know. I may have said that. Sounds like something I might have said. But can you imagine this hardcore woman, saying to Donna Adelson, you have no clue how things work in here, and it's probably as much informative as it is threatening. This woman has been in the system. I mean, most of her adult life, I'm guessing. Did they ever have her age? I don't know how old she was. I was trying to look at it as I was driving. I didn't know. 30, maybe? Was she younger than that even?
Yeah, she's young. It's sad because you can see she's obviously a meth addict. You could just tell by her teeth and her looks and all that kind of stuff, and other kinds of addicts. It's just awful. Shari D. Opinion of the defense team: are they purposely shanking the case to help Donna's appeal?
Yeah, I always think about that. I would say no, they're not.
Yeah,
are they ineffective? I'd say in a lot of ways, yes. Is it enough to support those appellate grounds? Yeah, you might throw that at the window to see what sticks, but I don't think it's going to be a reversible error situation.
No, I think they have a very difficult case, right? And they probably have a difficult client in the sense of all this stuff coming out. I mean, they got hit with the informants in the middle of the trial. All right. you know, and then all of a sudden, imagine you try the case, you're planning to try the case, and all of a
And
sudden,
then, oh yeah, by the
you
way,
found out your client has written she's written a tome. She doesn't just written a script, she's written a tome, you know, she's written a Broadway treatment, you know?
yeah.
Oh my goodness
That'll
gracious.
make for a nice little beat when this is part of a docudrama. It'll be a nice little thing. So who plays Donna Adelson? Whether she's convicted or not, who plays her in this
I don't know, because
docudrama?
if she's not convicted, she does, you know, the pictures of her, when you see the pictures of her, which I think are the driver's license pictures, Oasis Cat said, of her when they do the text, you know, they have the text. It looks like a different person than the person.
Of course, it's like the ones I saw. I mentioned them when I saw them in the courtroom because that you can see them pretty well. I think we've got it here somewhere too. Just the flow chart with the headshots of each of the players, and they're beautiful.
I think I put them on Twitter. Our ex account.
Yeah, and Donna Adelson looks amazing.
Right.
When they see her and they go, oh, this must be, you know, the sister that never lived at home. You know, it was never her missing twin, and it was never taken care of. Well, that's what jail will do to you.
Yeah, that's true. And then, by the way, this is as good as the case for the state will get. When they rest, that's the best part of the case. Now, defense will present a case, and they have somebody flying in from California, maybe somebody who's going to say that Donna and they were coming back. They made plans. This was not a trip, whatever, blah blah blah. You know,
So you think they might be bat mitzvah related?
Yeah, bat mitzvah related, or plans that they talked about this trip for a long time. You know, they were going to do. You know, some kind of friend or something. Because I think they said it was a she, and she was flying in, and then she has arrangements to fly back out after 5 on Tuesday. So they wanted to get her on. They thought he'd get her on very quickly. And then you have the issue of whether Charlie's going to testify, which I think he's going to. And then you have the issue whether Donna's going to testify. You know?
Yeah, and I think at this point, if she's sitting there watching this unfold, I don't know that she's as arrogant as Charlie, because that's half of his problem. You know, we heard how great he thought it went. You know, it's great. You know, I don't think they got into evidence here, but there were phone calls out there post testimony, pre-verdict, where he thought I killed it, so to speak. I've been told I did a great job. My attorney told me I did. Dude, I mean, you're delusional. I don't think she's quite that far over the edge in terms of arrogance, but she does feel she can control everything. Just give me a chance. Just let me talk to these jurors, look them in the eye, tell them the story. I mean, the truth. And maybe at this point she feels like I got nothing to lose because this thing's going down the crapper.
That's true. She may not feel. She may feel that she is the only one that can save herself, right? And therefore she wants to get on the stand. We still can't figure out why they had that colloquy with her about how you were going to handle the two witnesses, which clearly were not the next two witnesses. It was the two snitches, the two informants, on her, and how the questioning was. And I don't know what that was about.
I'm going to make a note to do just a little bit of brief research about Florida law and getting a specific statement from a defendant before cross-examination of witnesses that may somehow be contrary to their strategy, because that's what it sounded like.
Yeah,
it's a very specific. I've just never seen it before. Maybe Florida's got that provision. Maybe the judge is just hyper cautious. I don't know.
We did have some chat poll results. Missy, what are they? Let me see. Do you think the FBI Special Agent Pat Sanford proved the case against Donna Adelson? 69% said yes. 20% were undecided. 10% said no. So it's interesting because, let's face it, you get one person. That was one of our chats, and then we did it again. We did it later on, and we had 78%, 8%, and 14% for the question.
What were the 14% that what?
That they did not think they were undecided.
Okay, so you have 22% then that are either no or undecided.
Undecided,
right?
out of Sanford, but they proved the case against Pat.
I'm no math major, but that's like 4 jurors.
Yeah. So that's always the question, right? And that's simply the question that you get if the polls are any representation of what the juries are thinking, then there's a problem, right? Then there's a problem with conviction, at least for the prosecution. So.
And think about it. I mean, I think it's safe to say our audience is much more sophisticated, maybe more critical, right?
Right.
And if that's true, the average juror who might not be as critical or as thoughtful about these things may just be a go-along juror. So that's why the whole jury thing is just, you just never know. The dynamics, the character, as I looked at that jury for the few days I was there were really not a lot to me that stood out as take charge people. Yes, the secretary up on the back row, right side, with her little, very cushy pillow behind her, taking all the notes. She may become the foreperson, hard to tell, but she wasn't, bossing people around. She was actually the last person as they came in. She was the first in. They do that in their rows in order. She was the first in, last out. I saw nobody talking to anybody in any way, very seldom even knowing type glances at one another, nothing. All I would see is that they would look out in the morning. They would look out at the gallery, like checking out the crowd. How's the house look today? How we doing? But nothing else. So, and I didn't see any. There's one guy in the middle of the first row, bushy beard, ponytail man.
Yeah.
So maybe just by looking at him, you think he's more, out there, not a shy guy. So I saw a few of the shy guys, definitely one on each side of bearded man, I would call shy guys. You could just tell their demeanor is just kind of, like, hey, I'm here, but, I'm almost, blending into the paint on the wall.
Well, but they're interesting when they came in today. Okay, when they came in today, and the judge said good morning to them, they said good morning. Yes, I've never heard such loud good mornings from a jury.
I know that could be because they survived yesterday with all the audio, and they maybe could smell that the end was in sight for the prosecution. I don't know, but yeah, you're right. They were joyous. They were as happy today as the Adelsons seemed to be after they determined a cop was trying to set them up. They were almost that happy.
That's a good thing. George Mahar at Michael Linda, please look at Jeff Dunham's puppet Walter. He looks just like Harvey. Somebody else said that, did you? Thank you.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I can picture. I can picture him.
We will. Well, we're gonna.
There he is. Yeah, he's got that perpetual. He's rational. There he is. Yep.
There it is.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Missy, for putting that in. It does look like Harvey. I mean, it really does.
Yeah, it does.
Oh my goodness gracious. So maybe the puppet plays Harvey in the movie. I don't know. But the judge does have all the treats and everything. I have to tell you, while you're away, I agreed, by the way, on remember, I'm not going to be with you Monday, but on 8:15 to 8:30 Monday morning, I'm going to be doing the Julie Grant show on Court TV, talking about the Cardi B case, right? Which is, going to, I think there's closings on Tuesday, on how difficult or non-difficult, or how different it is when you represent a high-profile client. What are the considerations? So I'll be on there bright and early again, even earlier than we've been on, 8:15 to 8:30, which means I have to be set up by 8 o'clock.
God bless you. Is that case underway? You said that case is underway?
Yeah, it finishes Tuesday. I mean, it's going to finish.
I've been a little sidetracked. I didn't even know.
You've been a little bit. We haven't really been doing it. Maybe if we don't have a case for the following week, we can just replay it, because there was some funny. She was hysterical. I mean, I have friends who really don't like Cardi B, but she was hysterical, and the defense was hysterical, and it's a wild case, right? Yes, Sherry, Julie took a lot of hits during her coverage of the retrial, but she's had us on. She's been very fair to us when we were reporting on the ASAP Rocky case, and we had the exclusives that everyone else was poo-pooing. She reported us, gave on it, and she believed us. And then we also, I was on one other time with the Epstein matter after Mark was on her show. And so she's asked me to come on and discuss this because unlike that chatter who apparently doesn't respect anything I say about how you try a case or cadence or try to teach, she understands that I know how to try a case with a high profile defendant. Okay. Oasis Cat watch Cardi B. Yeah. So I'll be on I'm going to catch up with that over the weekend. And then Auntie Deb wasn't in court, but Janet Misdemeanor was, and she's going to be on the show with us at the end of the day on at the end of the day wrap up
on Tuesday, right?
On Tuesday.
And I think Jodine Weber is going to be on
at lunchtime.
Tuesday at lunch, right?
Right.
Yeah. So we'll come on. I'll come on at
You'll
whatever
come on.
they're kicking off at 8. Sounds like he said normal time, 8:30.
8:30. Right.
And by then, hopefully, Mr. Zellman will know what his case looks like, because he Didn't even have a trial estimate as of today. He was still not sure. Mr. Zellman, when do you think you guys are going to wrap up? How many days? I don't know. Get back to you Tuesday.
I think that's fair because if
he could have just said 3 or 4 days, but he's not locked into it.
Because if he says a certain time, he then commits to maybe.
He's not committed to it. There's no way if it goes 5 days, the judge is going to say, "No, Mr. Zellman, you told me last week 3 to 4 days. It's the 5th day. You're done." That isn't going to happen. The judge just wants a basic guesstimate. Just like he asked for on day 1 of the trial. And what did he say then? He said 4 to 5 days then.
The guesstimate could be 1 day. I mean, they could find this witness.
No, he already guesstimated 4 to 5 days before the trial began.
But I don't know. But now that I don't know if they're going to put Donna on.
No, you're giving him a pass he doesn't deserve. No way.
I am giving him.
No, suck it up, Zellman. Give him a freaking couple of days.
You and I disagree on this because that tells the judge.
There's no harm to doing it. Zero harm.
Yes, there is. So the judge said to me, "Look, you told me 3 or 4 days. You misrepresented me." So
how far did you go?
How far did you? I think he did it right, Judge.
If you said 3 to 4 days in this experience you're talking about, how far did you go?
What do you mean? How far?
Did you go 8 days?
No, I would just say to the judge, I can't, and the judge knows why he can't.
Well, I thought you had a personal experience. You were saying you said once 3 to 4 days.
The judge knows why he can't give him that estimate on open court because that commits to whether the client's going to testify or not. And that'd be just like asking.
Why would he ask him that then from day 1? He asked day 1 the same question, and he got an answer.
It's different on day 1 than it is after the prosecution.
You are giving this guy a pass he does not deserve.
I am not.
And the judge, that's why the judge laughed in his face. He laughed in his face. He said, "Well, maybe after the weekend you'll have an idea how long your case is going to go." The judge knows.
No, he's got to sit with his client. Oh, come on. This is what I will support.
I'm not giving this guy a pass. No way.
I'm giving him that you and I.
And I'm not giving the judge a pass either because it's an estimate. Who cares? It's an estimate. No, that's bad. That's bad. Okay, moving on.
Moving on. What else you have? Because
I got nothing.
I'm tired. I'm ready to pack it in. Anyone else have any questions? I'm ready to pack it in. And we may find that closings are Wednesday. All of a sudden that the defense has no case.
Well, we know they have no case, but what are they going to present? That's a different story. Donna, there's nothing, in my opinion, that Donna has seen to date to convince her not to testify.
Except that maybe there's a feeling like you had at the beginning of the week that nexus has been made. I mean, that's why I thought that Jackie Fulford and the best part of her cross-examination was the ending when she said, you didn't do this, you don't have this, you don't have this, you don't have this, you don't have this. And that should have been the cross-examination for all of them. In my opinion, you don't have it, you don't have it, you don't have it, you don't have it, Would you agree with me that somebody could get scared, that somebody could be wrongfully convicted and want to run? Would you agree with me, sir? Yes. I mean, these cop witnesses weren't really dogmatic. They were like, yes, yes, yes.
Well,
yes.
That's what I thought was weird about, Corbett makes his latest appearance, and he didn't even need to be there because, Kaplan's reading all of the text, and she would set it up like, okay, and then what was the next text? And he says nothing. And then she reads it, and he says, yes. And then what was the next text?
The judge said denied.
I mean, I think I would have had some issues with that. What's this guy here for? I mean, he's not even reading the text. She is. So I just thought that was a weird back and forth. It was almost like the defense was like giving up at that point. They weren't even making a stink about it.
Well, they did object to the judge.
And they got shut down. Yes, I know. It just sounded so odd for her to pose the question and then answer her own question. What was next? Did she tell him blah, blah, blah? Yes. And then what happened? Did it's just... It's weird, bizarro land.
Oh, it really was. But they did close it out fine. It may not have been with the bang, but it certainly was with a shut the door to what the defense was going to be, which was everyone was extorted. I think that you've shut that down so much right now that you've got to go with they didn't prove the case, and here's somebody who's they're scared, they think they're going to be wrongfully convicted, they had nothing to do with it, and here we are.
Yeah, that's a good, interesting analysis they're going to have to make on the Charlie decision, because they may feel that his story has been so poo-pooed, deflated, made sound ridiculous, that if they hear it again from him, it's going to sound just as ridiculous. That's going to be an interesting decision that they didn't have to worry about until this latest series of messages came out. So
right, and to hear his voice again. Remember, we sat all day yesterday. We sat for a day and a half hearing his voice and his blather. And I don't know if I can handle hearing his voice.
Well,
I have to just
at least it'll be clearer. It won't be, some of his calls were the best audio, but still not like the courtroom audio will be pretty good if he does testify.
Yeah. And Kenney's already deflated him. So I don't know. You tell us all what you think. We really should run a poll and put it up. Should the defense now call Charlie to the stand?
Because we've already asked about Donna, right? We did that
Donna, right.
Yeah, we did that. And of course, most people were like, no, but I'd love to see it. No, she shouldn't, but boy, it'd be fun.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, that original, it's that original script. It's in the plastic container. If she is, by the way, acquitted, that belongs to her. That's her handwriting. I think that belongs to her. Even though it's in the book that's owned by Barnhart. It's interesting. The words belong to Donna if she's acquitted. It'd be an interesting thing.
So I couldn't tell because I was driving to see how it was presented. The page is still in the book, and they just made a copy of the page in the book, but it's still intact.
Right. They made a book, and then they put copies of the pages intact in the book.
Okay.
They had the book in a thing, and then they put it on the Elmo. So you saw about 5 different pages, and they put different sections. The different. Let me look at this paragraph, and let's look at this paragraph.
Okay.
Whatever it was, sometimes we didn't see. Let me tell you, there's epic fails by the camera operator today. We didn't even see the evidence that was being put up. We just didn't. Just never got there.
I still think there's some reason they should have a feed from the Elmo and from the laptop being used for the PowerPoint. They should have a direct feed. They shouldn't have to shoot the monitor. So I'm not sure why they don't. They've got it pretty well wired in there. They've got all the right cameras. They've got the cables everywhere. I'm surprised because then they can just back in the control room just take that shot. Here's the PowerPoint right there, clean, crisp, right in your face. And the Elmo, which is old school but still works. I still like the Elmo.
I like Elmos. I still like the Elmos when you present. And then we had, the courtroom was wired. It was the Judd Welcher wiring so that the person on the stand could control the PowerPoint, which is the new thing.
Yeah.
Before you used to have somebody run the PowerPoint, on your table, and then now the cop whose PowerPoint it is who puts it up controls it.
Yeah, and it sounded like at one point both he and Kappelman had control. It was they were dueling and it'd be advanced, and he said, "Oh, I advanced that," and she said, "No, I did that." So it's dangerous.
Oh Lord! Good thing we can laugh on a Friday afternoon going into the holiday weekend. We want to wish everybody a good Labor Day. Is the Elmo the projector? Yes, the Elmo is the projector.
And like I said, that's old school. That's like the AV team wheels that into your classroom.
Love it. I love Elmos.
And you just put it's just
one page.
That's all it is. Just projects it up on the screen.
Yeah.
Simple stuff.
Yeah. So yes, that is a projector, but you all should have a good Labor Day. Look, all of you are going to have a better Labor Day than the Adelson family. And certainly it was Mrs. Markel. I have to say, Mrs. Markel and Mr. Markel were in there today, and she just looks side by side. She just looks.
But they're divorced, as I recall.
Yeah, they're divorced, but still, they're coming to the trial about their son, and seeing it again and hearing a lot of new evidence. I would imagine, and they have to be just as tired as we are sitting here all day. They're sitting in hard pews.
Compared to what they're putting themselves through, we gotta. This is a holiday.
Yeah.
Just and when it's over, it's not over for them. They will never get their son back.
Never over. So, but all of you have been with us. Please hit that subscribe, like, smash it. Come on, everybody, smash that button. I mean, don't smash it with like.
Even if you can break it, just try. Just see what happens.
Just smash that subscribe, like, share, notify button, because we get told, YouTube tells us, what shows you hit the subscribe button on and what shows you do. And, when I go to somebody's YouTube, I always hit the subscribe button and the like.
I do too. I have to admit, I do when I appreciate what they've done.
Right.
So that's my caveat. I'm not just banging away at any, so maybe if somebody is not subscribing to us, so they don't like what we're doing. Okay. That's reasonable. I'm okay with that. But hopefully you like on balance what we're doing. You hit the subscribe and the like and and comments. Comments, as I've done a little research on the algorithm, have a much greater impact than maybe we thought before. But they take the most effort, right? Subscribing is that's nothing. That's easy. Like, that's nothing. But to actually, engage your brain and your fingers and type out a comment, that seems to be more weighty. So if you can suck it up and do that, that's helpful. And we do try to get back to you on virtually everything. And if you remember, those get priority, but we try to get back to you, make some response on everything.
Yeah. And then, Kay Schmidt, thank you again. Gifted another 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. And remember, you have to subscribe before to get one. They'll be randomly assigned. So you have to subscribe, and people love them. They appreciate them because, again, $2.99 a month is a lot for a lot of people. And we understand that. But so hit that subscribe button. Now you know that there's 5 out there that are going to be randomly given right now.
That's right. And where else will you get me walking the dog? Huh?
That's right.
Where else will you get
personalized, right?
Analytical content like me walking the dog?
So we have to give time for those to be automatically distributed. Just give us a minute or two before we close the show out. But so hit that subscribe, share, like, notify, but subscribe.
There we go.
One of those. There you go.
It happened just like that. It just
like
happened.
That. Thank you for the gifted membership.
And that.
I just got this. I just hit the like. Thank you very much. Hey, Paula. Hey, Paula. Okay.
So anything happening on Labor Day weekend? Anything exciting?
No, I would like to take 2 days of my vacation, but it seems that I have a list of things I have to do around the house. So probably not. Probably at some point. I blame Donna Adelson for stealing my vacation with my family.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take some of the blame. Yeah. And I was even thinking, this is how crazy I am. As this thing winds down, of course, if we had an estimate of the defense case, I'd be able to plan, but we don't. But, it's not crazy to think about maybe a one-day trip back for the verdict or something. I don't know. It's just kicking around in my brain. You never know. She's like, no, we're not doing
No, try to get some.
It depends on the timing. Yeah. Obviously. If it were, because if they get this case on or about Friday, I don't think they're taking the weekend.
I agree.
It's ripe for a Friday verdict.
They have been sitting here, and the thing about this jury is they've been sitting for a long time, listening to all the wiretaps and all. Mm-hmm. This jury is almost like a sequestered jury. They're so involved in this case. I think this is going to be a very quick verdict here.
They also, this judge, he tries to be efficient, but 5:30, and they didn't go to 5:30 every night, obviously, but that's a long day. 8:30 to 5:30.
Long day, and they don't really take real big breaks. They just
even the lunch is maxed out at a little more than an hour. Yeah, I've seen him be very optimistic. It's like 10:20. Okay, we'll be back at 10:25. No, you will not. But they're doing longer days, I think, than we've seen in a lot of cases. And again, we always default to the Karen Reed case because so many people saw it. But that was 10 to 4.
And with these breaks,
with a big lunch,
and then you had these breaks that take a long time, and the mid-morning break and the afternoon break, and by the time people get back, you have like a half an hour of testimony. He is wonderful. He's efficient, but he has snacks in the jury room. He has coffee. He lets them go to the bathroom. He lets them be comfortable, and he's. I just love him. I mean, I think he's one of the best judges we've seen.
Yeah, he's got a real good blend of control and temperament. Sometimes you get. Like the guy for A$AP Rocky, who I did like.
I liked him too. He was great.
He got a little loosey-goosey though. So he got a little bit at the attorneys. Well, remember Joe Tacopina was one of the attorneys who's a big personality, and John Lewin another. So it was a very interesting battle in that courtroom. So he didn't have quite the blend that Stephen Everett has, the Honorable Stephen Everett.
But he's close. He was close. He was
Arnold, I think, right? Was that his name?
Yeah, Judge Arnold. Yeah, but
yeah,
I think
he was.
the one I like the most is and of course I like Paige Whitaker from ISL. She was great. So
and she inherited a pile of crap, and she did
really
a fine job.
Did a fine job. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks for asking. Here's what I'm doing this weekend. Getting my son tomorrow from Pittsburgh coming in.
Okay.
And we're actually going to go to the Open on Sunday, the tennis U.S. Open.
Wow.
I try to go every year, and just kind of I like to just wander around the grounds. I used to go to some of the bigger matches in the big Arthur Ashe, but it's not as much fun. With the grounds pass, you can go to the grandstand, you can go to all these other courts that up and coming players or earlier rounds with big players. It's just and the weather this year is amazing. It's going to be like 75, 78.
Well, I hope it stays cool for next Sunday when I have the opening of the Jets game when we play the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Are you hosting for that? You're hosting the opening?
We're hosting for that. And the Jets are hosting. And then the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year is Aaron Rodgers. So
I know.
An interesting game. So let's hope the weather holds out for that.
Yeah. I think from what I've seen, we've got this weird August, soon to be September stretch, which is this is like California weather.
Beautiful, just beautiful.
Yeah, no
Not
humidity.
that I've seen any of it. I'm in four walls.
How is it? How's that climate controlled environment?
Yeah. Before
might as well be the dead of winter.
I know. Thank you so much. As a matter of fact, I'm going to turn off while we're talking about it. I'm actually going to turn off the climate control that's behind me because, quite frankly, if I don't see the studio for the weekend, I'm be very happy.
Yep. Okay. We'll give you all the way till Tuesday. Actually, more like Tuesday night. You're going to have
Tuesday
night.
Yeah.
Okay.
Night.
All right. And
all right,
we'll circle back. I will see everybody Tuesday morning. Over the weekend, I may chop up some stuff that we've done because I have found. I think people look at this and go, "This is what an 8-hour."
Right.
Nobody's wading through this for the amazing moments that we have. So I will wade through and post some chunks. That'll be nice to kind of revisit over the course of the next 3 days before we see the defense case on Tuesday.
Okay.
If only I knew how long the defense case was going to be. Oh, okay. So, that's all I got. I hope you do get some rest and relaxation. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for being with us all. I'm turning the show over to Michael to close it out.
All right, then. That's Linda Kenney Baden. I'm Michael Bryant. This is Justice Served TV. So until next time, try to do the right thing.